Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the weekend here at Manly Beach for the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro and also the Women's Sydney Surf Pro presented by Sister Revolution. When you make it to finals weekend and your competitor, the nerves get stronger, you get fired up and just dreaming of being on the podium. Waves are looking fun and rippable. First thing in the morning as we're seeing some good warm-ups from the world's best, preparing for a big day of action here at Manly Beach. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel alongside longtime touring professional Johnny Shmuka. Good to see you, Shmoo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. It's a fantastic morning for Saturday here in Manly. And, you know, we're looking at the draw off air, and it is just stacked with talent, isn't it?
So much talent. There's a women's heat that's an all-CT matchup. Two goofy foots going head-to-head. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Bronte McCauley. Also a goofy foot that is impressing the world. One of the youngest surfers on tour, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, you know, her free surf sessions have been nothing but outstanding, and she's sort of taking that straight into her competitive side of this event. And, you know, the waves have come to play. It's an amazing day. We've had so many highlights so far throughout the event, and we still got 2 days to go.
That's right, Shmoo. We'll dive into the men's story a little bit later on today, but first we got to get the local insight on the conditions with Richie Lovett. Morning, Rich.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Morning, Shmoo. Good morning, Joey. And welcome to another picture-perfect day down here at Manly. A little cooler this morning, and that's courtesy of a fresh northwesterly wind, which is grooming our waves just to perfection, a light offshore. So waves are going to continue in the 1.1 to 1.2 metre range, head high, and the period's up around 9 seconds. And then later on this afternoon, it's going to bump up to 10 seconds. So we should see a little bit more energy in the ocean, but things setting up perfectly. We've got amazing contestable conditions down here today. Looks like it's going to run all the way through to tomorrow as well. So an exciting day ahead. The canvas is set. Let's get ready to go.
Good man, Rich. We love that call for the forecast. Welcome to the weekend here at Manly Beach. Kicking things off with the Women's Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Sister Revolution. Key heats to really kick us off this morning. Well, the very first one, in fact, Keely Andrew taking on Keala Tomata Bannert. That's going to be a really fun one to watch. Keely's got a comeback story, and Keala's just really making her mark on the surfing world, Shmoo.
Sure, certainly is. I mean, we saw her surf over the weekend prior to the QS event, Joe. And, you know, I hadn't heard of Keala too much before that, and she was the talk of the town, so to speak, and her performances were outstanding. She looked like she had a lot of years of experience surfing out there against some of the world's best. I think she's one to watch.
Really cool to see that warm up through the Pro Juniors, and that's kind of been a tradition when you go back to the Matt Banting era when he took the juniors and the main event at the old Australian Open Series event. Banting's back here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. He's looking fired up as well, and almost redefined his career with a brilliant start throughout the Aussie League so far.
Yeah, you know, Matt is definitely on the men's side, Joe, one to really watch. He just looks absolutely amazing with board underfoot, and if he can continue to put on the performances and put the scores on the board like he has been the last 3-4 weeks, he is going to be tough to beat.
So some great men's heats to look forward to later on today. We're kicking things off with the QS 6000 for the women. Keely Andrew and Keala will have that first heat of the morning, followed by Malia Manuel, who's in the hunt to maybe have 4 consecutive finals here at Manly. She'll have Rachel Presti. Sophie McCulloch's been really amazing to watch. I love how quick she is in transition. She's just been demanding big scores as soon as she starts her heats. Amazing game plan for the young lady.
Yeah, you know, I looked through all 8 heats of this draw, Joe, and there's no flaws in it. There's absolutely no flaws. So we got a big day of women's surfing as well as men's surfing, and a few specialty things thrown in between.
We're going to release all that secret news. It won't be a secret very much longer of what's going to be happening today here in Manly. Let's now check out some highlights. Amazing highlights that we've had throughout this entire week, and going back to the weekend, like you said, Shmoo, with Keala already getting her feet wet at Manly. She's got everything set up. She knows what tides are going to offer her certain sections. They study the lineup so well early these days. Juniors of the past, sometimes they used to go out and kind of wing it. Well, we've got a whole new crop of juniors coming into 2019 that study the world's best. They get the opportunity to surf in a junior event alongside the pros in the QS 6000. What a big opportunity for Keala.
Well, it is, and I know she's got a lot of support, and that's a key word in today's success of a surfer, or any athlete really, is the support that you get. And Keala seems to have a lot of that support, and it really sort of drives that confidence. As I said before, we saw the highlights package. She looks like a seasoned competitor already, and that is, I think, largely due to surfing as many junior events as she can at the highest level of junior surfing, but getting these types of opportunities, Joe, to really get out there and test her mettle against, the world's best surfers, of which she's doing right now.
It's amazing to see how surfing has evolved over the years. You kind of had to be hands-on or kind of a super freak with talent to travel on your own at a young age. Yourself, Shmoo, you won an event at 15. I mean, things have changed. You weren't really getting hosted like the junior surfers are today.
No, I definitely wasn't getting hosted. I mean, I spent a lot of nights in the board bag and on people's floor, but hey, that's how it was back then. And now it's great to see that these surfers, they get to look after their bodies, and not that we didn't look after our bodies or anything like that, but they just get to travel a little bit better, a little bit more resources at their ready, and I think that that contributes to the quality of surfing we're seeing now. The kids are just going bananas. I mean, look at Keely Andrews, for example, from Malulaba. She'd be loving these little beach break conditions. She's been out there since she was a little grommet, so she's going to use that experience of being in her home water, so to speak, to try and dispose of the young Hawaiian.
What a brilliant comeback story for Keely Andrew. Ending last year with, she was a bit devastated. She told us that the other day in the post-heat interview, hurting her knee in competition. That gave Millie Manuel the walkthrough back in France last year. And then she had 14 weeks out of the water just to train and prepare. And, when you're a surfer and you can't surf, that just can crush you. She turned it into a positive, feeling her knee starting to get stronger and stronger. Didn't want to jump into the water too early. And she was looking at the big picture. She really only needed to make one heat at the 6,000 in Sydney at the end of the year, but she was like, well, my knee's not ready. I might just need a couple hundred points. I'm actually going to let that go, cost her spot on tour, but in the long run, her knee's going to be better than ever to probably breeze through the QS this year.
Well, she's only young. She's 24 years of age. She's got a good 6-7 years if she wants it, and that's a really good comment you made there, Joe. We missed her up at the Burton Port Stevens Pro. Everyone was asking what was going on, and we're trying to find out, and then obviously we found out about the injury. And look, that's a smart athlete, knowing that, hey, you could do 1 year, get your spot back, but you only have a limited amount of time between the end of the year, which is December, into January, when you've got to start backing yourself up with results on the QS to get everything right. I've had knee injuries, I've had surgeries, and if you don't do the rehabbing correctly, 9 out of 10 times it will come back and haunt you.
As we see Keely Andrew just around such a great support crew that just encouraged her to come back at top form. She's been ripping throughout this week. Keely Andrew waiting for a score along with Keala Tomata Bannard, who took out the Pro Junior over the weekend. First wave of Saturday morning. Fun section to work out for Keely Andrew, jamming it and now kicking out. So finally getting a score on the board. A couple of quick turns, and we'll see what the judges do to set the scale first thing in the morning as we take another look here. Fun-looking wave to kick off the morning, Shmoo.
Yeah, it's just a good way to get the feet on the deck of your surfboard, feel out how much power's in this sort of new swell, Joe. Obviously, she'd love to start off with a high score, but I think just some surfers are different. You know this. Everyone's different. I've always liked to start fast, try and get my opponent into a position where he's kind of up against the ropes, but I've got a good foundation to build off. That's just me. Some surfers will wait until the absolute 9 hits the lineup and then back themselves on that score. But I think this is a smart move from Keely. She's just now she knows the feel of the wave, And her next wave, I'm sure, will be of much more scoring potential.
So nice, clean two-turn combo. I love how she uses that lip to great effect, just projecting off the top. And that score will be coming in a moment to kick off the day. Remember, coming up next, Malia Manuel, Rachel Presti. That's going to be massive for Rachel to try to upset Malia's run with her 3 consecutive finals, 1 major win when she beat Joanne Defay back in 2017. Malia Manuel has obviously been in the spotlight for a very long time for good reason, winning the U.S. Open at 14, cover shot at Trans World Surf, which was a huge accomplishment there. And it's just been the time just ticking on the clock. Everyone's saying, when is she going to win a major CT event? With back-to-back final showings at Honolulu Bay in the last 2 years, I feel like that win for Malia is right around the corner.
I do too. I really do. She's I don't want to use this in a bad way, but she's in the prime of her career, and that's a good thing, I think, for Malia. As we see the youngster going to work on her forehand, Keala really starting to feel out this wave on the inside and goes for the last turn, but again runs out of speed and down she goes. But you know, going back to Malia, I ran into her yesterday on the streets here in Manly, and we're just coming back from lunch, and she's, you know, the thing about Malia is she's got so much beauty about her. She just embodies the Hawaiian spirit. Obviously Kauai native, but you know, representing Hawaii. She just takes everything in stride, and she just keeps, I think she's like wine. She's just going to get better with age. She's very easy to talk to. She rips. Honolulu Bay, she was just outstanding. And I agree with you, Joe. I think, you know, she's won this event before, so she's comfortable. She's had a runner-up finish here. She loves Manly.
And I enjoy how she always plans out her year. She's okay. She's always going to show up to here to New South Wales to surf in all the QS 6000s. And Surfing New South Wales doing a great job hosting obviously the world's best, because I think international surfers get to benefit from all the hard work that Surfing New South Wales does behind the scenes to make sure that these events are on the calendar. I mean, a 6,000 rated event. I mean, we're seeing who's going to be really on tour next year once we see the podium tomorrow.
Well, you know, if we go back and look at the history of this event, you got Jesse Mendez, you got David Silva on the guy's side, both used this as a platform. So this event is vital. And I'll tell you something else, Joe, about this event. It's the fact that it's the date that it's in now. This year, March, April for the New South Wales coastline traditionally is the best time of year for waves. So we've actually, and it's showing right now, you know, we got a swell that's very similar in size to yesterday. Some good periods between intervals. The conditions are nice, and tomorrow looks amazing. It looks a foot or so bigger from the east, which Manly loves. So I think, you know, Surfing New South Wales and our Vissla and sister now coming on board, the girls and the guys, I think we're doing a lot towards giving them a pathway to the world's biggest stage, which is the WSL.
So cool to see what's happening in the whole sport, especially for the women's side, with Sister Evolution being the new exciting brand that's back in this event. Fun-looking right-hander setting up for Keely Andrew. Crushes it off the top. Wow. Little drift on the second turn. Power and control. And Keely already has a 6.0 to her name.
Yeah, she, you know, that opening ride was, she would have thought average, but the judges thought, you know, 6s are good scores at this point in the contest, and she'll take that all day. But I think this one's going to go higher. That first turn, so powerful. And look at the spray in the morning sunlight, throwing a lot of it. And there's some drone footage that looks equally as amazing.
Love this perspective. You can see the dimension of the wave here in these beach breaks. We've got Keely Andrews, frontside hack off the top. Has got to be her secret weapon on tour. That is her moneymaker. It's reliable. It's powerful. And how about the finish move? She mixed it up a bit on this section.
Well, look at the fins. The fins are out the back. She's controlled that turn. She didn't oversurf it. And 2 big turns with that much power, speed, and flow. Well, there it is. It's an 8.83. We knew it was going to go north of 6, and there you have it. So Keely Andrews just utilizing that time off to get that knee, that leg stronger, Joe, is proving, you know, that it's worked out.
And having her CT experience behind her, 2 major finals in a short period of time, from Snapper Rocks to Lakey Peterson last year, and to Silvana Lima at lowers. So she came close to winning at the top level with all that time off. She knows the recipe to success. She probably got confidence when she heard a 6 on her first wave, because she's like, wait, I've got a lot left to really put this one to bed early. Shmoo, I want you to kind of talk Keala's role now. She needs 2 new waves to work this one out against one of the bigger names in the draw?
Yeah, look, without that much experience at this level under Keala's belt, I think she's just going to need to try and stay calm, stay in her lane. If there's anything you could sort of whisper in the ear while she's sitting in the lineup, is just, hey, there's 11 and a half minutes to go. Stay in your lane. As kids, we tend to want to just froth out, right? So she's going to see a wave to the north, to the south. She's going to want to chase. That's the other thing I would say. Do not chase, right? If you've got a position in the lineup that you know has good scoring potential, stay there. But at her young age, it's going to be difficult. Even if she loses this heat, right, and she can do what she's saying to herself and stick to her game plan, I think that she's winning on that side. So, let's just see if Keala stays in her lane and, gain some more experience. And, look, it's not over.
It's going to be fun to watch the next 11 minutes to see what Keala can do to try to come back against Keely Andrew. Andrew leading with a big 8.83. Back for more action here in Manly right after this. Here on the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia. We're at Manly Beach, which is kind of where it all began. It was surfing for the Australians. Just around the corner at Freshwater, Duke Kahanamoku shared the sport of surfing, shared his aloha spirit. The Australians took it and ran with it and created contests at a very early time in the sport. Thinking about Midget Fairley, Phyllis O'Donnell winning out here in the 60s. We had crazy clashes kind of through the 80s and early 90s with guys like Barton Lynch, a local hero and a world champ, finishing their tour right here at Manly Beach. There's the famous final with Larry Blair and Wayne Lynch that I can't get enough of that storytelling, and leading up to where we are now. I mean, I don't know if there's another sport that has changed quicker than the sport of surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. And you know what, tomorrow, depending on, as we see these replays here from Keely Andrews, just picking off some amazing, clean, open-face waves and just really utilizing that variation in her bag of maneuvers to really post up some big scores. So Keely well in charge of this heat with 8 minutes to go. But, you know, tomorrow, Joe, with that east swell and those offshore winds, we could see 4 to 5 foot waves, a smaller version of that final between Wayne Lynch and Larry Blair, because that full east swell will bring those lefts off that pipe. And I think Richie Lovett can probably confirm that more than I could, being the local guy. But I think tomorrow, all going well, all going to plan, that we could see some amazing lefts going for some 100 to 200 meters down towards Middle Stain and South Stain. There's so many stains here. So
I just love, surfing with that context as well of a swell, where it's basically changing the venue as you get to a finals day. Not a whole lot of sport change the entire venue according to swell direction. That's incredible.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say it. I've said it throughout the entire week. We are in a period, Joe, where the waves tend to be more consistent, larger in size, more frequent swells coming up from the south and the north and the northeast here on the New South Wales coastline for surf. And the water's still warm. Yeah. It's still summer-like. You get that little sort of pre-autumn pinch in the morning. That's okay. It warms up to 26 to 30 degrees. That's Celsius, obviously.
Right.
We're here in Australia. But everyone goes, why are you talking Celsius now, Shmoo? You're from Hawaii. Well, I've been here for 20 years.
You've been here a long time.
Yeah, I've been here a long time. So, 26 and 30 degrees, it heats up the land. We'll get a little bit of onshore, but the waves will still be fun. We've got about 3 banks, as you would know now, being here for a week or so now. We've got one right in front of the VIP. We've got one up near the pipe, and then we got one further to the south. So we've got plenty of options on all tides.
When you look at the conditions today, Shmoo, in your career, guys would be fearing you right now. This was your secret, when you would take people down with your speed and power. We talk competition a lot, but what's the funnest part of surfing a beach break at this size today? Just because surfing feels so good. What would you be looking forward to seeing today, just rippable wise?
I'd be looking to the fact that I'd be surfing faster than everyone else back in the day. And I think for me, a lot of times I was known as the like Mick is still one of the fastest guys on tour. And when you have speed, you got to burn it somewhere, so why not do a massive big turn? So yeah, for me, these conditions were really good. Even though I brought up in Hawaii, Joe, I love surfing the big waves. But you just got to go out there, and you can't not have fun in these waves. Like, this is fun surf. If it's just you and your buddy, you're out there just laughing and giggling. No, you go this one, you go that one. I think if you can take that mentality into your heat, surfing is about fun. Don't forget about it. You got a lot of variables that you got to think about throughout your 25 minutes out there. Of course, you got to compete against another opponent. But at the end of the day, no matter if you're competing for $1 million or a world title or whatever that looks like, fun always prevails. The most person who has the most fun catches the best waves, in my opinion.
So true. And then you're surfing for your entire life. There's really no such thing as official retirement. It's not like you stop surfing. You're still waiting for the best wave of your life, which could happen around the corner. We opened up the show, and you said you had some special plans for everybody today. What's going to be happening on site?
Yeah, as everyone knows, we had Kelly Slater here, and he's still here actually in Manly. And Kelly's been amazing, to bring out. He hasn't been in Manly for a while. He hasn't surfed a heat in a long time, so he wanted to get a few heats under his belt, which he was able to do. But today is something special, we want to celebrate the fact that he's here. He's the greatest surfer of all time. He loves Sydney, and so we decided to pit him up against some of his friends that also enjoy surfing. At 12 o'clock, we're going to be having an expression session with Kelly Slater, Tom Carroll, 2-time world champion, multiple pipe master, and of course the legend, the immortal, the 7th immortal of rugby league, Andrew Joey Johns, will be here on site, along with one of the up-and-coming rising free surf stars of today, Toby Mossop. He's a Vissla team rider. I've spent a lot of time with this kid, and you put him out there in a free surfing environment, Kelly's going to have his hands full. And, Joey and Tom, of course, will, be trying to nip at Kelly's heels. There's already been some banter on Instagram going back and forth amongst these three, but Toby just dropped a new clip, and it's just amazing. I don't know if you heard about that swell up at the wave he had at Burleigh.
He probably got the most barreled, maybe, up on the Gold Coast.
He got one of the barrels of the decade. So, and he surfed that swell at Nias when all the Hawaiians were out there, and some of them were unrideable, and those guys were riding boards 7, 8-0s and were pulling back.
Unbelievable.
So Toby's one of these kids that, he's just starting to come into frame, into that free surfing frame, and he's going to go out there and he's going to give it to those guys. But it's going to be fun.
So cool. And he's such a mellow character.
Mellow.
So cool and cruisy, and he was so thankful. He got a couple of boys call him up to get him the jet ski assist on some of those days that were crazy up the coast. Fun looking right, setting up for Keala here, Shmoo.
Yeah, just, you out there, you got to pick these waves that don't straighten up. You got to find the corners, Joe. The corners are the ones that have a little bit of a walnut takeoff, as you know, and just taper off at the end. A lot of times they'll rebuild as you're going, but if you're going to take off on a wave, like we see this one, I can almost see it on screen, just straighten up straight away. You got to get the ones, if you're going to go right, you got to get it angled towards the north, so it looks like it has a bit of south in it. If you want to surf the left, you got to have it angled more towards that southern end of the beach. So just as we call them corners, right? Right there, that was just a little bit too straight for Keala, and she goes down. But I tell you what, this scoreline from Keely Andrews is really showcasing, well, kind of shooting a little bit of a a shot across the bow of competitors.
Sure is. Keely Andrew, first thing in the morning, forcing the judges to give her some big scores. Sometimes they just like to set the scale in that first heat, already demanding an 8.83 and a 7.93. Putting young Kiala in a combination spot with 2 minutes to go. As you see, Malia Manuel preparing, a former champ here at Manly back in 2017. As she's looking for her 4th straight final, she'll take on Rachel Presti, who's been getting some coaching from Jimmy Hogan.
Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time with Jim Hogan, actually, and Jimmy's such a great character. You know, we used to compete on tour together. He's a great coach. He's
wrestler?
Yeah, he's an amazing high school champion wrestler, yeah. He's a feisty little thing, in and out of the water. But, you know, he's worked with a ton of top surfers over the past decade or so, and I think that, you know, it's good to have someone like Jimmy in your corner because he's passionate. But he also studies everything about competitive surfing, and that's important to have as a confidence builder. You know, if I got Jimmy in my corner, I'm listening, and I'm thinking, he's making me believe that I can go out there and find the 2 best waves out there and beat anyone.
That's what you got to love about a support crew and a guy that experienced it. He lived it. He competed at a high level, but he's not just being a coach because of that. He's using all that experience to still be a student of the game, to just have an extra edge for his competitors, to give him all that extra knowledge. I was talking to Hogan the other day. He studies every single heat.
He does.
That's ever competed at any level, and he takes notes on how somebody won or how they didn't win, and he gives that feedback to his athletes. So we'll see how Rachel Presti does in that next heat. Still 30 seconds on the clock in this one. Keely Andrew, having Kiala needing 2 new waves, is going to be into the quarterfinals here at the Women's Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Sister Revolution. And Kiala's going to leave Manly like a pretty happy grommet, coming through a successful weekend in the Pro Junior, and also making the round before the quarters at a 6,000. That's a big statement from Kiala.
It is, and you know what? She's going to be back at this event for the next 10, 15 years, you know. So they take away the experience of the journey, the ride that you've been on, and she's done amazing. She's already won out here already. You know, she's going to take all the heat experience and move on to the next event, and she's done very well.
It's a special morning already in motion. Keely Andrew jumps into the quarterfinals. Coming up next, Malia Manuel takes on Rachel Presti right after this. Welcome back to Manly Beach, the gateway to the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia. We've got round 5 action in the lineup here for the best women qualifiers in the world and some of the best championship tour athletes in the world. This is that heat that we're always waiting to see. Malia Manuel taking on Rachel Presti. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with John Shmuka in the booth. Shmoo, longtime competitor, and doing a lot of hard work, great work with Surfing New South Wales. They're really lucky to have you, Shmoo. What's been happening lately?
Oh, there's been a lot happening. I mean, the waves are happening right now. But, yeah, look, we work really hard on this event, Joe. We love working with the community here in Manly. Guys like James Griffin and Michael Reagan, the mayor for the Northern Beaches Council, John Warren from Destination Youth, the chairman of Destination Youth Southwest. There's so many people we need to thank. The community, in particular, Hotel Stain, which is one of our major partners, and of course Vissla, John Mossop, Derek O'Neill, Paul Nodi, and the Sister Revolution crew. I know Gina, your sister, is now working with Sister, which is amazing.
I love how that works. Sister Revolution, my sister's over there, Gina Turpel. I'm so proud of her. She loves the ocean, surfs her whole life. She's so passionate with all of her industry experience to be a part of this exciting brand. She's putting her heart and soul in it, and I know there's a lot of cool things that they're going to be unveiling very soon. And Shmoo, it's hard for me to get the secrets out of her. She wants to surprise me as well. So
surprises are good.
All these little things that have been happening in the evenings, they got to show Sisters Line the other day, and that was my first time really checking it all out. It's pretty special to have that brand backing pro surfing in the way that they are, with a fun-looking wave setting up right now.
And here's a sister right here from Kauai.
That's right, Malia Manuel. Perfect snap off the lip. Love that. Redirect into the pocket, and she'll kick out. Even just 2 turns. A small wave, with Malia just getting to her feet, you can tell that she's one of the best surfers in the world. Oh, yeah, and she's been doing it a long time. And, you know, she looks so graceful doing what she does. And I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were going, man, like everyone, a lot of guys are just going, man, girls are ripping these days. And it's the absolute truth. You know, they get out there and they're showing up the boys on many occasions. I saw Caroline Marks the other day get a wave that I went, okay, 9.5. And is that Caroline Marks? Yeah, it's Caroline Marks. You know, the girls are absolutely tearing it up. Here's that replay from Malia. The princess from Kauai drives into that first section. I love the way the spray just silhouettes in the morning sunshine, and then she kicks out. So, you know, wave under her belt, and she's going to be pretty happy with that one, and now she has somewhere to go and build. Nice way to kick off the morning. Remember, first tee, we had some huge numbers from Keely Andrew. That high score was an 8.83. Keely's now hanging out with Brickas.
Yeah. I'll talk about that. And then need 13,000 roughly points to qualify into the quarters.
So now 20 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Bradley Bricknell getting set up with Keely Andrew downstairs. Keely had that first start with a 6.0 built to an 8.83. Big tail sliding finish. And now she's hanging out with Brad. Brad, take it away. Catch up to them in just a moment as they're talking shop down on the beach. Malia Manuel getting started here. We'll catch up with Keely because she's got a big story to share on her road to coming back to the top 17. Thing is, Shmoo, Malia already throwing down a 6.83. So these championship tour athletes starting strong with a big number.
Yeah, look, you know, Rachel's, I believe she's representing Germany these days, and that's probably an Olympic play with Claire Bevilacqua coaching the Italian team, and you know, there's Germany vying for a bid in the Olympics for surfing. But yeah, she needs to get on the board with a good solid score.
And I've just learned, you start learning about people's heritage, you know, and where they're from and where their roots might be from, especially with this exciting time with the Olympics coming up. You're going, wow, I didn't know they had that background. And now they get to represent this country and really fight for a gold medal, because that's the first time surfers have ever been able to really have that dream realized. So that's coming up next year. Everyone taking that very seriously, as we have Keely Andrew now ready to go with Bradley Bricknell.
Keely, that was an incredible way to start that heat. The waves are kind of pumping this morning. You found the best ones out there, and got an 8-point ride for a 2-turn combination. A bit more spice on the end of those turns.
Yeah, the waves were really fun out there this morning. It was nice to show off, and there's a bit of offshore wind, and there's little right runners off the rip. Caught my eye straight away, so it's really fun out there, and really good. And yeah, I knew that if I could get 2 good turns and kind of mixed it up on the second manoeuvre, I could probably put together a pretty good score.
I was looking at the qualification rankings from last year. Around 13,000 points was the cutoff. You're into the quarterfinals now. It's around 3,000 points or thereabouts. Is this starting to feel like a keeper?
Yeah, for sure. I can't really hide it, but let's be honest, I'm here to win. So, yeah, quarters is obviously a keeper, but last year I made like 4 quarters or something. I still didn't qualify, so I still want big results, and yeah, I'm looking to finish strong here.
Well, you're looking strong out in the water. All the best for the quarters.
Yeah, thanks, Brad.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Brad. I love when a competitor just says, oh, you know what, it's early, but I'm here to win. And just put it out there. Sometimes surfers don't like to kind of put it out there. They'll go with I'll take it heat at a time, stay in the moment. Let's not stay in the moment now. Let's show that you're here with confidence. And there's one goal that you have this weekend.
You know what? I'm very passionate about what you just said. Like, you look at any other sport, Joe, And if it's a Formula One driver, he's backing how well his team has prepped his car, how good the tires are on the track, the ones they selected, the BF Good wrenches, you know, the wheel, the keel of how it's all set up. And that's why he drove the way he did. That's why he got the fastest lap time. That's what surfers need not be afraid of. If your board's great under your feet, if you put on a great performance, and you're stoked within yourself, tell someone about it. You know, it's not conceited or vain as far as I'm concerned, but what that also does, it starts to build that confidence. And you don't need to wear that confidence on your shoulders in a bad way. You need to wear it in a positive way. And I think surfers, you know, I really get disappointed when I know that surfer wants to go there, but I don't think it's cool. Well, it's cool to me that you like what you've done, and I think it's cool to the public and your fans that you're telling them that you like what you've done because they like what they saw.
Oh, and it was, I know you work closely with guys like Jordy Smith in the early stages of his career, and he was one of those guys that would come out in interviews and say how he felt. And everyone would just be like, wow, that is so refreshing. I love that, you know. And even if you would agree or disagree, you got to know where he's coming from, where his heart is. And everyone could really get behind that as Keely Andrew taking some time for some fans on the beach. A nice little James Chili surfboard.
Yeah,
I think James has been coming down here,
yeah,
hasn't he?
Chili was in the Shaper Shack over there at Vissla. And speaking of Shaper Shack, 2 o'clock, you know, Daniel Thompson and Kelly Slater will be shaping a new Firewire surfboard. So that place will be absolutely smoking as this wave looks smoking right here from Miss Presti on the backhand. Can she finish? And this is where that inexperience, you know, you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, as we say often. You got to have speed to finish your turns. And the judges, they'll crucify you.
Especially if you're against a giant name. Millie Manuel, with her track record, not just in Manly, but around the world. Rachel Presti has to really have a perfect heat right now. She has to be closing out her turns. She has to look even a lot better, a lot hotter than Millie Manuel with every single section that's provided here at Manly. So we'll see if she can recover from that fall. She did get a few turns out of the way, but she'll still be chasing Malia Manuel with that 6.83 with 15:30 to go. Heat 3's got Sophie McCullough coming up next against Isabella Nichols, a former World Junior champ. And we'll fall right into the All-Championship Tour clash of Tatiana Weston-Webb and Bronte McCauley. Back to the right here from Malia Manuel Schmoo.
Yeah, just solid power surfing. Knows where to put that surfboard, which is obviously in the right sections of the wave. But that was a really nice, strong first and got the second. Now you could see she was a little late, tried to readjust on that third turn, and just not enough speed. Look at this drone footage, beautiful. Fins out the back, straight into another one, and then couldn't get up quite as fast as she would have liked, and down she goes. So that's going to cost her a few points, not a lot, because I believe the first 2 turns were 1 and 2 money turns for her, for Rachel Presti. But Malia Manuel sitting out there waiting for her second wave score as well. And Malia, Rookie of the Year in 2012. She's been going around a long, long time. And you know, when you look at Malia, you still think she's that 15-year-old or that 14-year-old girl that won, the youngest girl to win ever a World Tour event at the U.S. Open.
That was so special, seeing those photos of just this little grommet from the Hawaiian Islands just getting hoisted up in a chair, and her face was just like, what just happened, in front of a massive crowd in the top QS level event you could ever imagine. Also getting the cover soon after, and all of a sudden the expectations came with that.
Totally.
And she lived up to them by just constantly requalifying, re-identifying herself with new moves and progression. And anytime you see her in world-class waves, like a lot of Hawaiians do, they excel. And we saw that at Fiji at Cloudbreak. Didn't mind hucking herself over the falls. She was getting Andy Irons comparisons for just single big moves that were earning her 9s. So if the waves come to life at the start of the season at Snapper, Bells, and have her, you know, getting some power under her feet, she's definitely going to be showing up on finals day.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you'd be silly not to throw her into that mix of girls. And, you know, there's such a big mix of them, it's sort of hard to choose, say, 3 or 4 that you want to throw into that next pot of little golden nuggets that will shine in surf like that. But, you know, Malia, I think she's just getting better with age. I think, you know what I was going to ask you. I know she's dating a professional snowboarder these days. I wonder if that would be helping her surfing, snowboard, because there's a lot of synergy and similarity there. You're riding down on that snowboard similar to riding a wave, drawing lines.
It's so true, and she spent some good time in the snow with Darcy Sharp, and Darcy is so cool to talk to, and he is so inspired by surfing, and she's so inspired by snowboarding. So I think it's really given her a great almost cross-training to prepare for big heats. Fun, right? Already wrap out of the way for Manuel. Jams it off the lip. Here comes that wrapping cutback. Nice finesse and style here. Now running through this inside corner. Hopefully looking for one more section. This one's taking her way down the line. We'll set up that little layback. Didn't quite give her the lip to hit, but she knows what kind of maneuvers will fit in that inside section. Malia Manuel, 7.57 on her wave before. Looking to better a 6.83 on that last wave.
Yeah, look, she's just going to better that 6.83 as far as I'm concerned. With a series of big forehand turns, she'll extend her lead over Rachel, and now it may be into combo situation.
Well, we know we have some big heats coming up. We've got an all-championship tour Goofy Foot Clash in heat number 4 this morning. Bronte McCauley's a big part of that. Bronte's hanging out with Brickus.
Yeah, just hanging out on the sand here, Joe, with WA Royalty. Bronte, you are coming up obviously later on this morning. Just give us a bit of insight, if you can, into your pre-heat routine. What's going on right now on the beach?
Yeah, we just came down 2 heats before, which is pretty standard, and we're just watching this bank right here, and we're thinking that with the higher tide it's going to be on there. So yeah, just keeping an eye on it, and yeah, not watch it too closely because it changes pretty quick, but yeah, just watching it so far.
Awesome stuff. And of course, Dave, you're a former championship tour competitor, Bronte's dad. What sort of stuff do you bring to this relationship on the professional side?
Bronte probably stole my words there. It's just going through the process and that pre-heat routine, and then the tides have been pretty big here at Manly this week with the full moon. So as Bronte said, it does change quite quickly. So it's sort of trying to predict, you know, what it's going to do. And the banks are really good, so I'm excited. Nice clean conditions, so yeah, should be fun.
Well, these guys are getting prepared, guys. We'll throw it back up to you, but Bronte coming up soon.
Thank you so much, Brad. Great insight for Bronte, just checking out the conditions with her dad, and it's really cool to be able to get into that space of prep work, and they let Brad in there just to talk surf, to see how Bronte prepares. She's always looking calm and ready to compete with her dad by her side. A couple of frontside wrapping turns from Rachel Presti, showing off a little bit of power now on that final section.
Yeah, and she's got plenty of that forehand power, but this wave in particular from Malia Manuel, look at where she positions her surfboard, right in the power, right in the pocket, as surfing terminology would suggest. And then she works her way to the inside, the board's still moving, so there's no stop-starts here, which I really like, and that little Larry layback in the end, she really sort of stamps her authority on that wave. And you know, the thing about Malia, why she's done so well here in Manly in previous years, Joe, is because of her wave selection. She somehow has this affinity with this wave that she always seems to sit in a place where the waves either come to her, or she's just found that little groove where other surfers have just, you know, gone off, sort of, they paddled off the peak, so to speak. But she's always on the right waves here.
It's so interesting where we all have a friend who tends to be a wave magnet, and oftentimes if it's someone like Malia, it's by no mistake. It's not like she's almost getting lucky. It's like she's built that experience in the ocean. She has her markers on the certain tides of where she wants to position herself, and she does that on the championship tour. She always knows where she's going to be positioned so she could earn the best waves. And one thing you mentioned is transition, how she was linking her turns together. When you see someone that smooth in smaller waves, using so much water, going out in front and bottom turning, all rail transitions, you know it's they've got something special.
Yeah, definitely. It's, you know, the judges' speed, power, and flow. Those are just some of the important criteria that you need to have in competitive surfing. Obviously, there's a few others, but those three in particular are the ones that the judges are looking for time and time again.
Malia Manuel out in front over Rachel Presti as we stand by for Rachel to make a comeback here in round 5, heat number 2. We'll take a quick break. More action in Manly right after this.
Until now, there's never been such a significant leap in the quality and performance level of this modern garment. Vissla's new North Seas wetsuit is at the forefront of this wetsuit revolution. With all these upgrades, surfers entering colder waters are now able to retain their speed, agility, and strength in nearly freezing conditions.
You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro for the men's side and the women's Sydney Surf Pro presented by Sister Revolution. Sister Revolution, the sister brand to Vissla, hosting this big event, a QS 6000 rated event on the World Surf League this year. World Surf League introducing 10,000 rated events for the women later on this season. So before this was the highest rated, now there'll be 10,000 point events to really get the qualification race really exciting this year. 650 to go in this one. And it's a similar story to the heat before. Keely Andrew really just took over the heat with Keala. Malia Manuel doing the same thing in this one. 7.57, 6.83. Rachel, though, with a little bit more of a fighting shot. An 8.0 gets her the win into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's, well, she's got priority. So the next wave she selects, Joe, will be one of either, you know, moving forward, potentially with an 8.0 or consequence. She's gonna. It's gonna go either way, black or white. And this is where, you know, if I'm sitting out there, I've got, you know, priority. I know I'm up against someone like Malia Manuel. I'm trying not to really think about Malia, but I know she's there. I know she's there. I know what her scoreline is. You know, the beach announcers are yelling it out constantly. So I've got to try and find my zone. I've got to try and make sure that. And I know if I'm smart and I study Malia, I know that she's done well here before, so she's catching the good wave. She's knowing where to sit. If I'm smart, right, I'm going to stay next to her.
Smart move. And just identifying that wave she's going to make a move on. We've seen surfers crumble and also excel by just knowing how to choose the right wave. I love referencing the final with Mendez and Wilson out here because that was insane. Jesse let a wave go. Everyone thought he blew the final. There's one more out there that was just a touch better. Is that just on instincts? I mean, how would Rachel Presti really understand which wave to make a move on right now?
Well, I think on Malia's side, she's going to try and sell her one. You know, sell her the lemon. That so that there is a wave behind and then priority will switch. There's so much that people don't understand in terms of cat and mouse that goes out there. So Malia wants to better that 6.83, and Rachel wants an 8.
And that's the incredible part of CT surfers like you're referencing with Malia. Without priority, and she can influence Rachel getting nervous thinking, I need to throw my priority away at the moment. It's so incredible how athletes like Malia and the CT women on tour can just change that script on a lot of the younger surfers.
Well, the younger surfers are thinking, well, and she'll know what scores Malia has. And if that set comes and Malia starts to make a move as she is now, just having a little look, ooh, does she look over her shoulder at me? And she actually just had a little bit of a peek there just to see where she is. That starts to play in your mind when sets start to come. I know she can better her 6.3 and better her score. I need an 8. Oh, she's going for this wave, and then all of a sudden you got all these second guessing and guessing games going on in your head. Oh, I got to go this one, and it's just an absolute 8 off, straight off, lemon of a wave, and then she's sitting out there with priority, or the wave comes out the back. But you know what it is, Joe? It's luck, and it's rhythm, and you gamble.
And that's what makes it so exciting when you do see a surfer accomplish a buzzer beater moment. We've had quite a few of those. Stu Kennedy had a brilliant one yesterday, dry docking it. And I was talking to the crew at the High Performance Center. They actually have those moments that they create in free surfs. They give you a minute on the clock to try to chase the score and see how you can react under pressure. So when you really practice that scenario a lot, it'll just unfold for you when you need it the most. Quick up and out for Manuel.
Yeah, she's just trying to make her have a look. Just, hey, I'm looking if that. And, you know, the other thing we should note that when you're under priority, you can take as many waves as you want, and one of those might turn out to be a little diamond in the rough, right? And that's another thing as a surfer with priority, you're going, I know she's hunting right underneath me. Hopefully she doesn't get the one that I just missed because it didn't look that good. You know, how many times has that happened
All
before?
the time.
Right? You know, like you bring up a good point here with 3 minutes to go in this heat, Joe. It's like an NFL kicker, where I know that they in the stadium they simulate all this sound. So when they're kicking the ball, there's 100,000 people in that stadium. It's the kick that gets heard around the world if it's in a Super Bowl and it's to win the game. How you handle that pressure, people yelling from the sidelines. So they simulate that, and that's a good pressure exercise.
Oh, so smart to do. As we look at Rachel Presti, waited a long time to pick the right wave, and now it ends up being the wrong wave. It ends up stopping short as she was still chasing at 8.0 Shmoo.
Yeah, with 3 minutes to go, to take a wave like that is just inexperience. That's what I'm going to break it down to. It looks good, and I'm sure it looks very different from where we are. But if I'm sitting out there, Joe, and look, it's all in hindsight, right? It's a wonderful thing. But I'm sitting out there, I'm going, man, I got 3.5 minutes to go. I want to sit out here and wait and not try and surf. I want a 9. I want a 9-point wave to come to me, so I can ride, and then I can ride that 9-point wave. I don't want to sit out there and go, I'm just going to try and turn this 3 into an 8. I'm not a Gabrielle. I'm not a Kelly Slater. I'm not a John. I've got to find a wave that's a 9. You know who's really good at doing that? B. Durbridge.
Unbelievable.
B. Durbridge was one of those guys, or even Kieran Perot, that could find a wave that looks like, they would wait, and that 9 would come to them, and they would surf it, or they needed an 8, they would surf it to a 9.
Incredible.
Just tenacious competitors.
Absolute warriors. Bede Durbridge has been hanging around behind the scenes, one of the big coaches for the Australian team heading into the Olympics. What a stellar career Bede had. Still surfing at the top of his game. But what a big opportunity to represent your country next year in Japan. Minute 14 to go. Rachel took that wave, didn't even factor in. Still chasing the 8-point ride. Malia with priority is probably thinking about how she'll just close out this heat and take the last wave and ride into the quarterfinals on Finals Sunday. Just by the way the draw is going, it looks like it'll be an all-championship tour type matchup. Keely Andrew and Malia Manuel could be heading straight into each other in that first quarterfinal.
Yeah, and this next heat coming up on paper, Sophie McCulloch and Isabella Nichols. Those two girls are on an absolute tear at the moment. So I'm excited to watch this one as Rachel. Well, again, she's just trying to work under priority, and it's going to be very difficult with someone like Malia Manuel. She knows the game. She knows the ins and outs. She knows she only has 30 seconds to grab this heat and take it and head on into the quarterfinals, so she's not going to do anything silly.
That's right. Malia's understanding this wave better than anyone in the last handful of years with her consistency at the 6,000 event at the Women's Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Sister Revolution. 7.57 her high mark, 6.83. Look really comfortable this morning in these running rights. Rachel Presti, though, got in the mix with her 6.4 and was left chasing that 8 until the dying minutes. We've run out of time. Malia Manuel will take on Keely Andrew in the first quarterfinal tomorrow on Finals Day. Great start to the morning with a lot of action to come. Next heat, Sophie McCulloch will be taking on Isabella Nichols. Fun, rippable conditions out front. We'll be back for more here in Manly right after this.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and surf.
And welcome back to the action. We are here live at Manly Beach in Sydney, Australia. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Richie Levitt. Good morning.
Good morning, Shannon.
How you doing?
I'm doing really good. It's the weekend.
It's the weekend. The beach is already so packed with people. There's just so much activity going on here, down here. A good cup of coffee on offer and some really good waves.
We've got amazing waves, and the swell has hung around all week, and it feels like we've just put a little shimmy on it for the weekend action. And a light northwesterly wind blowing at the moment is just grooming these perfect little 1 metre swell. On the charts, it's actually 1.1 to 1.2 metres with a 9-second period, and that period actually bumps up a little bit to 10 seconds in the afternoon. So,
ooh, that's good.
Yeah,
Good
so
science.
it's probably, I'm going to say, 6 inches smaller than yesterday, but the consistency is there, and we're going to have amazing waves all day. The wind is going to shift around and go onshore by this afternoon, but I actually think that's going to help things as we work through a high tide coming up to 11 o'clock. And this is Isabella Nichols up and riding in this heat.
Well, driving into that first turn, getting so much speed, nice rail work, working through that little high tide kind of reform section to the inside. It's on a big smash. I like the aggression in that surfing. That was just some really good attack to start off with. And as we wait for those scores to drop in, we will go down to the beach to catch up with Bradley Bricknell and Malia Manuel.
Thank you, guys. Malia, another convincing win there this morning into that finals day. I did notice, though, that you started surfing the heat on that northern bank and then you moved down to the southern bank. Was that a pre-planned strategy that you kept your eye on?
Thanks. Yeah, a little bit. I saw like Healy had such a good heat over there, and I've kind of had some underwhelming heats the past last week, so it was nice to start off over there with a nice score, a keeper score, and then come over to that bank over here with that higher tide pushing through.
Well, you're through the quarterfinals now. That means that's finals day. 6 more waves away from taking up the title. You got second last year. You feeling that momentum starting to build now?
A little bit, yeah. I think one heat at a time, but it was nice to finally get a nice heat like that and hopefully build on that. And looking forward to it. I think there's going to be some fun waves and good surfing.
The thing I'm excited about is that your coach, Stace Galbraith, always pulls out a finals day shirt, a special one. You got any insights into what he's going to be wearing tomorrow?
I don't know Stace's 2019 outfit for finals day, but I'm sure he has something up his sleeve. Something cool, maybe a sweatsuit? Yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing that, but more importantly, we look forward to seeing more of you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Well, thanks so much, Brad, and great to hear from Malia. You know, she's been that runner-up a few times here, and she's got that hunger to take the win.
Yeah, well, I think Malia has actually been a past champion, so she always seems to fare well here at Manly, and obviously has a nice affinity with the waves here. This is Sophie McCullough up and riding here, and well, just bringing this one all the way through to the inside, starting to bowl up again. And hasn't this lady just been on fire all the way through the event? But a little different now that we get into a man-on-man situation. Different strategy involved.
Absolutely, different strategy all the way. It's great to see just the 2 women in the lineup, though, especially in slightly slower conditions. You know, just 2 waves, well, 4 good waves needing to come through in 25 minutes. That's a lot less than the 6 to 8 good waves that we would need for 3 to 4 person heats. And then, of course, there comes in priorities and all that. So it's always nice when there's less surfers in the lineup, but it does put a lot more pressure on those waves that are surfed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a little bit more emphasis on wave choice comes in during a man-on-man situation or a woman-on-woman situation, as we see here. Sophie up and riding again. A beautiful snap to start this one off. Grinds another one, but just gets a little caught up there. Will she get around it again? Well, it doesn't get around that little section, but that one tiny little hiccup, the difference between putting the finishing touches on that wave and unfortunately just getting a little hung up there, but still early stages. 19.5 minutes on the clock. This one is far from over, and we're going to see a lot more action. So the clean first hit, and just watch this one. So it just gets a little caught there in these offshore conditions as the wave breaks. It tends to hold the lip up a little bit more. And they're actually quite thin, you know. There's not a whole lot of power in these waves, but definitely rippable. We've got quite a big continental shelf that sort of extends out, so it's different from a say a Pacific Island situation. You know, Hawaii, somewhere where you're getting these swells coming from really deep water and just pounding into reefs. there's a little bit of energy pulled out of these swells as they're approaching the shoreline, but well, that looks like Jay Bottle Thompson there doing, I believe, coaching work with Sophie. I know Kurt Jacobs is down there working with Isabella Nichols. And, well, she's had an interesting run over the last few years. And I'm obviously close with Kurt Jacobs. He's a local Manly boy, now moved up the coast. But spent a lot of time talking to Kurt, and obviously we're looking after Izzy with all the FCS equipment. So we'll get back to that in a second as we watch Sophie. So she's staying busy. And Shannon just working this one all the way through to the inside. Will she get the hit? And yes, she just tags that one. But again, just falls off a little bit. So perhaps just needs to settle down and work on wave choice a little bit more.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, great surfing coming through from her. You can see with both of these women that they're really in that kind of aggression mode of attacking things, having really, a lot of speed in their surfing and really getting the most of it. But maybe just time to take a breath. Settle down for a moment, make sure they get those completions down. For Sophie McCulloch, though, she's sitting with that 6.33 for that second wave, so great score coming through. Had she been able to ride out of that with a little more speed on the last turn, she would have had that score line going even higher. As we see this replay now, driving into that first turn, so quick, nice little check off the top there, and just powers it through this one. That wave goes really soft on her, though. I think that high tide really affecting it. So that doesn't drop into her top two scores, just the 3.93 for the last one. And Isabella Nichols now chasing a 6.53.
Yeah, so that first turn of Sophie on that wave, just sizzling through that thing. Nice and quick, as you said, with a lot of flow, a lot of power, and both of the ladies looking, well, they're looking on. They look like they're ready to win, the pair of them. So this is going to be a nice battle as we just come under the 17-minute mark. But yeah, Izzy, she's sort of a pretty similar stature and similar physique to Steph Gilmore. I know she surfs with Steph a lot up that way, up on the Gold Coast there. But something's been just missing for Izzy. And for me, it's just been that confidence thing because, well, she is just an extremely talented young lady, has all the tricks. And, well, I just feel like now she's got that self-belief, like she can do it. And her Instagram has been lighting up with some great clips of her. And I feel like 2019, everything's sort of falling into place. And she's going to give it a red-hot crack at qualification this year.
So 16 minutes on the clock, and Isabella Nichols up against Sophie McCulloch. Sophie also surfing with a lot of confidence. She mentioned in one of her post-heat interviews after a win that she is eyeing down qualification this year. She believes she has what it takes to make it. Her surfing is to that level, and I couldn't agree more. I love the confidence that she just kind of stated it with, that she's here to qualify for the championship tour this year in 2019. And she's definitely been a very explosive surfer on the scene so far. And she's also really aiming to be a good role model for younger athletes and younger women. She's studying on the side, currently still actually studying her degree. She said she's taking less subjects, but it's keeping her active when she's on the road. She has something else to put her focus into, get her mind off of the beach, off of contests, get into the books a little bit, and that it's really helped her all around to have a good mindset coming into competition.
You know what else that does, I think, is just instill that discipline. And it's not just all about, okay, surfing, and I've done that, what am I going to do now? Do a bit of training and then fluff around. And, when you're committed to things outside of the sport, it really allows you to stay disciplined, to stay focused, really structure what you're doing in and out of the water. And, well, a very smart move because, as we know, surfing, professional surfing as a career doesn't last forever. So having the backup plan. So obviously a very mature young woman, Sophie McCulloch, and, well, we hope she gives surfing a red-hot crack in the next few years because she has just come on so strong and has been one of the standout performers of the event so far. And, well, a little line just creeping in to the takeoff zone here. None of the women having a look at that one. And well, we will see some action shortly. Beautiful conditions down here, crystal clear water, and crowds building. And I think we're going to see crowds down here for the next couple of days because we're going to just run through the women this morning. Have a little break in between, have a little expression session with none other than the man himself, 11-time world champ Kelly Slater, and I think Tom Carroll, former world champion, is coming down as well, and just all-time legend. And Joey Johns, the 8th wonder of the world, and I think Toby Mossop. May even be a few more guest appearances, so that one's shaping up as a cracker.
Well, it's going to be a really fun afternoon, so make sure to stick around. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll bring you back into live action.
We always end up in the same place. I keep on hurtling through the same space. I know I do. Getting a gut of upping up some conversation.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and serve.
And welcome back to the action. Still a little bit slow out in the lineup, but plenty of good waves on offer this morning as we see a nice aerial view of our contest setup down here at Manly Beach in Sydney, Australia. It is an absolutely gorgeous morning. We had quite a few thunderstorms roll through earlier in the week. Just about every day we had a decent downpour and then patches of sunshine and rain and sunshine and rain. But this morning it is just all sunshine, nice glassy ocean, slight little tiniest bit of texture on it, but it's still just about as pristine as can be as we take a look at what happened in that break. Take us through it.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch just taking another set wave, and that one just stretching out in front of her a little bit too quickly. So she had second priority, so no real harm done there. But if you can see the wave tally there, well, we can tell you that Sophie McCulloch's ridden 4 waves. Izzy just with the one single ride, a 4-pointer, and she needs a 6.53. So Sophie's just steadily built house here and constructed a pretty decent heat score. She's in double digits, 10.53. And well, Izzy, I like the tactic here. She's just she's waiting for that good wave. As we know, Sophie's taken off on a number of attempts and nothing's really eventuated. So you'd have to think that Izzy really hasn't lost an opportunity at this point with 10 minutes to go. Surely there's going to be another couple of decent waves. We've seen amazing waves all morning long. And it was a little busy out there this morning with all the weekend recreational surfers as well as our competitors trying to warm up. Of course, we've whittled the field down, so perhaps not as many competitors out there in the lineup this morning. But as you can see, picture perfect down here. The sun is out. It's quite warm. We will get a sea breeze puffing up a little bit later. And we've got the Shapers Cup, I think, later on this afternoon as well.
We will. I believe it's going to be the finals running today. So we've had a Shapers heat the last 2 days in the middle of the day, kind of 12 o'clock range, where we've had a Shaper and a Surfer competing in a tag team event. So it's been a really fun just little break to the action, something a little bit more relaxed in the lineup. Although maybe not so relaxed. The guys seem to be taking it pretty seriously.
They're taking it really seriously. But well, a great initiative, though, to pair up the Shaper and the Surfer. And, well, it's not that serious in that we've seen a lot of different equipment, seen twin fins and quads and other funky shapes that have been used in this format. So, you know, a couple of our pairing, though, have been super enthusiastic about the whole thing. And I think the winning Shaper gets a beautiful planer and... Ooh. Not sure what the surfer gets. Maybe just a nice pat on the back. And well, you can see Kiowa Belly there. Talk about fun shapes. And that's Reynos Hayes just checking that one out. And I was talking, I had a little surf yesterday. Kaya was out there, and I had this little kind of stubby quad, a little double down, one of the designs that I've been working on for a few years now. And Kaya was like, man, it's like perfect waves for like a 20 or a quad. And I was like, yeah, it is. He was obviously ripping on his shorty. And it's just funny that when you see the pros out there kind of going, oh, you know, I'd love to just be mucking around on something else. I think it's that sort of commitment to the shortboard has tapered off just a little bit. I think pro surfers in general are more inclined to jump on alternative equipment every now and then, just get a different feeling so they don't get stale on their high performance shortboards. Of course, they can always come back to it, and it takes them one wave to pick it back up again. But certainly, so many different functional shapes out there for all different types of surfers to have fun on.
And here we have Sophie McCulloch, heat leader, taking a paddle. She's looking to improve on a 4.2. Nice big bang under the lip to start off with. Ooh, driving into that second turn. And this wave's going a little bit softer for her, but now it starts to build up again on the inside. Will she put on a big finishing touch? And she rides out clean into the sand. So she's definitely improving on that 4-point ride and looking to put some distance between herself and Isabella as there's a set approaching.
Well, looks like Izzy's just streaking out the back, looking for this swell line to march through, and I initially thought perhaps it was a big mistake letting Sophie go on that one, but Izzy stroking into this, so let's see if she can counterpunch here. Just driving down the line, whips that first turn, and looking for a little bit more open face there, and she's caught behind, so showing the frustration, puts their hands in the air, something we never like to see. And well, this is what could have been for Isabella, but Sophie took it under her priority, jams that turn, and some amazing rail work there. Sophie just grinding these cutbacks and works it all the way through, and bang, hits that last turn, rides out of it perfectly, so she's going to put even more distance between herself and Izzy. And well, Izzy got the first turn in there, just didn't overcommit because she knew there was more points down the line, but just unfortunately caught behind, so advantage Sophie now.
Absolutely. So Sophie McCulloch getting the better of that exchange, as we can see. Scores in for last of Isabella at 3.57, and judges taking their time to drop in a score for last of Sophie McCulloch. And we've seen some big scores come through this morning. In our first heat of the day, Keely Andrew absolutely on fire. Frothing, says it's one of the best heats she's ever had in Manly, one of the best surfs and conditions for her style of surfing that she's ever had here. Had an 8.83 and a 7.93 in her high scores, as we see Izzy just with a quick look there. And then in our second heat of the morning, Malia Manuel took the win with a 6.83 and a 7.57, so also a really decent heat total. And it seems like, you know, it's a little bit more trying out there maybe in this heat for these women to get onto something that unravels, as we see Isabella up and riding. Nice two turns to start off with, good tail slide for the last one, and will she get a little reform? That wave just shuts down on the inside. So we're still waiting for scores to drop in for last of Sophie, and here we have the replay of Isabella.
Yeah, so Izzy, you can see she's got all the turns, she's got the maneuvers, but just at this point her wave choices let her down a little bit. That last turn, a beautiful redirect, nice carving slash, and this is Sophie up and riding. Well, have a go at the wave she's picked here. This thing bowling out, looks like little mini V-land right here, and she kicks out, gets back out the back, and a very, very good tactic there from Sophie McCulloch. She has just pulled out knowing that Isabella is still making her way out. So Sophie, right this point right here, goes, okay, am I going to better a score? No, I'm not. So she pulls out in front of Izzy. She's going to get priority, and then she's going to control the rest of this heat. So the defining moment for me was when Sophie got that really good wave under Isabella's priority. That should have been Izzy's wave. And Izzy would have potentially got rid of that 4 and dropped in a decent score and extended, well, she would have got into this heat because Sophie McCulloch, she is just chipping further and further ahead now. And we've still got scores to come in. And I think her lead is going to be extended once those scores drop in.
Well, very smart tactical surfing from Sophie as far as competition is concerned. And Isabella Nichols, she had a fantastic start to the season. She had a semifinal loss or advancement, either way that you can look at it, at Avoca, and she really took it hard. She lost to Sage Erickson in the semis just by something less than a 1 point in her heat total. So it was a very close finish between the two of them. And she actually had to reset, flew home, free surfed for a couple days, didn't think about competition in the slightest before coming down to Newcastle for Surf Fest. And as we just take a little look of the area that we get to spend this weekend.
Yeah, well, this is Sydney Harbour in all its glory, and beautiful aerial vision here of the CBD to the left, the Sydney Harbour Bridge to the right of your screen, and smack bang in the middle, the Sydney Opera House. So lots to see and do here. So many good restaurants, amazing nightlife, theatres, plays, all sorts of stuff happening here. And we, of course, are on the gateway to the northern beaches, Manly Beach, and the home of surfing in Sydney. Isabella Nichols, 3 minutes to go. She needs a good wave here. She needs to make it happen. And just waiting for this one to bowl up, just patiently waiting, but it's not going to produce any decent opportunities for her. So she jumps straight off that wave, and the good news is with this little rip bowl, it's not too hard to get out the back. She can be back in position in about 20 seconds. So it looks like there's a few swell lines approaching. So we may see a bit of a flurry at the conclusion of this one.
Well, Sophie McCulloch has just increased her heat total. She's got a 6.4 high score and a 6.33. So Isabella Nichols now chasing an excellent 8.6. But as I was saying before, Isabella flew home after Avoca, reset, got some free surfing in, in some favorable home conditions, and then showed up to Surf Fest in such a good space. She made it into the finals. She went down to Sally Fitzgibbons, who is such an intense competitor. I know Sally's tactics within that heat were very excellent from a competitive space and took her into the win, but great finish for Isabella to start off the season. As she's now up and driving, she's chasing an 8-point score, 3 really strong turns to start off with, coming through to the inside. Great wave selection from the Australian competitor as she drives through into that last turn, gets a clean snap. 5 turns linked together. What are your thoughts, Richie?
Wow. Okay,
wow.
So, well, Izzy's going to put on a 2-minute heat here, and that wave there has got her right back into the mix. That's going to challenge Sophie's 6-point rides here. And, well, if she can get herself out the back, she could get herself, as long as there's a set, she might have a chance. Sophie's going to have priority, so you know she's going to go for the block. But just look at how well she surfed this wave. Just grinding these turns, showing so much poise and flair on every single one of them. Tweaking the tail out on that one. It wasn't over yet, so she grinds through the inside. A beautiful little cutback, and then finishes strongly on the shore. So you could tell she was pissed off. She just threw everything at that thing, and she had so much aggression on that wave. And, well, if we can get this score to drop in fairly quickly, we don't want to rush our judges, but let's give Izzy an opportunity here to know what she needs on this last wave. But Sophie McCulloch, she needs to compose herself because she has priority, and she's going to have to, she's going to have to do some blocking tactics on Izzy. And 30 seconds to go. A valiant fight back from Izzy, but is it going to be enough? As we see some fish going crazy in the lineup there. So, well, there'll just be some little bait fish and some tuna. I don't think there's anything to worry about there. I think the girls are paddling because I think Sophie's just trying to get on Izzy's heels here. And,
absolutely.
Well, there's an opportunity.
Oh, man. Can she get into this one? She's got the time, but it's a very small wave. Is it going to be enough to improve that score line? She's only chasing a 4.8. She just dropped a 7.93. And there we have it, Isabella Nichols. I think she's just taken the win.
Oh, my
Whoa.
goodness. Well, hang on, because Sophie also gets one right at the final stages. So we know that Sophie's looking to better a 6.33 to extend her lead. Now, she will be just freaking out here because how Isabella managed to get a wave, get back out, and then pluck another one under Sophie's priority is anyone's guess, but Sophie McCulloch just driving through the inside, dealing with a little bit of backwash and chop, and just unfortunately comes undone there. That wave is not going to come into the picture. This is a clincher right here, so it's all going to come down to this. And it was a smaller wave, but it just kept bowling up for her. It just kept presenting these little sections, and she just tagged each and every one of them. So it's all going to come down to whether they think the size of the wave was big enough.
Well, she's only chasing a 4.8. That previous score, a 7.93, highest of the heat. One of the higher ones of the morning. We've seen some 8s and some 7s already dropped out there. So such good conditions on offer when these women are able to find the right wave, and now it is in the hands of the judges. But Isabella Nichols, what a comeback in the last 2 minutes to drop 2 scores that might take her into the win. But Sophie McCulloch excellently served heat. She couldn't have done anything else to get onto Isabella. You could see her paddling her heart out to get that priority position to block her, and she just didn't have the space and the time to get to her in time. Izzy flipped too quick, went underneath. And as we wait for those scores, well, there it is. Scores are in. A 5.33 for last of Isabella Nichols on the buzzer. She stood up with 5 seconds to spare. Gets the score, advancing through into the quarterfinals is Isabella Nichols. Unfortunate last-moment loss for Sophie McCulloch. We'll be right back after this.
Sound first thing in the morning. We are on. Let's see what that falls here. To show why that he is the best surfer in the world.
Well, welcome back to the action. We have just seen one of the tightest heats unfold at the finish. Isabella Nichols took the win over Sophie McCulloch with 5 seconds to spare. And massive congratulations for Isabella making yet another final day, another quarterfinal finish. Can she make it into the finals like she did last week at Surf Fest for the first QS 6000 on the women's calendar? She's definitely looking like she's got her head in the right space. And now out in the lineup, we have Bronte McCauley up against Tatiana Weston Webb. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Richie Levitt.
Yeah, great to be calling the action with you here, Shannon. And, well, that last heat, that's one of the best fight backs I've seen in this event, and I've seen every single one of them. So, well, that was just incredible from Isabella Nichols. I thought she was gone. I mean, Sophie constructed just a perfect heat, really. She did everything right, and unfortunately, in the end, just the priority rhythm, it worked out for Izzy, and she was able to just pick those 2 waves up literally within 2 minutes of the heat finishing, and got her way through. So, as you said, getting to the finals day, and she's on a bit of a roll now. So the former World Junior Champ, something's clicked in 2019, and you could tell that she just wanted it. She went, hang on a minute, this ain't over yet, and grinded through that heat. But this one is setting up as an absolute ripper. Bronte McCauley up against Tatiana Weston Webb. So the 2 strong goofy footers, in contrast to the, we had 2 natural footers in the last heat. And, well, our two form goofy footers right now going head to head. And just with 22 minutes on the clock, no action yet, but just pristine conditions down here this morning at North Stain in Manly.
Oh, just absolutely such a gorgeous morning. We've seen multiple, we've seen one excellent score on the board, but we've seen those high 7s in each heat this morning, which is great to know that they're on offer. And this right-hander coming off of the sandbank is just looking so good on high tide. It's been consistent throughout the entire week, and it's definitely the favored kind of spot in these conditions. We saw that 9-point ride yesterday from Tiago come through, also kind of down to the last couple minutes in his heat, and got one of the biggest scores, potentially the biggest score of the day off of this bank. So these women lucky to be surfing in these kind of conditions. The early morning, the sun is shining. There's a lot of people down on the beach here at Manly. And as we wait for this opening wave and this heat to really get underway. Just a reminder to anyone listening in online, if you're in the Sydney area tonight, we have the Drop Festival, which is a concert series that's touring around with a lot of major events. We've got Angus and Julia Stone, Client Liaison, Hockey Dad, the Jungle Giants, Alex, and the Astronaut, all on this evening.
Yeah, that'll be cool. That's just out the back of Manly here down at Curl Park. A little skate bowl down there as well, so there will be lots of activity and lots of youngsters having a good time down there this afternoon.
Well, as we wait for those this heat to really get itself underway, we're going to jump down to the beach to catch up with Saxon and Isabella. How did she put together a 2-minute heat? That was ridiculous.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. Wow, I don't know, but Izzy, is there anything better than getting the win in the last 5 seconds?
Honestly, like one of the best feelings. I just went from such a low to such a high in the space of literally 2 minutes. I think I needed like an 8, and she had 2 6s, and I think I needed like an 8, and second wave I had like literally 15 seconds, and I thought it was all done, and man, I'm so shocked.
We saw you running up the stairs, and we were like, oh wow, we might have to grab you, and then you came back down. But just talk us to a little bit about. Talk us to Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, Sophie is such an incredible surfer. She's also one of my really good friends, and when I saw that we drew a heat together, it was a bit bummed because obviously I want us both to do well in the contest. Because I had to step it up. I made a bit of a mistake, priority error at the start of the heat, giving her that 6. When she gets on a roll, she just runs with it, and I mean, I had to fight back so hard then, so she put up a really good fight, and yeah, props back so hard.
Well, so are you too, Izzy. Congratulations. Yes.
Well, thanks so much. Great to hear it from Izzy, and massive congratulations for just holding it together and getting the score she needed. She had a couple of 3s coming down to the 2-minute mark, chasing an excellent score requirement, and put 2 scores on the board that got her through, which was just amazing. But I like that insight from her. Her and Sophie, great friends. Such a shame to draw heats together against such good friends, knowing that only one can make it through. But Bronte McCauley up and riding on her backhand. Nice little lip line floater to start off with. Gets the clean kick out. And we saw 2 good friends in the lineup yesterday. Bronte McCauley with Bianca Batendug. They've been good friends for a number of years. They've traveled together on tour, and Bianca, unfortunately, just getting the worst end of the exchange, as Sophie McCulloch was in that heat as well. She took the win over Bronte and Bianca. And it's always a bit of a shame, but I gotta believe that it fuels them as well,
totally.
and
Yeah, there's no friends in the water. That's just how That's just how it goes. As we see up and riding, Tatiana just a little late to the party on that first hit. So both our women in this heat just yet to really find the momentum and pick a good wave. But yeah, no, I mean, I had countless heats with the guys that I was traveling with, Jake Patterson, Nathan Webster, and Tommy Witts, all those guys, Todd Prestidge. We used to try, and Murphy's Law is you're always going to end up in a heat together at some point. And Jake and I used to do rock, paper, scissors to who got first priority. Never really used to work in my favour. Well, here we go, up and riding Tatiana Weston Webb. She's found a better one now, and look at this. She is just throwing the board up vertically, and another foam hit. She brings this one all the way through to the inside and finishes cleanly, wipes the hair out of her face, and she normally does the tight little bun, and she's letting her head this morning, maybe the weekend. She's just letting it all hang out.
Letting the hair go loose. Feeling good, feeling lively in the lineup, and Bronte McCauley just shading the sun from her eyes. There it is. It's always nice to be in the early morning because generally you get those glacier conditions, but the sun in the eyes sitting out there, especially on the east coast of a country, the east coast of Australia, is blinding.
Yeah, we've got a really strong sun here, and our ozone layer's not in the best of conditions, so you need a ton of sunscreen. And well, it's look at this little glittering diamonds shimmering off the faces. as Tatiana just pounds turn after turn on this thing. And watch this, beautiful, just perfect timing and tricky little sections. Those the final hit, as we know, it just goes onto dry sand. And Tatiana just, well, that's going to be her best ride by far. Only the 2 rides to date, and that was a cracker. So she's off and running in this heat, and advantage Tatiana, and she will wait until Bronte gets her first decent score. And I think, Shannon, you were saying the Combi Rally, I think, is on this afternoon as well. So if you're a car lover, specifically you love your Combi van, which is obviously the true surf vehicle from way back in the early sort of 60s and 70s, I guess. But there will be some just amazing vehicles down here today.
So great stuff to check out. A good Combi is always a good thing. My dad's had one my whole life growing up.
Oh, really?
He actually had one. This is a random story to share on air, but the night I was born, he had just finished rebuilding one, and it got stolen out of the hospital parking lot.
No.
So they got another one a few months later, and he's still been driving the same one since I was, a few
Original
months old.
condition, or has he done a little restoration on that?
He's done a little bit of restoration, but it's definitely got the rust, and it looks like it's had its years. The ultimate surf vehicle in Huntington Beach, California. As we see Bronte McCauley just powering off a couple turns. Well, Tatiana Weston Webb, she has just found the most glittering, glistening wave coming through the inside. Got an 8.33 for that last one.
Wow, well, she's sent a pretty clear signal to Bronte McCauley that she wants to secure a position in the quarterfinals. And, well, Bronte is going to have her work cut out for her now. An 8.33, a near perfect way to start the heat. And so here's the fight back from Bronte. And the first hit just gets tad caught up. The second one, that looked better. But then that wave, unfortunately, just running away with her, running away from her, excuse me. And Tatiana, just have a look at the power in these backhand turns. Just streaking down the line, just waiting for it. Timing is just absolutely on point as Tati just hits that last one and steps off the sand ever so gracefully. And she's striking into this one, so she will lose priority. And perhaps a little error, but with 13:40 on the clock, still lots of time to go. And just with that 8.33 in her tally, looking really good this morning.
So just over halfway through this heat, Tatiana Weston Webb sitting out in front with an 8.33 and just a 197 for a backup score. Bronte McCauley just struggling to find her feet at the start here, a 3.83 as her high score. Bronte, of course, the Gracetown local from Western Australia. Always traveling with Dad Dave, and they're just a really dynamic duo. He's the World Surf League Masters champion.
Yes, he is.
From 2018. He'll get to receive his award up on the Gold Coast in the next couple of weeks. Maybe it's next week, I think, is the WSL Awards. And he said they're flying the whole family over. Only once in a lifetime opportunity that he'll, well, I don't know. He's absolutely on fire as far as surfing goes. He could certainly get a few more Masters championships. There he is on the beach, and just such a good team that they are traveling together.
Yeah, well, Dave keeps himself really fit and obviously entrenched in the surfing lifestyle, and well, not a bad coach to have in your corner, and former number 2, I believe, in the world. And I grew up watching Dave, just idolizing what he used to do or still does on the waves, and well, he's the world's master champion right now. And that's not a bad feather to have in your cap.
Absolutely not. So Bronte McCauley traveling all around the world. Both of these women will be getting their championship tour campaign underway. So this is a really stacked heat. Tatiana Weston Webb finished off number 4 in the world last year coming into this season. And as we see, opening turn, powerful on the backhand. Both of these women looking for these nice stand-up rights. Super powerful turn, that last one. Coming through to the inside. Tati is definitely looking like she has a good rhythm coming into this heat.
Well, how about the experience of Tatiana Weston Webb here? Under priority, has just banked another great score. So, looking back on the replay, perhaps, when this heat's done and dusted, if Bronte doesn't get through, she'll probably replay this heat and go, I should have been on that wave. And why wasn't I on that wave? So, Tatiana just showing incredible experience here to get that one under Bronte's priority, and she capitalized on it. She tagged that thing, and she's really going to start tightening the screws on Bronte here because all of a sudden the announcers are going to say, you know, Tatiana, here's another decent score, and all of a sudden we may even see Bronte needing upwards of, well, she's in combo. So all of a sudden, Bronte McCauley with 11 minutes to go, she's in a combination situation, and it's courtesy of this ride right here. Tatiana just, well, the strong backhand hooks, they keep continuing and just grinding through the inside. Look at the composure and the timing, waiting for the section, and then just slams it. And beautiful slow-mo images here, Shannon.
Wow, just gorgeous surfing from Tatiana this morning, keeping those eyes focused on where the next little bit of lip is going to line up. There she is. 2 really powerful dynamic turns, keeping that composure, the timing spot on, gets a 6.17 to back up that 8.33 and putting Bronte in a very tough position here. And as we wait for the next little set to roll through, we can see Tatiana having a paddle there. We'll go to a quick ad break.
We always end up in the same place. I keep on hurtling through the same space. I know I do. Get in a gutter, propping up some conversation.
And welcome back to the Women's Sydney Surf Pro presented by Sister Revolution. It is a beautiful sunny morning here in Manly, Sydney, Australia on the northern beaches. Tatiana Weston-Webb having a convincing lead at the moment with an 8.33 and a 6.17. Bronte McCauley now in combination situation of a 14.51. That means that she requires 2 fresh scores to be back in the mix with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Her 3.83 and 2.0 are going to have to be completely replaced. And as we have a little look here from Bronte, she finished ranked number 5 on the qualifying series last year to get her another spot on the championship tour once again. Has a really strong paddle and now loses priority. Richie.
Wow. Well, when things are going wrong, they tend to compound, and that's what's happening here for Bronte McCauley, unfortunately. The good news is she can take a leaf out of Isabella Nichols' book. We know that the 2-point heats are out, the 2-minute heats are out there. And possible. So, well, this one, the requirement is a little bit higher than what Izzy had to deal with. Tatiana already dropping in 14.50 in her tally there, and just shy of 7 minutes to go. So Bronte's up against it here, needs a combination and needs to get busy. Needs a wave in the next few minutes, otherwise things are going to get very, very difficult.
Well, coming down to that tricky end of the heat. But like you said, you know, Isabella Nichols, we watched the most incredible comeback in the last heat. 2 minutes on the clock. She needed 2 huge scores. Well, 1 huge score to, you know, take that lead against Sophie McCulloch. And she was able to find it. Paddled into that last wave with 5 seconds on the clock. Got to her feet in time and just banged it away into the shoreline. But Tatiana Weston-Webb, she is the fiercest competitor in the lineup. driving into that first turn, looking nice and powerful. Nice drawn out bottom turn as well. Really dynamic coming in under the lip. Little check turn there just to keep her speed moving and that momentum. She's looking to improve on a 6.17. Unfortunately, just goes down on the shoreline, and she'll have a quick paddle back out to the lineup.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's going to go into her top 2 scores, but a great ride nonetheless. A couple of fierce backhand hooks from Tatiana Weston Webb. And, well, she's just in perfect rhythm at the moment, just getting the best waves. And, unfortunately, Bronte McCauley's just a little frustrating. She just hasn't been able to find one of those nice running right-handers. And a few lines just approaching the takeoff spot. So, yeah, just slightly out of position in the heat so far. And with just over 5 minutes to go, things are looking pretty dire for Bronte McCauley as we check the replay of Tatiana here. So watch as she just delays that bottom turn, sets the direction, and then starts rotating the upper body, and then the lower body follows and just whips that board around time after time. So look at this clean bottom turn, just hangs on that rail, and then see the upper body twist, and then she brings the board around. Just great torque through those turns. Well, she looks like she may even look at this one. No, she's just going to hang tight. So you'd have to think strategy for Tatiana right now is just to sit out there and maybe bide time a little bit. With each minute that ticks past, things get more and more difficult for Bronte. And as soon as Bronte does pull the trigger, well, then Tatiana's going to be in a commanding position. She'll have priority. And there's shots of our VIP area, everyone down here to check it out. And, well, it's going to be a huge day. The tent will be packed to capacity come this afternoon because, well, Kelly Slater, he hasn't left the building yet. He'll be here, entering the water possibly around 1 o'clock or thereabouts. So come on down and enjoy the action with us.
So 4 minutes to go. Coming up in our next heat, we have Alyssa Spencer up against Sarah Wakita. Left in the draw on the women's side that we will see this morning, Brisa Hennessy against Alyssa Quazon in heat number 6, Gabriella Bryan up against Vahine Fierro in 7, and in heat number 8, our final of women's round 5, will be Caroline Marks up against Mahina Maeda. So there are some definite favorites going into each of those heats, being some championship tour competitors, and that this heat is the most stacked that we have. Tatiana Weston Webb currently ranked number 4 in the world in the championship tour. Bronte McCauley finished off just out of requalification position on the championship tour last year, but has been on tour for the last couple of years, and then regained her spot by making it through in those top 6 on the qualifying series. So Bronte, over her couple of years on tour, her last 3 years, has had to fight between the qualifying series and the championship tour to make sure she gets qualification again. Tatiana Weston Webb has done the same, but has been able to requalify through the championship tour, so she's been in that top 10 for the last 4 years. But has also had a very strong presence on the qualifying series, taking the win out in 2015, coming in 2nd in 2017. And as we have our Shapers Bay there on the left-hand side of the screen, and we've got a few guys that will be coming through this morning.
Oh, no. Well, unfortunately for Bronte, that could have been her ticket back into this heat. And just have a look at this. And Tati isn't going to sit around because look at this wave. She's going to look to extend her lead even further, and she's picked an absolute gem. Wow. And that thing just totally bowled out as it got to shore, and she had to hit the eject button. But I think the riding, unfortunately, is on the wall here for the Aussie competitor, Bronte McCauley. She will potentially exit the event unless she can pull off a miracle with just over 2 minutes to go in a combination situation. Tati will be feeling really good about this, and well, she's been threatening to get in the world title conversation for a number of years now, and if she keeps up this form, well, she's going to be right there. But just wait 1 minute because, well, Bronte McCauley, she's found one and starting to get a bit of work done. And of course, we know she is one of the stronger backhand competitors in the women's field, and just showing us exactly what she's capable of here, and unfortunately just goes down. So just basically out of rhythm for Bronte in this one, and I think, well, the white flag is getting ready to be flown.
So 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Tatiana Weston Webb putting together a very strong heat, coming into round 5, looking really strong moving into the quarters. Bronte McCauley's already had 2 quarterfinal finishes on the QS this season for the start of the year. Quarterfinal finish last week at the Holmes Civil Developments Pro in Newcastle, and the same before that at the Sister Revolution Central Coast Pro in Avoca. She lost out to Sarah Wakita and Zali Kelly in those heats, and Sarah Wakita, she's still in the mix. She's going to be up in the next heat against Alyssa Spencer. And some of those younger women looking to find qualification, find their rookie year on tour, they're still in the mix in this big QS 6000 here at Manly. So some giant points are on the line. And I feel like, you know, by the end of this weekend, we're really going to start having that conversation of who's looking promising to qualify. There's still a lot of huge events coming through in the women's qualifying series tour this year. We've got 3 QS 10,000s lined up and a few more QS 6,000. So a lot of points still available, but the women who are able to find that kind of front-running position coming out of this and last week in Newcastle are definitely going to be looking strong moving into the rest of the season.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, I can't help but think that Izzy's going to be right there come the end of 2019 as we count this one down. And it is going to be Tatiana Weston Webb. So it looks like she will go up against Isabella Nichols in the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. And it's looking like Keely Andrew will come up against William Manuel. So what an amazing quarterfinal matchup in the top half of the draw. As we see Bronte, well, a little consolation prize here, just gets one more wave. And that was a replay of her final wave, and we can see Tatiana, here's a replay of hers as well, just comes through this inside and hits the eject button, but did some amazing surfing throughout this heat and deserving her place in the quarters.
Well, exciting days for Tatiana advancing into the quarterfinals. Look at this backhand attack coming through that bowling section. But we'll be right back with more action just like this.
We always end up in the same place. Yeah, I keep on hurtling through the same space. I know I do. Get in a gutter, propping up some conversation.
Welcome back to Manly Beach. We have some amazing quarterfinals getting stacked up and ready to go. Tatiana Weston Webb taking over in the last matchup with Bronte McCauley. It was a big heat on paper, 2 strong goofy foots on the top 17. And it was all about Tatiana just getting a stranglehold on the lead, and Bronte left searching, as we'll see Tatiana again on finals day. Thanks for being with us, Joe Chappelle, alongside Shmoo, John Shmuko from Hawaii, but living here for 20 years in Australia, as we are loving these conditions. You made that prediction earlier this morning that it was going to be really fun and rippable, and well, Tatiana Weston-Webb really enjoyed those rippable conditions.
Oh, well, she made the most of it, didn't she? A great scoreline, an 8.33 and a 6.17, and, you know, Bronte just unfortunately didn't have any answers for her.
Yeah, really cool to see this heat now. Alyssa Spencer, who kind of made a smart decision this year, just 16. Why not spend a long time in Australia and do all these great events up and down the coast? She's already had a lot to celebrate, including a quarterfinal result up in Newcastle, and got this wave during the break, Shmoo.
Yeah, you know, Alyssa Spencer, I first heard of this young lady from California last year when she finaled up at the Boomerang event against Holly Wan, and I went, wow, who is this girl? Because she was tearing through the field. But let's not forget about her competitor, Sarah Wakita. She is the daughter of pipeline charger Takayuki Wakita, who is still at the age of 51, 52, still getting some of the biggest bombs at pipeline every winter, as you know.
It's unbelievable to see his whole act and program for decades. And in Hawaii, it's a big thing when you come to Hawaii with respect. You get respected right back. And the way he just earned that spot on the reef to get a spot named after him, the Wakita Reef at Pipeline, was just a huge statement of respect from the Hawaiians, embracing his the way he charges Pipeline. He kind of made it look easy when he'd pull into closeouts and make them, and then get invites to the Eddy. And now he's got the next generation representing the Wakita brand.
Yeah, 100%. She's already had a final, Sarah, up at Avoca. She was runner-up to Sage Erickson in the Sister Revolution Avoca Pro, where she absolutely, again, tore through the field. She's just, you know, she's 4'0", but got a heart that's the size of an absolute boulder. And she'll just get out there and doesn't care who's in front of her. She'll try and dispose of it. And here she goes, up and riding from Japan. Sarah Wakita setting up this first turn, drives a nice opening cutback series, and then into another one. You can see she stays very busy as she hits the inside shore break and, well, just loses a little bit of speed, but she's on the board.
Great to see Sarah Wakita with that really cool style, so smooth, answering to Alyssa Spencer. We'll wait for that score to come through. Let's send it down to Saxon with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. And first of all, just how great is it to have Shmoo show up to work today? Hey, Shmoo. Tatiana, congratulations. Great heat win there, but as we saw in the heat previous, it ain't over till it's over, right?
Yeah, I saw Isabella have a clutch performance at the end of the heat prior, and I definitely didn't want to leave any room for Bronte because she's super capable of getting those scores. Her backside is lethal. Yeah, I just figured I'd play it safe.
And I've been lucky to be in the booth for a lot of your heats so far this event, and I must say it's incredibly impressive, the backhand surfing. How does it give you the confidence when you know you can go out there and do one turn on a set and get 12 points in the heat?
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great. I'm just really confident on my backhand. It's brought me great results in the past, and there's still always room for improvement. I think Caroline is freaking next level too. So yeah, I guess I just want to keep getting better, and thanks. That really means a lot.
No worries. Well, good luck for the rest of the event. You're tearing through heats.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
All right, back up to you, Joey.
Thanks, Saxon. Tatiana Weston-Webb, happy that she can rely on that backhand weapon. We saw that bring her to the final at Bells Beach last year with Stephanie Gilmore, and she almost stole it off Steph on the last exchange. I like how she gave Caroline Marks a little bit of a shout out there. Everyone knows that youngster is firing at all cylinders. Back to Wakita. What a big turn off the top.
Yeah, look, she put together a nice combination of turns. I love the way, because she is small in stature, Joe, she automatically stays close to the pocket of the wave. And in beach break conditions like this, she makes that wave look overhead. So the judges will pick up on that just because when she rides it, she's so low center of gravity. This thing looks like a 3-foot wave. On anyone else, it looks like maybe a 2-foot wave. So, you know, Wakita got that sort of an advantage, and I really like the way she mixes up her maneuvers. So we'll see what the judges think of that first exchange, backside as opposed to front side. You know, Saxon did everything right in that interview. He asked all the right questions, except for the first part, where he says he's happy to see me turn up to work today. I will talk to him after our next few meetings.
And I'll speak to you for Shmoo on that behalf. I don't think you've slept this week. You've had so much going on behind the scenes, which is awesome that we're grabbing you in the booth for some quality time as well. Alyssa Spencer, Sarah Wakita. This is a bit of a rematch. They actually met in the semifinal up at Avoca.
Yep.
And that was Wakita getting past Alyssa, making the final with Sage Erickson. So you starting to see these rivalries start earlier than expected, because these two are young names, but they're already going head-to-head with each other at the top level.
You know what I'm starting to see, Joe? I'm starting to see the next wave. The next wave of potential world champions from an international field, which is amazing. You know what that says to me? That says women's surfing is on the move, has been on the move, and will continue to move forward, because these girls are doing the hard yards. They're out there putting in the quality performances, and I love to watch it.
It's really cool when you look at the list of rookies every year, because everyone gets behind that. Everyone starts throwing out their 2 cents on how they're going to perform at all the big venues around the world. And it's sort of been on the men's side where we've had maybe 6, 7 plus rookies the last couple of years. It's been a while since we've had that 4 rookie class on the women's side like we had in 2014. This is Sarah Wakita, super clean down the line.
Wow. Just amazing, variation in turns, and I know she gets a lot of coaching from Dad. You know, Takayuki wasn't really known for the beach break type of stuff. We spoke about how well he does in Hawaii, and that's also going to help Sarah as she makes her way over to Honolulu and the more reef breaks. Because you know what, it's not a matter of when how it's when for her. She cracks the World Surf League.
Such a good call, Alyssa Spencer from Carlsbad. First turn clean off that first whitewater section. Nails it right off the lip. Great backhand surfing like she's been doing all week here in Manly. And now the young Ripper looking to close it out. There's that clean re-entry. Great timing, and that'll go into her top 2.
Well, you know, when you look at that exchange in terms of verticalness, I'm going to say Alyssa Spencer is going to at least have a point on Sarah.
Also back to Sarah's wave. What was the best part about this one?
Well, I think that first turn she showed commitment. She obviously had to make sure she was in the pocket for that second turn. So that was a series of cutbacks. She did finish strong here, Joe. But then we're going to look at, and it was a very strong. So the first and last turns for Sarah. Look at this first turn. Just really throws a lot of spray here. Committed, confident, rides out of it, goes straight into this series of cutbacks, and then finishes strong, Joe. But then when we're going to look at Alyssa Spencer's replay, I think you're going to see a bit more up and down 12 o'clock.
This is what you're looking for, that first turn with the whitewater. What about the second re-entry here?
Bang.
Nice and clean down the stretch. And then she's been able to get these bonus inside walls through the backwash and never hesitated for her maneuvers. End section staying on her feet. The judges are going to love that as we see more action. Sarah Wakita towards the tail end of this ride.
Yeah, well, Sarah's found her way to the inside here and unfortunately coming unstuck. But I'm very interested to see where the judges go in that second ride, Joe. I really think, and Alyssa really making it look so easy. To me, she's not even in that third gear. She's really, I think, pacing herself through the rounds. But you got to be careful there as well, because if you just sort of settle into third gear and your opponent has a really good heat, you could suffer those consequences. But she's looking good.
That's right. Back to Wakita. First turn was so clean. Was able to get the lip to hit on the second one as well. This wave got pretty interesting towards this inside track, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, she lost the finish. But what she did out the back was gorgeous.
Beautiful slow-mo action from our Fresh Air crew. Fresh Air broadcasting an amazing job there. I mean, do you see signs of Coco Ho in that surfing style? Is it just me?
It's you. It's Jason Shibata. I've been hearing these little Coco references all week, and I love it. It's just spot on with technique, flow, form. That mix-up with getting radical and sliding the tail out as well. And speaking of Hawaiians, Alessa Quizan from the west side of Makaha with her husband Kaio, getting ready for the next heat. Alessa's been so fun to watch in her career, and she has a big one because she'll have Brisa Hennessy out in the water here at Manly.
Oh, wow. 2 Hawaiians going at it. It's great to see it. Stays close to my heart, those types of things. I mean, obviously, I've had a lot of battles with my Hawaiian counterparts, i.e. Sonny Garcia, and I want to give a big shout-out to Sonny because he's watching over in Washington. Aloha, Sonny. We all miss you. We all miss your banter, and we know that I love catching up with Sonny when I can because we pick up where we left off, but he would be stoked for these 2 young ladies coming up.
I just wished you guys were mic'd up at the Bells final. Like, what if we could listen to that right now?
There might be a bit of dumping going on, that's for sure.
It's such a valuable sparring partner in your career, a guy that just has a heart of a lion, and still to this day is so committed to just seeing the next generation really benefit from what guys like yourself and he did throughout all those years. He loves seeing Hawaiians succeed, but he's also been there for some international surfers that have just asked him to help him along the way. He's like an uncle to guys like Jack Freestone and has helped them through the Triple Crown over the years.
Let me just say one thing about Sonny Garcia. He has never lost his passion.
And that's what you got to love about it. Scores in on this heat. Wakita, excellent surfing, 8.0. 7.33 is her low score. One of the better combined totals. The vertical surfing from Alyssa Spencer, keeping her in the mix. 7.2 is her high mark, and now needs an 8.13 to battle for the win. Remember, Sarah got Alyssa up at Avoca, and Alyssa Spencer doesn't want to go out without a fight here.
Yeah, look, I'm interested in that 5.83 for that solid backhand performance from Alyssa. I actually thought that would go a little bit higher, but hey, at the end of the day, there's 5 international judges in there. They write down the number.
That's right, 11:30 to go in this matchup. More action to come right after this quick break. You are watching the Women's Sydney Surf Pro presented by Sister Revolution. We're setting up some big quarterfinal heats for tomorrow, which will be finals day. Already have a few on paper with Keely Andrew going head-to-head with Malia Manuel. Isabella Nichols will have Tatiana Weston Webb in the second quarterfinal. And winner of this heat will move on to quarterfinal number 3. So far, Sarah Wakita, 8.0, 7.33. Alyssa Spencer now needing an 8.13 to take the lead. Joe Trappell with Schmoo for the call here. His conditions are incredible. The sun is shining. It's a perfect beach day for all the locals here in Manly to watch the next generation athletes start really mixing things up against the world's best. It was really refreshing looking at the quarterfinal draw up at Newcastle at the QS 6000, because oftentimes you look at it at the QS level, it's all the CT surfers that hog all the points all the way to the podium. We had some younger names kind of outdo some of those usual suspects, kind of like the Zolly Kelly stories. In this one, you've got the youthful movement of Alyssa Spencer, Wakita happening right now. It feels like there's some healthy, youthful energy heading for finals day tomorrow.
Well, I can tell you one thing. At the back end of my career, I never liked to see that happen because they were, they're beating you in heats and you're just trying to figure out whether you belong here or not. And, the younger athletes, they pick up on all those negativity, all that negativity, and they capitalize on it. So you got to sort of take a breath, reflect a little bit, and just sort of reset and go again. But, on the flip side of that, Joe, is it's amazing, refreshing to know that there is so much talent out there that now can compete on an international level and mix up results. Some of the kids will be doing good at, some locations, say in Australia, the other kids will do good in Europe, but it's just a healthy, big pool of talent pushing through men and women and really nipping at the heels of some of the top surfers in the world. I love it.
It's really special, too, that we're right around the corner from the Olympics in 2020 in Japan. So it's special for the entire surfing world and beyond, but especially for surfers from Japan that have that Japanese heritage like Wakita. They're taking that as knowing that that's a huge part of history, where they're going to be hosting the World There's going to be new eyes, millions of new eyes on the sport we call surfing that we love so dearly. And I know you always had a great time competing in Japan. They host the world's best, second to none. I heard about red carpet stories back in the day when you'd compete out there. They'd announce your name in front of the crowd before you entered the water, and there was just so much respect. And some of the best surf fans in the world are in Japan.
That guy right there on screen is the coach for Japan for the Olympics. Team Japan will be Wade Sharp. He's been working over in that country for about 5 or 6 years now, doing a fantastic job. Let me tell you something, Joe. Don't be surprised if you see some medals from Japan. You know, it's in a location, they call it Shida Beach. It's in the month of July. Historically, it's not a big month for surf there. So when you got guys like Hirota Urahara, Sarah Wakita, Ren Hashimoto, Ryo Naba, these guys will be going up against some of the best international surfers from their countries, right? But they're going to really be a big presence in the Olympics in 2020. Don't be surprised if you see them medal.
I love that call, Shmoo. Back to action as Quizon is still watching this heat unfold. She's coming up next. The backhand work you're watching is Alyssa Spencer. Nice clean vertical. There's the wrap off the top. Already a great start. Perfect wave selection. One more jam on the inside. She's feeling it. And 8-1-3 gives her the lead.
Yeah, well, she's going to need a big score, an excellent score. An 8-1-3 to me is more like a 9 in the old scale of judging here. But you know what? Alyssa's going to continue to move forward. She's got 6:22 on the clock or thereabouts, and she's she's only, I think Alyssa just turned 16 years of age, and Sarah's I believe 16 or 17 as well. And these two girls surfing the way they are, it's so impressive.
And the way they're just picking waves. How did she find this one? And her first connection was great.
Yeah, I think she realized that she really needs to go a little bit harder on that backhand vertical re-entry and finish strong. She puts it right in the pocket. Let's have a look at this slow motion. Really squares off the bottom, gets that board up above the lip, throws a nice big arcing spray, and now sort of works into that next section. So we'll see what the judges think. If she can keep chipping away at Sarah's lead, she might be able to get over the top of her at the end of this heat.
On her way back out under priority, Alyssa Spencer will just hammer one off the top. She'll get a little bit hung up, so she'll throw that one away. But she's still chasing the 8-1-3, standing by for numbers for the surfer from Carlsbad, California. Wakita sitting solid out front with her 8 and a 7-3-3. She's going to roll in.
Here she goes, Sarah Okita. Nice big top turn off the whitewater. Big sweeping cutback. Very a la Coco Ho. And once again, just drawing out that turn. Getting a little hung up there, so she'll kick out. But that second turn looked identical to Coco Ho.
The arms, the form, you're going
It's
like,
crazy.
wait, is that Coco in the jersey?
I tell ya.
Looks exactly like her.
It's uncanny is what it is. So.
Unbelievable. Obviously, you can see where Sarah's inspiration's coming from. This is Alyssa's last. What happened on that turn?
Yeah, look, I think it just a little bit of speed. She was maybe in between what she was wanting to do on that turn, but I love the way Sarah keeps her speed through here, straight into no real stop-start. The only bad thing about that wave is it lost its steepness. It really flattened out there for Sarah, so she wisely kicked out.
4:15 on the clock. Rolling in is Alyssa Spencer, locking in a little bottom turn to set up the lip to hit. Nice amount of water. She's got to fade. She'll earn the double up. Great inside section. Little snap to slide will take her down. But I enjoyed the read into her reform. I mean, when you get a good reform free surfing, it feels good. It's fun. However, that's not the score she's looking for.
Yeah, look, I think the wave started off well. Nice backhand reentry, and now she sees the inside reform on this bank, which is virtually right in front of us, Joe. And a little bit of a mistake there as she slid that tail out. It wasn't steep. It was in the flat part of the wave, and it doesn't engage the fins. So once the fins disengage, you're losing speed, you're losing turn.
Tough one there for Alyssa Spencer. It was a big opportunity to try to take some of the energy that Wakita's had. Brisa Hennessy already running down to the water's edge. The natural footer stands with her left foot forward, taking on Alessa Quizon. Quizon, who's been on the top 17 in the past, and Brisa, who's just about to make her debut at Snapper Rocks, will be round 5, heat number 6. Total of 8 round 5 heats with Caroline Marks in the last one with Mahina Maeda, who's a former world junior champ. 2:55 to go. Waves on the way. Priority is with Wakita. Sarah decides to let that one go, and they hold their positions. As we have a few numbers to get caught up with here. We had a couple of waves previous finally lock in. Alyssa Spencer now counting 2 7s, a 7-2 and a 7-1-0, so didn't quite achieve the 8-1-3 that she was hoping for.
Yeah, look, she still has some time. She needs to be calm, be patient, work under the priority of Sarah Wakita, and hope that Sarah may make a mistake and Alyssa Spencer can capitalize on. She does have time, so don't panic. You know, if again you could be that little person in the ear in the back of her head, just going, just stay in your lane here. Things might happen. Well, what she does find a wave here, Joe, right under priority.
This is Alyssa. Important wave needs an 8-1-3. There's a vertical. Does she have enough wave to work with? Surfing well, but it's already going flat on her, and she knows that's not going to be the difference. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Keep working, keep hunting that lineup. You know you're not going to get priority back. You know, that quickly. Sarah's just not going to take a wave, or unless your strategy is to sell her on a wave so that you can gain priority. I think Alyssa's game plan right now with the last 2 minutes, Joe, as we see 2 nice turns, that's not going to cut it into an 8-1-3, but she needs to continue to work. You know, you can't really move away because it's a one defined bank there, but just stay right underneath her. If I'm Sarah, I'm right underneath Alyssa because I want to see where Alyssa's moving in that lineup, so that if there's a good wave that comes to both of us in that same spot, I've got priority, I can take that wave.
So an exciting heat just about to come to a close, 1:15 to go. Alyssa right next to Sarah Wakita, hoping that she's got a multiple wave set quickly, so Wakita's got to make a decision with priority. This is the rematch from the 3000 up at Avoca. Sarah took that win into the final with Sage, and she's looking to get 2 in a row over Spencer, who's had a brilliant QS season already, had that quarterfinal experience with Sally Fitzgibbons up at Newcastle, and she's creating some space. Sarah Wakita will use priority here.
Well, smart move. Smart move. She sold her the house, and that house was dilapidating as she took off. And you could see when Sarah was going to the hands leave the rail, she knew already she had to stand up. Well, she didn't have to, but she had made a move for the wave, therefore losing priority. The only downside to that part of the strategy is there's 23 seconds to go. So anything that comes through the lineup, Alyssa must ride right now because she's got 15 seconds, and it looks like the ocean is going flat. So it may just work out for Sarah.
So right there, Sarah Wakita using her priority on that last one, giving just a little bit of room for Alyssa Spencer to just at least have the horizon line to herself. No opportunities to answer back. Wakita goes 2 in a row over Spencer here in Australia, and Sarah Wakita will be in a quarterfinal heat here at the 6000 of the Women's Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Sister Revolution. She's so smooth, one of the best styles coming out of that younger crew from Japan. As we'll take a quick break, coming up next, Brisa Hennessy takes on Alessa Cuisson right after this. Welcome back to Manly Beach. Sarah Wakita earning some great fans here on the sand at Manly, and she'll have more and more fans as her career grows. What a smooth style, fun to watch, and really took over that heat from the very beginning. A lot of great variety. Her flow is beautiful, and she'll be in the quarterfinals on finals day. 23 minutes on the clock for Vissla Hennessy and Alessa Guizon to get started. Joe Trapel, John Schmuka for the call. And Shmoo, this is a fun heat because we've got two surfers that developed their talent for many, many years in the Jersey on the island of Oahu. Vissla's early years, she was in a remote part of Costa Rica with not a whole lot of technology, and all they did was surf all day. And that balance between Hawaii and Costa Rica with that upbringing has really created one of the best surfers coming up on the ranks.
Well, bummer. No technology and all surf. I mean, you know, I could think of worse
It's like the
things.
good old days.
That's right. And here we go. Drawing that first blood is Vissla Hennessy. This young lady is a giant killer, and she is not one to be messed with. She loves surfing. She loves surfing powerful. She loves surfing fast, and she's a tenacious competitor.
So really exciting for Vissla to get that quick start, waiting for Alessa to answer back. Let's catch up with Sarah Wakita down on the beach with Bradley Bricknell. Yeah, take it away, Brickers.
Thanks, guys. Just had some trouble on the audio there, but Sarah, that was an amazing heat. You got a second earlier on in the year at the Sister Revolution event on the Central Coast. You just told me off camera this is going to be your best result, a quarterfinal in the next round in a 6,000. That's got to build a lot of confidence for you.
Yeah, sure. When I got second in the QS 3000, it meant a lot and put more confidence on me. And a quarters in the 6,000s, it was my goal since the start of the year. So I'm really stoked.
I saw Wade Sharp doing a lot of work with the Japanese contingent as far as the World Games are concerned. He was giving you a few signals up on the tower up there.
Yeah, he told me if there's a set, he would bring me a signal, and yeah, it helped me a lot.
And what about Alyssa Spencer? She's also one of the rising stars. She probably would have won a few other heats today with that heat combination, the 2 heat score she got, but you topped her. You're changing gears now coming into finals day.
Alyssa surfs so good, and I knew her backhand would give an easy 8, so I was kind of scared at the end when I lost that priority, but I was lucky that set never came. So.
Well, you threw to finals day, through the quarterfinals, your best result. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys upstairs.
Thanks a lot, Brick. It was great to hear from Sarah Wakita. You can just tell that she has got such a good head for heat strategy. She played the game well, and she knows she got caught up in maybe using priority a little bit before she wanted to when she realized she paddled into a closeout. But the ocean went flat. She got the win and shared a lot of respect already for Alyssa Spencer because they've had a couple of great battles this year.
Well, it's going to be a couple of thousands, really, for those two. You know, they're right in that same age bracket. They will continue to move through the ranks as part of that process, Joe, as you know. Unless you're that 1%er, you know, your John Johns, your Stephanie Gilmores, your Gabrielle Medinas, your Kelly Slaters, there's a process. And not to say that these young ladies aren't, but I think they will go through that 2 to 3 year process in which they'll gain some valuable experience in locations. They'll be surfing quite a bit, and then we'll see them on the world's biggest stage.
So great to see their role of improvement. Alessa Guizon, former championship tour athlete, first turn under the lip. Nice, spicy section to work with. There's a big backwash section and almost hangs on. She was on such a great roll on those first 2 strikes. Now back to Hennessy.
Yeah, Vissla with a nice open face turn. Big forehand gouge for that final turn. And doesn't look like she's going to come up with a completion. But a 6.83 to start. Vissla draws the early lead in this heat. Still plenty of time left, just under 20 minutes here in the Women's Sydney Surf Pro presented by Sister Revolution. Great to see another women's brand in the marketplace. Sister has got both feet firmly in the sand, and she's making a big splash in the surf.
Oh, it's so great just to get people asking questions about it here at Manly, and they're starting to see their new line that's just right around the corner from our commentator booth, and people get to really see how unique they are, how they stand out, how it's kind of not like any other brand on the market at the moment, and to be part of something new and that exciting is really special here at Manly Beach. What happened to this wave for Alessa Quizon?
Yeah, just the old Makaha style backwash there, Joe. Always get you. Unless you're Sonny Garcia, who knows that plays like the back of his hand. How many times you serve Makaha and you just go, man, this wave's insane. Don't see the backwash, and boom, you're going, where's my board at? I'm 15 feet in the air.
It's probably got to be Alessa's favorite thing, to time that backwash at home and just launch herself into the sky. She's so proud of where she comes from in Makaha. Can you kind of describe how different the west side of Oahu is really to anywhere else, even in Hawaii?
Yeah, well, it's, I grew up on the South Shore, which is, there's a lot of commercialism. There's, you got Waikiki, you got your Ala Moana shopping centers, and but you go to the west side, and it's the west side. It's very different. It's very dry. A lot of great, beautiful people. A lot of, local Hawaiian people live there. But, you don't go there, in my opinion, just to think that you're going to go there and surf any wave you want. It's just they're very protective of their surf and their beaches, but they're very welcoming in the same breath. Because if you go there with a lot of respect, just like you do anywhere else in the world, Joe, you're going to get respect. Buffalo, the Kealana family, the Guerrero family from down there, and of course, I got married down there. Yeah, so it's
a very special place for you as well.
It is very special. Sonny Garcia's house down there. It was the last house before you hit Makaha Beach. But, Alyssa grew up in the southwest she surfed Makaha a lot, but down in that Eva Beach side. So that's on your way to the west side, which has grown quite substantially. There's a lot of new homes that have sprouted up there, but it's a beautiful part of the island in that Eva Beach area where Keanu Singh is from.
That's right.
So.
What a cool part of the island. I love the breakdown, and you can just drive around that island, just get a different feel everywhere you go, and really feel that aloha spirit, specifically on that west side with that great Hawaiian culture. As you see Alessa Quizon paddling back out to here, a 3.77 for that opener. They got stopped short because of that backwash. And then Hennessy with a 6.83, 3.5 start. So this one really just getting started. Hennessy played a giant killer role as a wild card at Honolulu Bay to have an impact on the world title race a couple of years back. And ever since then, we've been waiting for this moment to celebrate her rookie start up at Snapper Rocks. Fun to see her through the North Shore this winter, just getting to kind of soak that in and anticipate a long off season to really start preparing her boards, everything she wants to do right at the start of the season up at Snapper.
Yeah, definitely. I think being at an event like this, if we look at any other sport, Joe, tennis, golf, a lot of the top pros in those sports will do a warm-up event. Why not come here? You're in the country, you're in the time zone, you get some rashi time, and you're ready for Snapper Rocks, because the one thing you don't want to do getting up there is still talking about your equipment, still guessing what board you want to ride, not having a few heats with that board underneath your feet, not getting your mindset into the competitive frame of mind you need to be into. I think this event is a great event to get all of that sorted.
Really cool to see Alessa Quizon in motion now as well, Shmoo. Snap to start, nice vertical. Those are the connections she was looking for. Bringing a lot of great energy here to Manly Beach. Third and a finish on that last backhand turn. Her best wave so far with 15:30 to go.
Well, that's going to rival Brissa's 6.83. Some great backhand turns. A lot of good, powerful variation, and she finishes off. She knows she needs to finish off strong, and therefore she goes and waits for the wave to steepen up, has some power, has some speed, and just blast that oncoming section. So well done to Alessa Quizon of Hawaii.
And it's cool. Alessa and Kaio has been spending a lot of time obviously in Hawaii, but also in Southern California over the last couple of years, kind of based in that Dana Point area. So they'll surf together at Salt Creek, and anytime they paddle out together, well, they're the best surfers in the lineup, and everyone's watching and cheering them on, and you can see how they push each other a lot. Once Kaio got injured, he still plays a coaching role, still gets involved with shaping boards, which is really cool. They put something different under Alessa's feet, and she's been dropping some clips on twin fins and just showing how talented she is on riding any type of board, which kind of reminds me of an old Hawaiian surfer, Melanie Bartels, who was good at everything. She could ride bodyboards well, longboards well, just wanted to be in the ocean.
Yeah, she was a fantastic Hawaiian talent, all following in the footsteps of the one and only Hawaiian queen herself, Auntie Rel's son. And, Rel would be up there right now with a big smile on her face, seeing just how far Hawaiian women's surfing has come, and women's in general. the surfing that they're producing, she would be absolutely elated to see the progression and the evolution of where we're at today, because you know, it's really on an equal playing stage as the men, to be honest.
I really think the surfers that grow up in Hawaii kind of have a cool, like, kind of a scenario unfold where they get used to traveling, even in a small way. When they're doing the NSSAs and all those events, they're getting on those little inter-island flights, packing their boards, making sure they're prepared to compete on all the different islands in Hawaii. So it's almost like they're getting on a mini tour, kind of well before most kids are really experiencing travel, accommodations, setting up their boards, making sure they're prepared. So all of a sudden they do that on a bigger stage, and they've kind of, well, they've been doing that for a very long time.
Yeah, it's actually a good point you bring up there. You know, as a young kid, we used to travel to all the different islands, and kind of gives you, like you said, you know, it gives you that little bit of a travel bug, gives you, you know, seeing new places, meeting new friends, surfing new waves, competing against other kids on different islands, and then all of a sudden you go to the big island, which is California. And you start to compete with the kids over there. That's what we used to call it. They suddenly, hey, we're going to the big island. Wait, what? Where? What big island? Oh, California.
There we go.
That's the big island, right? But yeah, you know, it's all part of the progression there, and Hawaii's got such a rich talent pool of athletes. You know, I live way over here now, and I'm on a big island myself. But and you know, Australia's got another big pool of talent. But you know what? It's Japan, Italy, Indonesia, Brazil. They keep coming.
It's amazing seeing how many countries are represented in the sport of surfing these days. Alessa up and out. Recently, though, getting the numbers in, 7.3 for that last one where she belted the lip multiple times, then got the lead change off of Hennessy. Brisa now needs a 4.25 to answer back. So Brisa's high score, the 6.83. Alessa now with the single best score of the heat so far with still 12 minutes to go. Hennessy's got a lot of time, just chasing a 4.25 at the moment, so I wouldn't feel like Hennessy would be too stressed out just yet.
No, I think, yeah, like you said, with 12 minutes to go, it's a 4.25 is, well, it's middle of the road for these women, the quality of surfing that they bring to the table. So it's going to come down for these two girls, just wave selection, you know, picking the right waves, because we know the turns will be there.
Alessa takes a look. Hennessy decides to roll in with priority. First section, she gets that big top turn out of the way. Closeout hack is big and powerful. What a strong finish. Hennessy should be back in first.
Well, you watch here on the second turn. She waits for the backwash. She knows it's coming, and she waits for her second big turn, which was the biggest turn out of the two, to let the backwash help her get to the top of the lip, produce a stronger turn, and then ride out of it. I'll show you in a second here when we see the replay here, the Sister Revolution replay. And look, first turn, nice and sharp and solid. Watch this. Here's the backwash. Boom. It helps her put that board a lot more vertical, you know, full Makaha style, and ride out of it. She would have done that, you know, 1,001 times riding waves like that in Makaha. So well done to Brisa Hennessy. 4.25 is what she needs here, Joe.
So we'll wait for the scores to come through. Two big moves for Hennessy. A great battle with Brisa and Alessa Quizon with 10:30 still to go. We'll be right back for more right after this.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and surf.
Welcome back to Manly Beach. We have a lot to catch up on. Before we went to break, we were waiting for the score from Hennessy. She got the 7 and the lead, and then Shmoo, this happened.
Bang. Alyssa Cuisson just went absolutely bananas on her backhand. Watch this last one for the big Hawaiian re-entry. And again, I thought she was done right there, and she said, no, I'm not, Shmoo. Shut up. I'm going to go for more. Look at that, right under the hook, utilizes the backwash, and then goes on to a series of turns that were big, strong, fast, and fluid. I see a big number coming here.
There's a lot of different moods to that wave,
There
with it just breathing under her feet, and she was so solid to react to him so well. And also to do that on your backhand. We see how the backhanders or the goofy footers choosing the rights. They can kind of get a cool, easy rhythm. At this point of the tide, you have to be on your feet, making those adjustments. Cuisson did that well. 6-5-3, we're back in first. In your mind, is that a guarantee?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that she did a lot more than she needed to post up that 6.53. I wonder if the judges are taking into consideration how they're dealing with the backwash, Joe, because backwash bucks you off. It's like riding a Bronco.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you don't see it coming, man, it could create all sorts of not good.
And it's interesting because I think other disciplines that we're often compared to, a skateboarder going up to a ramp, they're not sending another ramp at his heels, going the other direction, preparing for something big. So it's the element of surprise, understanding what's coming into your peripheral vision, and absolutely capitalizing. Well, that's what Alyssa Cuisson did, just like you expected, Shmoo. Excellent surfing, rewarded an 8.33. Hennessy now needs an 8.63 if she wants to lead back.
Yeah, so it's it's back and forth, up and down, side to side, whatever you want to call it. These two young ladies are bringing it, and I like it because the score lines tend to go up. The quality of surfing continues to rise, and this is what you want. Now we're starting to find them come into that next gear, Joe. Leading into the quarters, man, you're in fourth gear. Quarters, semis, fifth gear, and then you got to just hammer it into sixth gear on finals day. But have a look at this replay. Bang! Right under the hook, great positioning, straight into another strong backhand turn, up with the backwash, and I thought she was done here, but she said, no, I'm not, and goes straight up vertical on that last turn. End result, an 8.33.
What an exciting ride for Alyssa Cuisson, but now putting pressure on Hennessy. And these are what you want to see in battles. You want to see that one surfer answer, and then the other one get an answer back. Alessa's going to roll here without priority. Already quickly to the lip. Second turn, solid. Her backhand is looking so lethal at the moment. I see a lot of improvement in Alessa since she fell off tour.
Yeah, that 8.33 was testament to that, Joe. And, Kyle would be in her ear going, you know what, just let it go. Just let it go. Just have some fun out there. There's great waves. It's just you and Vissla. You get the right waves. It's a free surf. It's fun. We got to make it fun, because if you make it a job, it becomes boring. Your surfing looks the same. It just becomes repetitious. That's how I look at it anyways. I think Kyle would be going, look, sweetheart, go out there, do what you do best. Rip.
Find the joy in your surfing,
fun, yeah.
and that's going to come across to the panel, to the fans. And Cuison's having a blast. Let's take another look.
Yeah, it was just interesting to watch. This was just a sort of a wave that she wanted to ride, kind of get some more waves under her feet before her next heat, should she win this one.
Great form, getting super low. I just love how she doesn't even need to think in between turns, and to frame it so vertical, even if it was a short ride, it just shows her confidence in herself and her equipment. Hennessy also got involved here.
Yeah, she did. She made a mistake on the back end of this wave, I think, right here, trying to oversurf that. When you hit the whitewater like that, a lot of us tend to think that we can just push as hard as we want, but your fins are disengaged. So you got to really be in control of the slide that's going to happen before you can actually ride out of that turn, because there's no fins to keep you in the wave. If you're on the open face, your fins are connected. If you're in the whitewater, it's all this turbulence. You're disconnected.
And it's amazing surfers that can control that and anticipate the slide so well. In your surfing career, when did you really see that really being executed in such a high fashion of a lot of fin throw maneuvers that started really changing the way the sport was being scored at the time?
Yeah, you know what? It was probably in the back end of my career. The middle to the beginning part was a lot about tube riding. It was a lot about big open face carves. And then you had guys like Andy Irons and Bruce Irons coming into the Kelly, Shane Dorians, Ross Williams, Rob Machado's. They started really, we were all going a bit above the lip and sliding the tail out and doing all that. but you're talking about the really getting the fins way above the lip. Not so much aerials, but just, you know, tweaking the nose out and controlling the way your fins are disengaged and then re-engaging and riding out of it. I think guys like that, to me, were the ones that really sort of I want to call it that momentum.
Momentum generation. Yeah.
Somewhere along those lines.
That seems to be the era where they took it to the next level. Obviously, each generation just pushes the next to come, and now we're seeing a lot of different variations of that snap to slide where you can get the whole board out. Alessa's been doing that on her backhand. Hennessy has a great frontside drift as well, but a crazy rail game as well in the open face to showcase that power. We're down to 3 minutes. Hennessy needs an 8.76, representing Costa Rica on tour this year, which is going to be great to see that represented. But now she's under pressure to get a spot into finals day. We already had the last heat, which was incredible to watch, with Sarah Wakita getting the win into the quarterfinals. So winner this heat will join Wakita in quarterfinal number 3 tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah, it's, wow, I can't believe it's almost finals
It's already
day.
Sunday. So a lot happening today, Shmoo. I mean, we've got some special guests showing up into the shaping room.
We do. I mean, we've had amazing shapers all week. And who's in there now? Looks like is that Simon Anderson in there?
Incredible.
Wow. Well, if you don't know, now you're gonna know. This is the man who invented the thruster. This is the guy we should all be giving $1 to for every thruster in the world.
Because we've all ridden one and usually ride that more often than not.
100%. And it is so great to have a legend like Simon Anderson here at the Vissla Shaper Shack. I got goosebumps.
So cool to have
It's
Simon
amazing.
here. Back in 1981, he introduced that 3-fin design, and it changed the world of surfing. Won that event at Bells Beach. He had to get through a gigantic day of surf, and then the finals day was actually tiny. But the thruster worked so well, they realized how versatile it was in big and small conditions. He ended up winning a handful of events in his career, including events in Hawaii. Still surfs all the time, takes surf photos. He's a fan of surfing and one of the best shapers in history. Here on hand at Manly Beach, as we get down to 1:20 to go, we have waves on the way. Hennessy does have priority, and she needs an 8.76. Alessa and Brisa letting the first wave go through. But now it's decision time as we're entering the final minute. Hennessy decides to hold her position, so being very selective with a minute remaining.
Yeah, it's got to take something special for Brisa from Costa Rica. Now she's representing that little island nation there. Alyssa Quizon with a good-looking scoreline of 15.76. At this part of the event, you want to be in that 15 to 17-point range to be progressing on through into the quarterfinals. And Alyssa's right on it, and you know Brisa's right behind that number. 8.76 is what is required. 35 seconds. Yeah, she has priority. Something is coming.
It's time to make a move. She's going to have to take off on one of these opportunities just to give herself a shot. That one's not even going to break. Hennessy had the 7 early, 6.83, lead multiple times in this one, but it was all about Quizon answering back to that 8.33. Managed the backwash well, 10 seconds to go. Even though Quizon doesn't have priority, she's right in the space of Hennessy to add a little bit more pressure. It looks like that wave's not going to help out Brisa Hennessy, and we've run out of time. Alessa Quizon gets a big win and a spot into finals day.
Wow, that's exciting for her, and a job well done.
What an exciting matchup as round 5 continues. Gabriella Bryan will take on a former world junior champion, Vahine Fierro, in these conditions at Manly Beach. Looking fun and rippable, and a spot in the quarterfinals is on the line. Thanks for being with us. We will take a quick break. We'll bring in Richie Lovett and Shannon Hughes for the call right after this.
Until now, there's never been such a significant leap in the quality and performance level of this modern garment. Vissla's new North Seas wetsuit is at the forefront of this wetsuit revolution. With all these upgrades, surfers entering colder waters are now able to retain their speed, agility, and strength in nearly freezing conditions.
Well, welcome back to the action. We are live at Manly Beach in Sydney, Australia. We have a beautiful bit of drone footage showing the contest area and a couple of grommets getting their photos taken with Alyssa Quizon advancing through into the quarterfinals. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm in the booth with Richie Lovett.
Morning, Shannon. Well, we still are in the morning, aren't we? Well, we're getting through these heats. And the final two heats of the women in this round. And this is Gabriella Bryan just getting things started here. And she has been, well, it seems like all the women have been ripping, but in particular, Gabriella Bryan, she's been really strong on her forehand all week long. And a nice little right-hand rip bowl for her to take some aggression out and potentially make her way into the quarterfinals. But definitely has that weekend vibe down here at Manly. Shannon, there's lots happening. Of course, Simon Anderson in the shaping bay right now. I was down there earlier and got to connect up with Sharma Buttonshaw. Had a look what he shaped this morning. Beautiful little 6-1, 2+1, little stinger pintail there. It looked beautiful, actually. I was kind of hint, nudge. Where's that thing going? Who did you make that for? So, but a real treat. I just saw Joey Johns turning up, getting ready for the expression session. He was actually a little bit nervous. I was like, Joey, you're going to be fine, mate. So, of course, one of our, well, a legendary rugby league player from Australia. Some even call him the 8th wonder of the world. And, yeah, a really talented surfer. I've been on a couple of surf trips with Joey. We went to the Mentawais a number of years ago now, and he was tearing it up. And good mate of Matthew Hoy, who, of course, is an iconic name in surfing. And I think we're also going to see Thomas Carroll, who has spent most of the week in New Zealand. I believe he's just turned up as well. So, and then, of course, young Toby Mossop is going to be out there as well. So lots of things to look forward to. Of course, Kelly Slater's going to be in the water. And, well, it looks like the girls are just sitting in a bathtub there. Just crystal clear, pristine waters down here at Northstone Beach at Manly. And, well, 21 minutes on the clock. Heat number 7, round number 5, well and truly into the pointy end of this competition. And there's young Caroline Marks, and a real world title threat. She'll be in the mix in years to come.
And as we wait for this heat to really get itself underway, 20 minutes on the clock, Gabriella Bryan sitting in front with just a 3.5, still waiting for Vahine Fierro to get her opening ride. And we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Alyssa Quizon.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Alyssa, coming up to the high tide, that backwash is coming into play quite a bit, but you managed to score an excellent one, 8 point something, with that backwash coming into play. Pretty challenging.
Yeah, it's actually funny. So my hometown, my home beach, Makaha, it's known for how gnarly a backwash it could get. So that was really easy compared to what I have to deal with when I surf at home. So luckily I have a backyard where I can practice on how to time it with the backwash. So it really worked in my favor.
Now, of course, we always speak about Ray Noss. He's such a passionate coach on the sideline. I saw him running down there, giving some advice, and then a nice debrief afterwards. How's that relationship work for you guys?
Yeah, so I've actually worked with Reno since I was 11. He's the one that actually got me on Billabong. So we have an amazing relationship. He's been my coach since day one in my professional surfing, and I'm so appreciative and lucky that I have him in my corner.
I spoke to you at the beginning of the week. You were talking about this year, deciding what you wanted to do as far as events are concerned. Now, by making a quarterfinal and getting to that finals day, does it start to kind of swing in the favour of maybe doing more events?
Oh yeah, most definitely. But again, it's just I'm taking it heat by heat, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. And ultimately, I just want to have a good time. So I've been having a great time in the water. So it's going on the course that I was looking for.
Well, you're having a great time. You're through the finals day, quarterfinals tomorrow. All the best.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, thanks so much. Great to hear from Alyssa. And just taking it heat by heat, well, she keeps doing that. She's going to be looking pretty good going into the rest of the season.
Absolutely. And just how happy and composed does she look? She looks like she's sort of channeling Makaha and the good Hawaii vibes and bringing them down here to Northstone at Manly. So great to have her through to the quarterfinals. And do we know who she's going to match up in the quarters?
Well, looking at the quarterfinals, as we see a replay here from Vahine Fierro, getting her opening ride. Nice little check turn to start off with. Has to gain some speed coming through this flatter section. Nice punchy turn on the second one, and then this wave starts to open up for her coming through to the inside. So good 4-turn combination, and the 5th finishing off right before the sand line. So waiting for scores to come through for first of Vahine. Gabby Bryan, quick in and out, the Hawaiian, and waiting for her to find something a little bit more solid under her feet. But looking at those quarterfinals, heat number 1, we will have Keely Andrew and Malia Manuel. Heat 2, Isabella Nichols, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and then Sarah Wakita and Alyssa Quazone.
Wow, what a lineup. Incredible. And of course the women's division was stacked from the start. 11 of the championship tour ladies turning up for the event here, so a real springboard into the first championship event up on the Gold Coast in 2 weeks' time. But well, all eyes and the concentration of energy is here at Manly Beach for this week. One more day to go after today, and just like that, we're into finals weekend. And we've definitely seen the level of surfing just go up a few notches as we've inched towards Saturday. And Saturday morning hasn't disappointed, and it looks like Vahine is going to get another ride here. She started off quite well with a 5-point ride. Let's see if she can improve on this one. Just negotiates that backwash, times it to perfection, and multiple turns on a backhand here, just racking them up. A little foam hit. She'll take this one all the way through. And again, just up and over the backwash. And well, another good score, possibly in the mid-range, but she's off and running and well and truly building house in this heat.
So 17 minutes on the clock. Gabby sitting with priority. The young Hawaiian spends a little bit more time in Indonesia as well, as her family has some connections there, but grew up on the island of Kauai. Very good surfer coming out of that region, 17 years old, and just, you know, getting into those early stages of her competitive career on the qualifying series, but already a powerful force, no doubt, making it into round 5. And then Vahine Fierro, she is a former world junior champion, comes from Huahine, which is an island close to Tahiti. She says a 40-minute plane ride gets her onto the island of Tahiti. And here we go, up and riding on her backhand. This one has super powerful backhand attack, nice graceful style. Coming into those first 2 turns, that sunshine still just glistening on the surface of a nice clean wave, and great combination.
Wow, well, she went to town on that thing, and all of a sudden she's going to drop some decent scores into her tally here as we watch. So I think this was the previous wave of Vahine. This was a smaller ride, and she really had to generate speed. Just pumping down the line and rapid backhand hits. Cracks it off that foam section. Takes this one all the way through to the inside. Gets one last cut back through to the inside. And then, but it was this wave here. So this one stretched out. And Gabriella was just too deep. And Vahine just went, yep, I'll take it. And well, what a gem that it was. A bigger wave, stronger turns, and gets the finish. Right on the sand, so that will be the best wave of the heat so far, and advantage Vahine at the 16-minute mark.
Well, having another look here, so a little bit more activity starting to pump through after this first 10 minutes. Gabby driving into that first turn, hits that backwash section, looking a bit like Makaha, and driving into that second turn. Let's see if she can put that finishing connection in. Oh, how did she ride out of that? The backwash was crazy.
Well, Vahine outside just roping that one on a tight little section, and does another one and ejects right before that wave explodes on the sand. And just have a look at Gabriella just putting the motor on so that she can secure first priority. Of course, this is a woman-woman situation here where priority is key. We've moved from 4-man heats, 4-woman heats, excuse me, and now it's just blow for blow, and the priority really comes into play here. Of course, when we talk about priority, that gives the surfer the right of way to any wave that comes through the lineup. And just check out the form here of Gabrielle, just up and over that backwash section, cracks it off the foam, bringing it all the way through to the inside. And as you said, Shannon, how did she ride out of that? Just stomps on the fins and able to negotiate that incredibly difficult section right on the sand. Some great drone angle here, and you can see just grinding all the way through. Bang, hits it, and just a full explosion right on the shore.
Well, it just shows you how steady these women are on their feet, on a board, out in the ocean, and driving into that backhand turn. Wow, Vahine really just pulling all the cards out here. And the one thing that I, love about surfing, and when coaching someone that's new to surfing, a lot of beginner surfers who are maybe getting in the water for the first time, we got the Manly Surf Soul set up here, thinking of people coming down for the weekend, getting onto a board for the first time, I think a lot of times it takes them a few waves or a few, maybe that first half hour in the water to realize that there's 3 moving factors to put together. The ocean is moving, the surfer is moving, the surfboard is moving, and you got to coordinate all those things. And to see these women navigate those tricky inside backwash sections, that's really difficult to be able to keep your footing in.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. Surfing might look relatively easy, but so many different factors to consider. And this moving ocean is, every single wave is different. And, this is a great looking wave here for Gabriella, and she is just getting to work. Whoa, just throws the layback snap. I love that turn. Bringing something different to this wave and mixing things up a bit. The judges are really going to appreciate that one. And Vahine taking off out the back.
Wow, so nice strong opening turn. Great body positioning, keeping herself nice low, springy attack, and just gets a 2-turn combination, but looking really nice. And like we said before, that priority coming into play now. Both women with a strong paddle out the back line, waiting for scores to come through for last of Gabby and last of Vahine. And a few scores to drop through, as a matter of fact. Vahine sitting in the lead with that 5.77 and a 5.0, so she's looking to improve on that score line to put some distance between herself and Gabby. Gabby chasing a 7.27 at the moment. Taking a look at this replay.
Yeah, just that first quick snap, drives down the line, waits for this one, gets another snap tight in the pocket, and then bang, throws the layback snap, drifts the fins a little, perfect control out of it, and then does some beautiful rail work all the way to shore. That is going to be a great score. And just watch the technique from above, just streaking down the line. That turn there is just one of the better turns I've seen all day long, all event long. I just love how she's mixed it up a bit, given something for the judges to really think about.
And variety is really key coming into these events, as we see a really strong 2-turn combination from Vahine Fierro. But variety, putting something that gives that flair factor to the judges. They want to see something different. Of course, we need to see really powerful rail work, good critical sections, all of that strung together. But to see that sort of style factor come in, that little drop wallet, it's definitely going to be something the judges are liking. So still waiting for scores to come through from that last exchange. And wow, this has been a really good morning of surfing. There's been some great scores put through across round 5. We've seen multiple 8s, an 8.33 in the last heat from Alyssa Quazone. We had an 8.33 as well from Tatiana Weston Webb in heat number 4. And an 8.83 from Keely Andrews. So excellent conditions on offer, finding the right wave. It's looking really fun. And as we have a little break in the action, we're waiting for scores to drop through from that last exchange. We'll go to a quick little break. Stay tuned for more right after this.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and surf.
And welcome back to the action. Well, in that little break, a little bit about environmental consciousness, we have seen Gabriella Bryan smash through with a 7.5 to take the lead, a 5.5 backup. And Vahina Fierro sitting with two 5.77s on the board, now chasing a 7.24 to take an advancing position.
Yeah, I think she got worth every single ounce of that 7.5, Gabriella, and it was courtesy of that big layback hook that she did halfway through that wave. So this is Vahina up and riding, so looking to take back the lead. A bit of a seesaw battle in heat number 7, just all the way through to the inside. Gee, she has a strong backhand, just tags it all the way through, and well, I'm going to give her the completion on that one. She basically just ran out of water as the thing just came up onto the sand, but well, we love it when these battles go back and forth between the women, as we see the replay here. So just taps it off the foam there, and well, Gabriella just waiting patiently. So now it's all about replacing that second score. Gabriella sitting on a 5.5 as a backup. She'll look to turn that into, say, a 7 or an 8 and make the requirement even harder for Vahina, who's currently needing a 7.24. So Vahina got the quick start, but Gabriella coming back. And both you and I, Shannon, when she did that one turn in particular, like, we felt it. We got super excited about it. So you can only imagine that the judges, they felt the same way, and that is why they've given her that 7.5.
Absolutely. So just coming down to the 7-minute mark, and both of these young women have grown up in surfing families. And Vahina growing up in Tahiti, she's got both parents that surf and 2 sisters that surf, and so to have that drive pushing behind her. And then Gabby Bryan, whose father helped to rebuild a community at Nias after a major torrential tsunami came through in December of 2004. And she grew up then traveling there a lot, spending a lot of time in Indo, between Indo and Hawaii, and so that's definitely helped her surfing to develop. As we take a look into the Shaping Bay, you said you had to walk down there earlier on, those last couple weeks?
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of hype down there at the moment, and this is why, because the legend himself, Simon Anderson, is in the bay. And, well, who hasn't had a board off Simon Anderson, the inventor of the thruster, and well, one of the true gentlemen of surfing. And I've had lots of Simons over the years. Of course, Kelly, Andy, you know, just so many amazing surfers have won events pretty much in every corner of the world. Events have been won on Simon Anderson's board. The North Narrabeen local grew up surfing around Collaroy. He's now still shaping around the Mona Vale area. That's Cooper Chapman. You can see on the left one of Simon's key team riders. They work very closely. I believe Coop still has a model that's very successful, and of course the pioneer of the thruster. So MR famous for the 20, Simon famous for the thruster, and of course that well, it stood the test of time and still features more prominently than any other fin configuration on the tour today. And Simon looking like he's crafting some sort of a performance board in there at the moment, and we'll get back to that as we watch live action. This is Vahina, so looking to build her score line, get back into the lead, and gee, she is going to town on this one. Get some great hooks in the pocket.
But then Gabby Bryan answering back, throwing heaps of spray off of that first turn, and then just gets the clean kick out. That wave closes out on her. So 5 minutes on the clock, and it's been really fun this week to see the variety of boards that are being created in the Vissla Shaping Bay. Yesterday we had Luke Daniels working on a Bonzer. Probably won't be glassed down here because the fins to get those glassed in a little bit more difficult than you know, your standard plugs. As we take a look at that replay of Vahina Fierro, really nice attack, nice snappy turnaround with each of those turns coming through to the inside, looking to build on that 5-point score line. And then we had this one of Gabby Bryan, gets just one turn on it, looks really strong. Great control, nice little snap, but then that wave closes out. And earlier in the week, we had Brian Bates in there, shaping a single fin, kind of a mid-length style, kind of good, fun, all-around board. Now Simon Anderson back with the standard high-performance thruster, a board that probably any competitor in here would love to get their hands on.
Oh, yeah, you know that. And Simon, well, I don't know if he's going to just shape one. Maybe we can get the legend to shape a couple down there. And Simon's obviously a big bloke, so he makes boards for, you know, just so many different people. You rock up to Narrabeen and 90% of the surfers in the lineup have the S logo on there. And, well, a true, you know what I love? I love his Heritage Series boards too. They just look so amazing. Of course, the replica of the the famous board that Simon won the 81 Bells event on, and really rocketed that design into the fore, and just became so functional. And there's Caroline Marks, the young USA surfer. She's down here working with Luke Egan, and didn't she put on a commanding performance yesterday afternoon, and we'll be looking to go well, one round further and make it into the final round. Women only surfing once today, and then we'll have a couple of fun heats, and then we'll be straight into men's action to wind out Saturday, Super Saturday down here at Manly.
So 3 minutes on the clock. Gabriella Bryan sitting in the lead. Well, not a super commanding lead at the moment, but with a decent requirement on Vahine Fierro. So Vahine has dropped in a 6.4 for that last wave. Great bit of tenacity coming through to the inside section. And then she is now requiring a 6.61. So she's helped her requirement. She was chasing a mid-range 7 before that one, but still a decent requirement on the board. 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. And the beach is just packed with people. The sun is shining. We've all got hats on, sunscreen. And the water is really warm, 21, 22 degrees Celsius. So with that sunshine and no wind on, absolutely no need for any neoprene. Those kind of morning surfs or that maybe late afternoon, a little bit, maybe a wetsuit top, some kind of long sleeve just for the wind chill, but the water's feeling great.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect conditions right down here now. And Gabriella just tagging this one, looking to extend her lead, doing some amazing rail work as she brings this one all the way into the shore. And another clean snap just unfortunately comes off, but I think the majority of the damage was done already. And just reading these waves to perfection, timing her maneuvers perfectly in the pocket, really staying in that energy part of the wave. And I'm just super impressed with how much drive and power she's getting out of each turn.
So nice little double up section right there. Good fin throw to start, and that second one just really pushing the limits on that tail. Nice little rail game coming through to the inside. Wow, just attacking it again. Didn't need that last section even. Could have easily kicked out. I like that she pushed the limits, but her scoring potential, certainly the work done on those outside few maneuvers, and that last one right in the pocket. She drops a 6.7 and puts a little bit more pressure on Vahine Fierro, now requiring a near excellent 7.8.
Yeah, well, these women have been going blow for blow in this one as we come down to the final minute. And Vahine, well, she's up against it now, but have a look at this wave coming into the takeoff area. A great looking wave here. Let's see what happens. And she's got to lay it all on the line here. Starts well, negotiates the backwash, just tags it again. So 2 huge turns for Vahine. Will it be enough? A 7.80. And 2 of the strongest turns in the event so far, well, in this heat. And, well, what do you think, Shannon? Do you feel like she needed just a little bit more, or is it going to be enough?
Well, honestly, I really liked it. I even just loved that stand tall ride out, just having that bit of air of like she's here, she's got what it needs to take it into the next level. She is chasing a big score, though. We've seen some huge scores drop in from just 2 turn combinations. We'll have to get a look at that replay now with 15 minutes on the clock as we see it coming through, and just have a little analyze.
So drives hard off the bottom, and the backwash almost accentuates the size of that turn. And then the second one was just so clean, just precision perfect. Look at her driving down the line here, just tags it, spray flying everywhere, perfect fan. And as you said, just rode out of that cleanly. Didn't try and overcommit and get the little foam hit, and possibly looked way tidier, just making that smooth, clean exit. This one's in the hands of the judges. And, well, a great heat there. Great performances from both our women. And at the moment, it's looking like Gabriella will move through. But one more score to drop, and we'll give you confirmation on that in a sec.
So great surfing between both women, Vahine Fierro and Gabriella Bryan. So we're just waiting for that score to drop through. Coming up in our next heat, we have Caroline Marks. She'll be up against Mahina Maeda. So Caroline coming off of her rookie year last year, and Mahina, she was very close to qualifying at the end of 2018, coming into 2019. Just missed out on that qualification run, but she'll be putting on a strong effort this year. And we are going to take a quick break as we wait for scores to drop through. We'll be right back after this.
stop thinking of you. No, I can't stop thinking of you.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and serve.
Well, here we go, up and riding. Opening wave of this heat. Mahina Maeda, strong backhand attack up against Caroline Marks, Rookie of the Year from the 2018 Championship Tour. And we have just seen another buzzer beater. Richie Lovett, what happened?
Well, that was another buzzer beater, as you said. And what did she drop here? What was the score? She's dropped an 8.07. So, Vahine, there's something about you and I in the booth here because we keep getting these nail-biting finishes where things turn in the last minute. And, well, it was the strength, as you mentioned, on that last turn, just put everything into it, rode out super cleanly, and gets the win. So just what an amazing comeback. And what a thrill for our, well, is she Tahitian?
She's Tahitian. Comes from specifically Huahine, which is an island in the Tahitian Islands. And there we have the replay from Mahina Maeda driving into that backhand attack. Look at the timing on that as well. Great surfing for her opening wave. And we'll have scores to come through in just a moment.
Wow, that was a really, really well-surfed wave there for our surfer in blue. And she just tagged that thing and bowled out in front of her and just timed those backhand hooks to perfection. And she's going to need to put on a bit of a show here because Caroline Marks, well, she's been on absolute fire. And with priority now and a little wave, well, she's going to let this one go. And, well, up and riding here, just tags it. Wow, she is just throwing caution to the wind here. Brings this one all the way through to the inside. So could this be a little mistake? Well, she's just caught an edge on the last turn. So maybe a good decision there from Caroline Marks.
Well, scores have just come through for first of Mahina Maeda, an 8.83, the wave of the day so far. Opening ride, she will be feeling amazing coming up against a name like Caroline Marks. And as we wait for Caroline to get her opening wave for second of Mahina to drop through, we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Vahine Fierro. Take it away, Saxon.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. Down here with the winner of the last one, Vahine from Tahiti. Again, another buzzer beater out here this morning. What were you thinking paddling into that last wave? Talk us through it.
There was like 2 minutes left, and then I had first priority, so I went my way. And then when I saw that way, I was like, okay, gotta get like 2 or 3 big turns in. And then there was no pressure. I had nothing to lose. I just did 2 turns and got the score.
Well, that's awesome, and looks so stoked. And I'm kind of getting really jealous here because it looks so much fun. Is it as fun as it looks out there?
Oh my God, it's really good. Like I surfed Manly when it was really bad, and being out here in these conditions, it's amazing.
And just before you go, do you want to say some words in French to the people at home watching?
Je voulais dire bonjour à maman, papa et toute la famille, et merci à toute la Polynésie et la France de me soutenir.
Alrighty, guys, that's it. Back to you.
Well, there we have it. The ocean tells no lies, neither does the screen. It is as fun as it looks.
Yeah, it does look super rippable out there. And a perfect little set-up sandbar at North Stain. And we love these little rip bowls. And our women are just going to town this morning. Multiple excellent scores have been dropping in. And, well, Mahina with that 8.83. So to kick a heat off like that is just something special. And that just gives you a little injection of confidence. And she's already got a healthy 12.60 total. And she's put Caroline Marks on notice here. And just have a look at this thing. This was the 8. And just tags it all the way down the line. And gets that, bang, gets that third hit. And, well, this is the one. This is the score. Drives off the bottom, hits the lip, grinds through it again. Just perfect precision. And how is the transition between that third and fourth turn? Just so quick to re-engage on the bottom turn and throwing caution to the wind, throwing everything at it. And it looks like we're going to get a start here from Caroline Marks. Some good swell lines coming to our takeoff zone.
Well, excellent start for Mahine Maeda. As we see Caroline sitting with priority, she's going to let that one go. So Mahina is staying busy under priority here. Can she improve on that 3.77? Nice opening turn, nice low stance. Reading that wave well, managing to stick the landing, coming out of that one, that backwash factoring through. So still waiting for Caroline to get her first score through. I think Mahina will probably improve on that 3.77. We'll have to wait and see what the judges think.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shannon, and you can see that she's put Caroline Marks in a situation where she's starting to second guess her decisions around wave choice, because all of a sudden, because Mahina has that 8.83 in a scoreline, Caroline's thinking, I need a really good wave now. I can't start with a 6, a 5 or a 6. I'm going to need to match that 8. And so she's just waiting and perhaps being a little too selective. I don't know. We'll see as this one plays out. And lots of activities going on down here. Of course, Westfield Warringah Mall is one of our support partners here down at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. And, well, we're in the women's division right now, presented by Sister Revolution. And in this heat, it is Mahina Maeda out in front. Caroline Marks is yet to pull the trigger with just under 18 minutes to go. Lots of time on the clock, and we know a caliber of Caroline Marks is going to be a threat in this heat. And once she gets her campaign underway, we're going to have a real good matchup on our hands.
Well, Caroline Marks finishing ranked number 7 from her 2018 rookie year on the championship tour, earning herself that Rookie of the Year qualification, of course. And originally from Melbourne Beach in Florida, relocated to San Clemente with the whole family. She's got a great family support behind her. And it's great to see, you know, I'm sure that that relocation to San Clemente, being that it's like the hotbed of young surfing talent within California, it's such a competitive space. I actually feel a little bit bad for kids growing up there who aren't natural competitors, who don't have that competitive drive to them, who just want to surf for fun, because it's such a competitive space. Anytime you paddle out at Trestles, at T Street, everyone's pushing each other, which is where there's just so many big names coming out of that space. So for Caroline Marks to have relocated there, definitely a good decision from the whole family, and clearly paying off with being one of the youngest competitors ever to qualify for the championship tour. Yeah, well, and of course she's got good people around her as well. Has done a lot of work with Mike Parsons over the years, and a lot of support by way of sponsorship. And well, she's another one of the FCS global team riders, and down there at the moment working with Luke Egan. And well, Louis knows these type of conditions like the back of his hand. And as the rip starts to, we're getting close to the top of the tide. So I think around 11 o'clock was high tide, so we're right on it or thereabouts. So things tend to get a little funky at the top of the tide, but Louis will be on the sand trying to negotiate the right pathway for Caroline, just get her lining up perfectly. As we see, you can see a little swell line starting to inch closer to our competitors, so perhaps an opportunity is going to present itself for Caroline Marks. She'll get this one underway, because as time ticks on, we're at 15 minutes or just thereover. You start to get a little twitchy, a little nervous. You want to get things going, you know. You would have already liked to have had a decent score. And, well, she's going to have a crack at this one. Having a paddle here. Driving through on her backhand. Little check turn to start off with. That wave just goes a little soft, but she's able to carry that speed and power into this inside section. So getting a couple Solid turns through that inside. I think for her, she'll be a little bit gutted that wave didn't stand up through the middle.
Yeah, not exactly the way Caroline wanted to start, but the good news is she's going to drop a score. So she's on the board, and now she can start to build. And, well, sometimes just getting rid of that first wave and getting things underway, start to build some sort of flow, some sort of momentum in the heat. With 15 minutes to go, that is plenty of time on the clock, and you and I know this because we've seen 2 rides go down in 2 minutes, and we've seen so many heats this morning that have been won on that final wave in the final seconds. So we know, of course, well, Caroline Marks has got as much talent as any woman on the planet when it comes to surfing, and she can drop huge scores, and she's going to have to start building house here. So nearly just having a look at that one. And, well, Mahina Maeda, she's out in front courtesy of that 8.83 and has a nice backup of the 4.17. She'll need to make some good decisions here with priority. She knows that she won't need to take off on anything that's not going to get her a 5-point ride or better to make the requirement even more difficult for Caroline Marks. And perhaps having a look at this one, Shannon. And, well, I think it might be Caroline who's going to pull the trigger.
Well, here we go, having a look. So not only did she win Rookie of the Year, but she took out the title for the QS last year, 2018, ranked #1 on the qualifying series, as well as re-qualifying herself automatically through the championship tour. She had an outstanding 2018 season, and it will set her up really well going into this year. And just thinking of a few things through the World Surf League, worldsurfleague.com or the WSL app. There was a great interview that came out a couple weekends ago for International Women's Day. Caroline Marks was on a panel that Jessie Miley-Dyer facilitated with Tatiana Weston-Webb, with Carissa Moore, and a couple of the other kind of women who have been on tour for a long time. But Caroline was the young woman in the mix, you know, that fresh face. And there was a great conversation around, of course, the fact that there's now equal prize money on the championship tour. For Caroline to walk into that at the start of her career, as opposed to these women who have been competing for years and years, up to a decade on tour and fighting for something like that, where she's getting to walk straight into that. Just the ground that's been paved in women's surfing for Caroline coming through as a youngster. And a few other really good conversation topics. So for those of you listening in, I'd really encourage you to have a little look online. It's there on the WSL website, and you know you'll be able to find it pretty easily on their homepage on International Women's Day, and just a good bit of conversation starter, even something to talk about around the dinner table, to get out into the local lineup and start talking about where women's surfing has been and where it's heading in the future. And there's so much promise, and there's just so much change that's come already, and there's so much change to come. Yeah, we've come, I feel like we've come a long way in a short amount of time, and if that trend continues, well, it's going to be an amazing platform for women in surfing. And well, we've got 2 amazing women out in the lineup as we hit the halfway mark in the final heat in round number 5, and it's Mahina Maeda out in front at the moment, and Caroline Marks chasing some scores. So well, the bookies probably had this one going the other way, and potentially well, it would be a bit of an upset, I think, if we saw Mahina get the jump on Caroline Marks here. But see, we've still got plenty of time on the clock, just under 12 minutes. This one is far from over. So 12 minutes on the clock. Mahina sitting in the lead with that 8.83 for her opening wave. Had it in the first minute. Absolutely explosive start. She's been on the qualifying series for the last 5 years. Well, the last 4 years. This is her 5th full year competing. Grew up in Hawaii on the North Shore, but now representing Japan. And she has that dream of, you know, she's got Japanese heritage, of course, of being the first female from Japan to qualify for the championship tour. Of course, we have Kanoa Igarashi on the men's side representing Japan, but I think, you know, she was sharing with us in one of her post-heat interviews that it is such a big deal for the nation of Japan to have her doing as well as she has done, to change representation from Hawaii to Japan, and to have her name in that mix. And as a country as a whole, they're really putting a lot of support into her surfing. She's had some really tight finishes. She finished ranked number 14 in 2018, so just last season. Would have been right out. I mean, she was in that top conversation into the final day of Port Stevens, which was a QS 6000 in November, the last qualifying series of the year on the women's calendar. And that event really throws a few spanners in the works, and it allows a few girls to really make it through the ranks. But Mahina had an excellent year on tour last year. Her top ranking year end was ranked number 11th on the qualifying series back in 2015. So her name has been in that contention for potential qualification for a long time, and she really has that drive behind her. She's now got the support of Japan behind her as well, and it would just be such a special thing to see the first female representation on the championship tour coming out of Japan, especially heading into the Olympic season next year in 2020.
Yeah, well, the Olympics is obviously a huge deal for surfing, and well, some of our surfers just perhaps being a little strategic in their positioning so that they get a shot at least at getting into the Olympics. And Mahina Maeda, well, she's been on the cusp of qualification, as you said, Shannon, for so long now. Well, for a number of years, and 2019, could this be the year? As you see Luke Egan just giving Caroline Marks a few little direction changes here, a little bit of advice about picking the lineup. And as we know, quite a lot of water moving from that shot, not really that obvious, but we can tell you that there is a sweep moving from the left to the right hand part of your screen. And here's a little deep one on the bank. So Caroline, no, it just goes up and over that one. And needing an 8.58. So that is a huge score to attain on one single score. And she still has time, 9 minutes on the clock, to get 2 scores. And, well, it's pretty rare that you see Caroline Marks just with a 4.43 as her highest score at this point. But she's going to try and better that right now.
So driving into that first turn, nice little check to gain some speed out of that flat section. Comes around the foam. That wave just doesn't facilitate anything else. Gets a clean kick out. So wave selection coming down to it. This heat, it's now being a little bit reminiscent of our 4th heat this morning in round 5, where Tatiana Weston Webb took out Bronte McCauley. Tati just seemed to be in rhythm. She was taking a little bit of risk, paddling into waves that she wasn't sure what was going to happen. She was really just putting that commitment through, where Bronte was a little bit too patient, too conservative with wave selection, and in the end, she just wasn't able to find a wave that facilitated anything.
Yeah, well, we talk about rhythm so much, and it's true, and it's a definite thing in surfing. You can't deny that it doesn't happen, even when you're free surfing, and you'd know about this. You know, you're just in tune with the waves, you're getting the sets, and you can be in a crowded lineup and the waves just come to you. And being able to switch it on and make sure you're in rhythm for that 25 minutes that you're competing and you've got the jersey on, it's a difficult thing to do, but it seems to be a real thing, you know, and we see it time and time again in all of these heats. And we love the ones where both the surfers are in rhythm, and then it's just a blow for blow, real competitive fire matchup. And on this one, it seems to be a little bit one-sided, and it's Mahina that has found the rhythm. And 17 and a half minutes on the clock. With each minute that ticks by, it becomes a little bit more challenging for Caroline Marks. She needs to keep her composure here. She's down in second priority, so in terms of being up against it, she's on the ropes right now, and hopefully she can pull away out of this one.
Well, 7 minutes on the clock, and we're going to go well, let's hold off on that as there's a little wave coming through here. Caroline Marks, well, she has a look, she decides not to go. There's a few lines coming through, maybe nothing tempting enough to put a decent score on the score line. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after this. And welcome back to the action. 5 minutes on the clock. Looks like Caroline's having a little paddle back as we had a couple of really good mind surfing waves there, and that Vissla wetsuit's ad is absolutely insane. I'd be far too terrified to paddle out in that, but I love watching a good fish in those kind of conditions.
Yeah, well, some amazing vision there and some super deep barrels or tube rides. And obviously the pinnacle thing in surfing to get that barrel ride to be consumed and surrounded by a little tunnel of water and to ride through that is a very, very special feeling. And well, it's what we all chase. Once we've had a little taste of that, it's like the ultimate drug in surfing. We just want to keep going after it time and time again.
So 5 minutes on the clock, coming down to the pointy end of the heat. Caroline Marks has dropped a 6.83 on the scoreboard. So now sitting in a very good position, just requiring a 6.18 to take the advancing position over Mahina. Mahina really needs to improve on that 4.17. That's the danger for her. As we see Mahina taking a paddle here, she is sitting with priority, so able to have pick of this wave. Nice opening turn, hoping for a good steep section coming through. Nice flow between those second two. Unfortunately, just bites the rail and goes down.
Okay, well, Mahina starting so well in this heat, dropping that huge 8.83, and then she's done well just to chip away at her scores there, but as you said, Shannon, she's still only sitting on a fairly low backup score, and she could make the requirement much harder for Caroline Marks. But this is what Caroline did to get back into this heat, driving around and just wallop that last turn. And that's more of the form that we're used to seeing from Caroline. And so Caroline just forcing the issue here, making Mahina take this wave, making her use her priority. So now Caroline with priority, she'll have a chance at getting her 6.18, which we know she can get because she just dropped a 6.83. And if she can just find a wave in these final 3 minutes, so not opting to take this one, that gives Mahina a chance to potentially extend on her second score, and she doesn't do it. So a couple of opportunities gone begging here for Mahina. And the experience of Caroline Marks, she's staying composed, not getting rattled at this situation. She's got 3 minutes to find that 6.18, and odds on. What do you think? She going to do it?
I think she can do it. Well, slight increase in the requirement now, 6.21, but not much of a difference there. Mahina is improving on that scoreline, but ever so slightly. Really needing to get something decent under her feet. We'll take a look at this replay. Nice drawn out opening turn, and then just comes unstuck under the lip on that second one. Unfortunately, unable to make the connection. There's a little line coming through on the back there, and we've got our Vissla Shapers Cup final coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a break between the action of our QS 6000 here. We're going to have Cam Richards in the booth with Saxon Lumsden to talk us through that. Cam Richards won Wave of the Winter and a Vissla team rider, so we'll get to hear a little bit from him. And just a fun little break in the action, and then, of course, the expression session.
Yeah, the expression session will be fun. I can see Tommy Whitaker down there, and, well, a lot of the Shapers just bringing in the big guns as their partners. And as you said, there's fun to be had, but there's this underlying sort of seriousness about this whole thing, and to walk away as being the Surfer Shaper champions, well, it's nothing to, that's nothing to, well, look at as it's a pretty big achievement, really, when you think of the caliber of shapers we have down here and the surfers involved. Okay, well, Caroline Marks here, she has an opportunity, and she's going to commit. So a good-looking wave here. This is crucial with just under 2 minutes to go. She starts off well, and setting up this turn here, hits the foam again, and opens up, and she's come off.
Oh, no.
Well, just pushing a little too hard. Well, she knew she had to get some big turns on the final stages of that wave, because the first two sections didn't really open up. So just pushing that little bit too hard, and Caroline just comes off there. So could that be the one mistake that costs her the heat?
Well, I feel like Mahina's going to take a little bit of a note out of one of our earlier heats as we see Caroline. So replay now. Nice strong opening turn. Wave's just a little bit soft though. She banks it off the foam but doesn't have that really critical lip line to ride, and then just comes undone on that inside section. So I just don't think it's enough to get that 6.21. We'll leave it in the hands of the judges, but Mahina needs to stay tight. She lets Caroline go. Could this be a mistake? Driving into that first turn. Well, Caroline just seems to have come unraveled for a moment on the last few seconds here. Mahina looking to improve on a 4.20, gets a clean kick out. She should have priority over Caroline again. I'm thinking she's probably a little farther out. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, smart move by Mahina there, just pulling out of that one. She didn't need to worry about increasing her score. What she needed to worry about was shadowing Caroline Marks here, making sure she doesn't get another opportunity. She's going to force her into this one. So Mahina just using her priority, using it well to hold Caroline off that wave as we are counting this one down, the final 5 moments and 5 seconds. We've got an upset.
Well, this is huge for the season of Mahina Maeda to take out the Rookie of the Year 2018 Championship Tour rookie Caroline Marks, to put some massive points behind Mahina moving into the quarterfinals, finals day tomorrow. Congratulations. That opening ride, absolutely fantastic, 8.83, and we'll be looking forward to seeing her in the quarterfinals. And we'll go to a quick commercial break, bring you back more with the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro right after this.
Favorite sound first thing in the morning. We are on. Let's see what unfolds here. To show why that he is the best surfer in the world.
All right, well, the first couple of hours of the morning have been pretty serious here, but now it's time for some fun. We got the Vissla Shapers heading out there on our little tag team event at Saxon Lumsden in the booth with Cam Richards, mate. One of the Vissla team riders. He's here in Australia. Check this out. Look, he's got to go out in the Express Search next, so he's already kitted up, ready to go.
Yeah.
You're going to bail on me with like 5 to go, right?
No, can't get out of the jersey.
Are you psyched to get out there?
Yeah, it looks fun. Haven't
Mate.
surfed in a few days. So.
Yeah, it looks so fun. Been doing the manly thing, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
got
manly
to.
thing.
Got to while you're here. All right, so it looks as though we've got our little sheet in front of us here. We got Parish Byrne, Dylan Parise, Andrew Mooney, and Mike Salakis. So this looks like, and also we do have another team in here, because that's Tom Witt, and I believe he's riding for the Luke Daniels here.
Okay.
So yesterday, Cam, I think they're doing it again today. Tommy Witts and Luke Daniels, they're riding the same board, a little ASIM.
Okay. That'd be fun to watch Tommy Witts. Haven't seen him surfing a jersey in a while. So.
I know.
Sick.
Well, yesterday he was kind of ripping, and remember when he was doing that thing for a while there? He was just going and doing the contest and helping the boys as well.
Yeah.
And just smoking his own crew. Remember that?
I know. I've always wondered that when you see like coaches in the same heats. You remember what's going through their head.
That would be just the weirdest thing ever.
Right.
They're probably telling you what to do, but they're kind of just like not quite telling you everything.
Yeah. Even when like you're on a team with like a same people, and then you have like a heat with each other. You never know what the coach is telling you.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of okay. Well, that's Luke Rice.
Okay.
So he does some QS events around.
Nice.
One of the Grom from Wollongong. So he's riding for Parish Byrne here. So those boys are getting a little early start. But before we really get stuck into things, we might head down to the beach. We got our brickers down there with the winner of the last one, Mahina Maeda. Take it away, mate.
Thank you, Saxon. What a great start to that heat, Mahina, and 8 point something right up there. But you said there's a bit of a tussle between you and Caroline to get that wave early on.
Yeah, in the beginning she was sitting a little bit deeper and a little bit farther out, and usually that's how you want to start with the heat. And I was really surprised she didn't go for either one of the waves, and they both had like good scoring potential on it, and I just got really lucky for that first exchange.
ended up 14th on the QS ratings last year. You're into the finals day, a quarterfinal here. We're starting to get to the point where you got some keeper points for this year.
Yeah, this year I really want to make it on the tour. I want to be competing with all the top girls, and especially Tatiana. She's one of my really good friends that I grew up with. So watching her and like on the tour, it inspires me a lot. And I have so many good people behind me, like supporting me and stuff. So I'm going to try my best.
Well, you just took down the Rookie of the Year from last year. You're on to the finals day. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
And we just saw one of your big boss dogs, Johnny Mossop, walk past there, hey? Walk past the booth.
The big boss, Johnny Mossop.
Talk to us a bit about the relationship you got going on with Vissla right now, because it's a bit of a good one going on, hey?
Yeah, for sure. I actually just re-signed another 3 years, and I've been with them since I didn't even know the name of the company. So I think it's about 5 years now, and came over here about 2 years ago and met Johnny Mossop and all the Vissla Australia people, and almost felt like a second family.
Yeah.
And last year I couldn't show up. I tore my ACL and meniscus. And
oh, heavy, dude.
Definitely
really?
was a very hard phone call to make
yeah.
to John, telling him I'm not coming. Especially they had me on all the posters and all that thing.
Yeah.
And it was literally like a couple days before it happened too. So.
Wow, how long did that take you to get back? ACLs are big ones.
Yeah, did ACL and meniscus. It took me about 5 or 6 months.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. It took me about a month to find the right surgeon to do it, and then after that, about 5 or 6 months of rehab, which is very short.
Yeah.
Just my rehab was going very good, thanks to my doctor, David Sales, and he gave me the okay to do U.S. Open. And probably my doctor, the surgeon, wasn't definitely with the idea of me surfing, but he didn't know. But my physical therapist, like, the stuff you're doing in here is a lot gnarlier than surfing Huntington Beach. I'm like, well, I kind of need to try for the points and everything.
Yeah.
Ended up getting my best result ever.
Yeah.
So it's funny how
That's
that works.
so strange like that. Yeah. All right. This is Owen Milne here from Copa on the Central Coast. So Owen's actually he films a lot.
Yeah. I met him last night,
or
2 nights ago at the Stain.
Yeah.
Nice dude.
He's a legend, mate.
I know. He said he got he was in Neos filming, I think, Toby, and then he said he had to go get one out for himself.
Yeah.
So sick. It's always cool to see filmers that can do that.
Yeah, he rips, mate.
Yeah.
And he's riding out there. His teammate's Andrew Mooney from Serpent Sled. So do you know about Mooney? You might not know too much about Mooney.
Yeah.
So I've been buffing Mooney only because he's a legend and he's from the same spot on the coast that I am pretty much. But Andrew used to ride for Quicksilver. And he was a bit of like, kind of did the whole like photo trip video kind of thing as well. And he's had covers of mags and big bombs and feature movies and stuff. So it's pretty funny that some people were saying yesterday, I heard people in the little VIP area saying, oh, how's this guy in the Shapers event? He's like ripping. And I was like, yeah, mate, that's Andrew Mooney. You don't know who Andrew Mooney is? I was tripping on it.
Oh, that was sick.
Yeah, Lukey Rice. So he's riding for Burn Surfboards here.
Okay.
And Parish Burn as well. He used to go around the junior series like the same kind of time as Julian and Owen and stuff like that in Australia. Yeah. So he used to rip as well. So whose boards are you riding at the moment? Oh, also, after that, Pipe Wave, Dad's board.
Okay.
Let's do those two.
Okay, we'll first start off with my shaper named Adam Warden, AJW Surfboards. He's a dude from the East Coast originally, from, I think, Virginia Beach. But now he lives out in San Diego and shapes with Sharp Eye Surfboards.
Sick.
Same factory. And so, yeah, it's been a cool relationship. I actually ended up, how I started with him, I borrowed a friend's board for NSSA Nationals and ended up winning on it. So he was like, well, can I get you some boards? I'm like, sure. And oh, that was nice.
Yeah. Flare this thing, dude. Oh,
who's this? Black.
Oh, Squizzer. You probably would have surfed some heats against him. Nick Squires. Yeah.
I've seen this.
So he's riding DP surfboards, Dylan Perez.
Whoa!
That was sick. Yeah, because it was funny yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, DP had their heat. And Dylan, the shaper, ripped. So the shaper's score gets doubled.
Okay, sick.
So he got like a 6.5, so it turned into to a 12, and I was in here going, oh, he's got Squizzer as his dude. He's going to get like an 8 for sure and smoke it. And Nick couldn't make a turn. Like, he was just falling.
Yeah.
There's that little ASIM. Yeah, how sick. Look, they're doing the full up. There should be extra points for that.
For sure.
Yeah. All right, let's go about your dad's board as well. Yeah.
But yeah, and so it was weird kind of leaving my dad in a way. My dad does all hand shape. He doesn't touch a computer, and So all his boards were good, but it was hard for him to make a lot. And for a young kid traveling, surfing, it was a lot for him. And then, of course, there's nothing worse than watching your son not like a board or something. I could only imagine the pressure he was dealing with. And so it was a blessing to get another board sponsor. And Adam supported me for so long, being so young. And so, yeah. And then my dad shipped me a few boards here and there. Not many, probably 3 or 4 in the past 4 years or so.
Yeah. But the one doozy.
Yeah, he shaped me the one. He shaped me that one for my 19th birthday, and I'm 23 now. And I just brought it out to Hawaii and just kind of sat at my buddy's house in the garage, just kind of collecting dust in a way. But I would always bring it out every time I was there and just go for a paddle on it. And then, finally one day after just being in Hawaii, not really having too good of a Triple Crown and kind of just having a struggle of a year, just wanted to go out and just have some fun and get away from my dad. And then I got away from myself and my dad also, so yeah.
Yeah, that's sick, mate. That thing was a proper nug too. That was a gnarly one. All right, so a couple of scores here. We'll do a bit of housekeeping before we keep chatting. So Nick Squires, the wrap in the air, that's an 817, so that's a sick score. And then for Mikey Salaka Surfboards, Luca Elder's out there right now surfing for him. So Luca does some some of the post-heat interviews at this contest and stuff. So he's double dipping as well. Nice. Pretty jealous about that. He's actually getting to have a rip out there. Right. So he got a 6.5. He kind of blasted one on the little inside bit. O-Doggy Mill, and he's only got the 193. Come on, Owen. Come on. And Tommy Witts on the ACM gets a 6.43. And I think there's one more score. We got scores coming in from Parrish as well, so heaps going on here.
Just so cool to see Vissla do this. I mean, I know the shapers have to be tripping to be able to be involved in a QS, and especially when a lot of their team riders are here too. And I don't know, there's no other contest that does anything like this. And I was at the event last night, and just to hear all the shapers talk and everything, it was like, this is so cool. And Paul Nalday said, he's like, like if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be anywhere near where the industry is or anything. It wasn't for surfboards, so it's cool they're getting the credit they deserve. And for my dad being a shaper, I couldn't agree anymore.
Yeah. Who stood out for you at the, speaking wise?
I mean, of course, I want to hop on the bandwagon, and Simon Anderson was always cool to hear. And I'm a big fan of Donald Brink, who's a super cool dude.
Yeah, he's a cool dude, eh?
He just has such a different look at everything, but everything he does and everything he says, he has a backing for it. It could be the craziest little tweak in a board or in a fin, and he'll tell you exactly why. And I find that very...
So here's O-Doggy just getting a little grinder through there. So I'm pretty sure Owen actually started out riding a lid. He was a bodyboarder. And now look at him rip. He films and he rips. All right, awesome. 15 minutes to go in this one. What's going on down there, Brad Bricknell? You're down on the beach, mate. Is it hot?
It's so hot out here. It's almost midday here, local time, of course, and there's no real reason to not expect a big crowd. None other than Kelly Slater is going to be taken to the water in a big expression session coming up next. We've also got Joey Johns, the rugby league legend. We've got Toby Mossop, the local Australian young up-and-coming star. We've got Tommy Carroll, a 2-times world champion. And you'll like this one, Saxon. Donnie Brink is going to be riding a board that he shaped in the shed, glassed in the shed, and he's taking out here for the expression session. So the crowd's swelled. It's going to be fun. 15 minutes to go.
Yes, cheers, Brickers. That's sick. I'm psyched to see Donnie out there on that little nugget thing. That'll be mental. I'll tell you what I want you and Tobes to do, Cam. I want you guys to go out, sit on the peak, sit the deepest, and just paddle around everybody in the expression session. Just sit on Slater the whole time. Don't let him do anything.
That would be pretty good.
Do you know much about Joey Johns?
Not much. Probably wouldn't, I would love to hear some info.
Joey Johns is he plays rugby league.
Okay.
In Australia, which is one of the biggest games in the country, especially in like New South Wales and Queensland. Yeah. And Joey's he's basically the Tom Brady of rugby league.
Okay, sick.
So he's like one of the best. He's one of the best halfbacks ever, and he's from Newcastle. He surfs as well.
Nice, loves it. That's awesome.
That's basically how I can put it. Probably. Yeah, he's one of the...
It's always cool to see different people tap into surfing and find a love for it, and then you see people that are actually pretty damn good. I mean, you have, like, the crocodile hunter used to be an insane surfer. I remember watching and just being like,
Stevie Irwin.
yeah. I was like, what? Like, it'd always be like right at the beginning. It was always the sick little. He'd have like a few waves doing backside turns. It's always just cool to watch other people do surf, and you just like trip out.
That's mental, eh? So Joey's also, I believe, he's good friends with Hoyo. Because they had this kind of, I've seen a few interviews of Matt Hoy and stuff, and the year that the Newcastle Knights won the premiership was like also the year that Matt Hoy like had his best year on tour or something. So they were kind of just like
feeding off each other for sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
here's Parish. How's our little fishbowl here, dude?
So good.
It's pretty funny. Everyone just comes past and just has a little peek in.
They don't know if you can see them or not.
Yeah. It's a classic. Yeah. Oh no, I let the computer go to sleep. I'll have to type it back up and get some scores here, mate. It's all good. I've been doing this so much this week. You just all of a sudden you just start talking and you look up at the computer. The computer screen's gone. So how come we got 2 scores for Parish Byrne there? Oh, I guess they've just put a wave in for him. So okay. I think the 6-9.
Well, did they? I think they might have switched.
I think Parish is in now. So Ricey's in. Ricey got the 6-9, and then Parish's got a 5-5. So that's doubled.
Okay.
Yesterday I was trying to do maths in here. It was just getting
that must
crazy.
Be brutal.
Yeah. So I think 5-5's 11. Yeah. I think that's probably the easiest one I've had. Yesterday
you got that one. That one's good.
Yesterday it was like 0.87s and stuff, and I was just like, no hope. Like, there's no way I'm getting that. And I think all the first guys out there were the surfers, so all those scores stay the same, and then the next ones to drop in will be doubled.
Okay.
But yeah, as I said yesterday, we were trying to work out who's in first and who's in what, and just,
brutal.
It's just you're better off just having a chat, and then when Joey comes in next, he'll just read out the results. It'll be perfect. What are you thinking for out there? Are you gonna hit the little rip bowl?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really seen it, so I'm gonna just kind of run out of the fishbowl and see what looks the best.
How good's that though?
No, a normal heat, I would probably try to go away from everyone.
Yeah,
but this is all for fun, and it'd be just fun to surf with Toby and Donald and Slater and all that.
Mate, it'll be an epic little melting pot. Yeah. All right, there's 10:50 to go here. Looks like a couple of little waves coming through, so we might stick with this one just quickly. And it looks as though we got a shaper up and riding. This is DP, Dylan Perez from DP Surfboards. Oh, he goes down. So, yep, 10:40 to go. We're going to go for a quick little commercial break. We'll be back with the back 10 minutes of this heat. Stay with us.
Up until now, there's never been such a significant leap in the quality and performance level of this modern garment. Vissla's new North Seas wetsuit is at the forefront of this wetsuit revolution. With all these upgrades, surfers entering colder waters are now able to retain their speed, agility, and strength in nearly freezing conditions.
Alright, we're back here. Got some of the competitors in the express chest out there trying to psych you out, dude.
Yeah, they're just already playing mind games.
Yeah. Toby's been doing like eyeballing you, the stink eye in there, hey.
He said he hung up the jersey, but I don't believe it.
Mate, he's kidding, isn't he? He surfed 2 heats in this contest.
I know, look at him go.
He probably
surfed more than me.
Yeah. He
probably I only surfed 1. Yeah.
Oh, mate, well, as you know, how gnarly is the QS?
It's the real deal, man. It's emotional roller coaster, that's for sure.
Isn't it what?
And yeah, there's just some heats that you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun when you have opportunities, but that's the thing about the QS. You're not going to get opportunities every heat, and that's just the way it goes. I mean, you get so mad at yourself, and you get bummed out when things don't go your way, but then it doesn't go a lot of people's way.
I know.
Kelly Slater loses second round. And it's crazy. It's a trip. It's a trip, but the feelings of winning and the feeling of making a heat in the last minute or whatever it may be, but it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And so it just keeps you going. And we all wish we could just go out free surf and make money and enjoy our lives, but unfortunately,
there's only a select few, right?
Yeah, of course. And even nowadays, it's so tough. You see people do something crazy, and it just gets posted on Instagram, and
then
it's
it's
forgot
gone.
about. So it's like, that era is almost gone now. It's like there's so many good little kids. There's just things happen every day that people will just go through one eye and out the other in a way.
Yeah, it's like information overload, right?
Yeah, so it's just, you kind of, I mean, you don't have to, but I think the contests are a good thing to just keep you relevant, especially if you're doing well. And people say you can't do both, but there's always a way, you know?
Why not?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times money and time. Time is tough. That's the one thing I struggle with the most is finding time.
Have you got some? Have you banked some clips this trip though? You would have some. There's been some fun beaches around.
I spent some time on the Gold Coast, maybe a few little clips here and there, but no, not much time. The waves have been pretty mediocre. So.
Are you hanging or are you out of here?
I'm here till Monday. Yeah, just cruising. I mean, Vissla puts this on, and I love just hanging out, meeting all the people they have down here, and it's such a cool opportunity. And so yeah.
Well, there he is.
Oh, doesn't even have the jersey on.
I know.
Talk about mind games. Look at this guy.
He's mind gaming crew in an expression session. When will it stop?
He knows I'm watching on the webcast.
Yeah. He's probably listening to us right now.
For sure.
Here's Parrish just getting the backhand snap on. And 6 minutes and 12 seconds to go here in this one. And you're nearly on, dude.
That might be my cue. Gotta go suss out the bank.
Yeah, you gotta go put some wax on. Yeah. Well, this dude's gonna paddle out with he's gonna paddle out halfway through the heat, I reckon. Look, he's just mincing in the crowd in there, just signing autographs and all sorts. What is going on down here? It's madness. Look at the Shmoo there too.
Shmoo's there. He's
a classic, eh?
Such a good dude.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah. How good's that though? Kids are stoked, right?
So cool. I mean, it's so cool to see Kelly down here, and of course, it's always a big deal if that guy's around. And he's such a good sport about everything, and seems to hang out and enjoy it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Alrighty. Well, thank you guys for having me, and I'm gonna go hang out, go for a surf. See what happens.
Yeah, mate. Go have a rip.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Go get into it. He's in here in his boardies and his rashy, and now he's out of here. See ya, Cam. He's going to go out there and have a little flare. So we got 5 minutes to go in this one. And I'm going to flap my gums for you guys. Oh, everyone outside just stood up. Toby Mossop's freaking out. He's ready to go rip. You can see me talking about him. He's getting embarrassed and his cheeks are all rosy. There's the man in question. There's Joey Johns. Oh my gosh. I'm starstruck. This is amazing. Might have to take the headset off here and go outside and meet him. I've never met him before. This could be huge here. Johnsy. I wonder if he's going to do one of his famous little banana grubber kicks along the promenade down there. All right, DP, what's he got for us? He did some ripping yesterday. Squizzer reckons it's the best he's ever seen him surf. And there's some backhand snaps, so hold the phone here. And, well, Mooney's only just got out there as well, and O-Doggy drops a 4.33, so Mooney's going to have to do some blasting now. And there we look down the beach. There's Owen Milne in the white, Tommy Witt's there in the blue, Lukey Rice is in the red, Squizzer's in the black there, Luke Elder's in the Vissla teal. Look at this madness going on. He's got walk shorts on. This is insane. He's not even ready, guys. He's just taking it too easy. He's got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. This is going to be the quickest Superman change you've ever seen in your life here. He's going to have to get the towel around, get the boardies on, He's probably just going to rip the shirt off, and the big S is going to be on his chest here, I reckon. And what have we got here? All right, Mikey Salakis. He's been in the VIP, checking out the bank. He wants the W bad. Couple little turns he got on this one so far, just milking his way through the inside. Wants to get a little finishing. Come on, Mikey. Up there. On you, mate. Salakis surfboards there from the Northern Beaches. We'll see if we get some, hopefully we get some little flurry finish at the end here. All right, so that's Parish Byrne there. Byrne surfboards in the red, DP in the black, and Serpent Sleds in the white. Andrew Mooney from Serpent Sleds. Check him out. Doing some good stuff up on the coast, and one of the best surfers around, and he knows how to tweak a board, and he knows how to test some boards too. So here we go. It's come on, make me look good. Make me look good. Mooney is taking off here. Oh, he's nearly got the full-on fade from DP. He's coming around this little bit and gets stuck a bit too deep. 2.5 minutes to go. It's all happening. Here goes Parish. Oh, big out the top from Parish, and finishes up again. So this score's doubled too, so he could be on a doozy here. Oh, it's TVC. Everyone's rocking up. Check him out. He's shredded as. How good's this? This is going to be mental, this next one. Look at Johnsy and TVC. How good's that? That's one of... We should screen grab this. You see those two guys together, that's insane. All right, Mooney, come on, brother. I've been talking it up. Let's see something. Let's see something big. Oh, he's just getting stuck behind that one there. So not too much going on for Mooney. He kind of needs one. Owen sucked all the time off him. All the Copa boys are watching at home. They'll be throwing beer cans at the screen going, Owen, give Mooney some time. So it looks as though... I think we might have Byrne in the lead at the moment, although we're waiting on some more scores to drop in here though. But Parish has got the 5-5, which is probably the best of the shapers so far, so that's going to be doubled, and that's huge in the scheme of things here. Lukey Daniels, he gets a 4-1-7, so that's not far off, but he's going to need to do better than that, because Tommy Witt's got the 6.43, and Luke Rice for Burn Surfboards got the 6.9, so that's up and above. He needs some more, but again, not too much more because it's doubled. And what else have we got here? So Luca Elder for Salakis a 6.5, and Mikey Salakis a 3.07. So Mikey needs to up it here a little bit. DP, well, Squizzer gave him the jump. It was an 8.17, so he had the 2-point bump on everyone. So DP, they could nearly. He probably just needs a 4 here, and it's all settled. He's got a 3.17 at the moment though. So we kind of need some waves here, and there's a little bump popping up here with 30 seconds to go. Maybe the next one. Everyone's freaking out. They want the Vissla Cup so bad. And Kelly's still not in the water on Kelly watch. He's still in there changing his shorts. Here we go. Mikey Salakis, he probably needs about a 5 something here. Oh no, he's caught too deep. And we can hear the countdown. Oh my gosh, Mooney's up with 2 seconds to go. What's there down the line? Oh, nothing, and he's bummed about it too. So that looks like it's it there for the Vissla Shapers Cup. We're going to go to a quick little commercial break. When we come back, Joey's going to jump in with me, and we've got the expression session. See you soon.
We are concerned with
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Manly Beach. Incredible day so far. A blazing hot Saturday and a ton of fun waves. We just got through the Shapers Heat. Saxon called the tail end of that solo. That was incredible watching you in action.
Oh, mate. Oh, full credit to all the boys out there. Basically, that's all I can say. They just kind of got it going, and I was just sitting here watching the screen. That's all it is.
We finally
Hey,
got to
everyone.
this part of the day that
Yep.
we've been waiting for. We got
Yep.
Kelly in the water. We got Tommy Carroll, Andrew Joey Johns. A bit of a legend, huh, in the rugby scene.
Yeah. Well, Cam was in here before, and I said, you probably don't know who Joey is, right? And he said, no, I've got no clue. And I kind of said, he's probably the Tom Brady of NRL. You reckon that's right?
That's
That'd
really
be-
fair.
that'd be
Halfback
it.
for the
Yeah.
Newcastle Knights.
Yep,
And he's
that's
great friends with guys like Hoyo, too. He's really close to those surfing circles up there.
Yeah, he is. And he surfs really good, too, from what I can remember. I used to have a DVD of a Joey Johns DVD when I was younger, and it was like a learn how to kick when I was playing footy.
No way.
And there was like a little section in there of him surfing.
No,
That's pretty
so
cool.
he's always been a part of this whole surf scene. his whole life.
Newcastle, born and bred. Yeah.
That's a good Aussie right there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. A couple of premierships that he achieved with the Newcastle Knights. I think they're only premierships maybe they ever had.
I think it was 98 they won, and I think also it was Hoyo's best year on tour. So they were
Unbelievable.
I think that's what was going on, or something like a year like that. But they're looking good this year, the Knights.
Unbelievable. That's so cool as we see Kelly preparing with a lot of fans downstairs. He's been a big part of this whole week here at the Sydney Surf Pro. This is going to be an expression session where two good friends will be out there. Tommy Carroll, two-time world champ from Newport, just up the way. They've been surfing perfect waves together all around the world, and I think they've given each other a little bit of fire to go out and really show the fans something to look at here at Manly today.
I reckon it's going to be all time. I reckon Joey's going to have a good stab at this too.
He's ended up having a neck injury at the end of his career. I think doctors were telling Andrew Johns that he couldn't play further at the high level he wanted to, because one more hit, it could have really cost him some serious damage throughout the rest of his life. So ended up moving on, went on some surf trips with guys like Richie Lovett, and just really has been spending a lot of time in the water. And there he is with Kelly as they are preparing to take center stage here at Manly Beach. It'll be cool to see how he handles this kind of crowd as well. I mean, he's been surfing a lot, but it's really cool to see him show his skills in front of a crowd here at Manly.
Yeah, aren't they supposed to be in the water already too? Or
I think they're late for the heat,
they're
actually.
late as, I reckon.
It's already started. Lineup's been cleared, getting some photo opportunities downstairs. It kind of goes hand in hand, though. You grow up in Australia, and you've got to support your local footy team. Saxon, what's yours?
Well, in the NRL, the Newcastle Knights, but I'm a bit more of an AFL guy myself. And the Sydney Swans, they got their first home game of the season tonight, Joey. So I'm psyched to watch the Swannies tonight.
Yeah.
They're playing the Western Bulldogs down in the new Marvel Stadium down in Vico down there.
Unbelievable.
So I'm psyched to watch the Swannies, mate.
I've noticed that on tour, with traveling around the world. You go to an event like J-Bay, and all the Australians are banding together to tell the tech people behind the scenes to put the footy game on the big screen, and everyone gathers around and stops. I think more so than any other region, you can tell the Aussies just love their sport. They back their team through the lows and the highs, and if your team's getting the premiership, that's what it's all about.
Oh, you're psyched if they get the W, mate. And when you're in J-Bay, that's probably state of origin. So you might have had a few state of origins.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, they're the best.
I just ask a bunch of questions, and now I feel like I'm starting to slowly understand the game. And tonight the Seagulls will be playing against the Roosters.
Are you going?
Going there.
Sick.
Straight away, my first one.
Who's got you on board? Has Rich got you, or has Tommy Witt's got you?
I've got Rich. I had a couple of good people that just really break down which teams to go for. This was one of the first places I came to in Australia, so I ended up going with the Manly Seagulls. It's been supporting that team as we're already getting things started. Tommy Carroll.
TBC. How good's that? How good's that to see him out there just ripping? What's that little pink little nugget fish thing he's on too?
Unbelievable. I love it. How was the legend seat at Pipeline a couple of years ago?
Oh my gosh.
That still blows my mind how well he surfed
He
that.
could have won the comp.
Easy.
Yeah.
Rolling in early, just looked just like he did in the 80s. He's a three-time pipe master, and it just looked like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Are you still in the draw? Tommy Carroll does not age. He's more fit than he's ever been.
Well, just as you're getting older and your reaction times go and stuff like that, I've been lucky enough to stay with Jeff Crawford in Hawaii a year or two. And and he was just saying that he'd so love to be back out there, but just the reaction time and stuff now and how steep it is, it's like it just doesn't. And it was crazy to see Tommy Carroll.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was it, a 7.2 or a 7.6 or something?
It was the replica board, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That burn surfboard, so famous there. Finishing on the inside, looks like Coda, one of the younger Vissla team riders. And now Donald Brink, one of the shapers of Vissla supports.
Yeah, he was just cross-stepping on that little one, I think, out the back. So Donnie was in here the other day, and we had a great chat about all these little ASIM theories and stuff. He's a madman, right?
So this board, he made right here on the beach. Shaped it, glassed it, and now they're surfing it right now. So obviously didn't wait for the glass to cure or anything.
Yeah.
It was just, I think they wanted to show the craftsmanship and how quickly he could create this board, glass it right here on site in front of all the people, and then ride it as well. And Donnie Brink spends a lot of time doing his research development, going to the shaping room, and next thing you know, he's like always at lower trestles. You're like, you're still surfing. When are you going to shape? And he knows how important that is to get the instant feedback from himself.
Surf all day, shape all night.
So is this Cam?
Yeah, this is my co-commentator right here.
He bailed on you in the last two.
He left me though. He had to go watch the peak, he reckons. I reckon he wants the W here pretty bad in this. He can do some airs.
Just like that. Whoa. Saxon called for it, went above the lip. Comes from a place called South Carolina on the east coast of the United States. Vissla team rider, talented goofy foot who kind of shocked the world with the wave he picked off at Pipe last winter, which I watched about 1,000 times.
Yeah, everyone did. It was madness, wasn't it? He got over like 3 separate foam balls, and the thing just kept traveling all the way onto the sandbar, and just kept going and going and going.
And the whole time you're holding your breath going like, no, don't. Maybe kick out now. Just make it. Just make it. And he kept pulling in and kept making it. It's one of the most memorable pipe waves I've seen in a long time, and a big statement for a kid from the East Coast to go over there and just pick one off that everybody just dreams of. As you guys are all watching the expression session live here at Manly Beach, Kelly Slater surfed in the main event. He's been just hanging out behind the scenes with a lot of different obligations, but I can tell he's having a blast. He's really comfortable and cruisy in this atmosphere. Joey John's up.
Yes, Johnsy, look at this. This is all time. He can rip, mate.
Oh, you can tell he's got some power behind him too, Slater.
Oh. How good is he to watch, Joe? He looked amazing in his first heat the other day. Didn't really come together for him in the second one, but in his first heat, I was interested to see how he went, in all honesty, because it's really, if the waves are like this at home, he probably just goes and turns the pool on, right?
Right, exactly. Gets up to the surf ranch and turns it on. Tommy Carroll's up now.
Look at him just cruising. That style will go down in the history books. It kind of already is.
He seems like one of those guys that you feel inspired just being around him. You know, he's got that energy where you could tell his passion has just increased over the years. Signing up for surf trips with crazy guys like Ross Clark-Jones and surfing some wild waves over his career. Just paddling every day and looking really smooth right now. What do you think about Kelly's wave here?
I loved it. I love this swoop. Whoa, look how he looks a gear up on last year, I reckon. I reckon people should be kind of maybe, well, you can bet on surfing in Australia, right? So people might try and put some money down because he could be coming from the clouds this year in the title race. And if he's having a real proper stab at it and he actually wants it and the mindset's there.
And how cool is that we can really make that call? Totally fair to say that with a guy that's 47.
Yeah.
And that just creates so many topics of just comparing him to other sports, like he always has been, of the icon of the sport. He's unbelievable how he doesn't age, especially in hollow waves like in Pipeline, Chopo, Tahiti. Even if Jay Bay's really pumping, and just to understand those waves that take a lot of experience, he could really get himself on the roll. We're thinking, the forecast, if it comes into play, the better these venues get, the more Kelly's shot will be at really hunting down the 12th world title this year.
Yeah, if he gets one of those years where Kira's on, Chopes is on, Pipe's good, where else? Maybe like Big Bells. He's really good at Big Bells. Maybe a couple of heats at the box.
Oh, and I was thinking too North Point on its day. We haven't quite scored it yet for more than a few heats, and if it's one of those magical runs this year, I don't know if anyone could really touch Kelly if it's spot on perfect.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to be tricky. How fun's Margie's? I'm going to Margie's this year.
Oh, we'll be seeing you there, Saxon. It's going to be great.
With Wadey.
Oh, Wade Carmichael.
Going to hang out and do some little winery tours and all that kind of stuff.
Last year's Rookie of the Year. I kind of don't even want to. I wish he was in a rookie race again. That was so fun to watch for Wade.
Yeah. We were all kind of backing him from the get-go, obviously being his good mates at home. You see him surf all the time and you know what he can do. So everyone at home knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, it's so cool. This is Kelly. Kelly could be getting a couple of good heats with Carmichael this year on the championship tour. Also heading down the line, Coda just getting a quick snap off the top.
Yeah, young little Maroubra Grom. Vissla Maroubra Grom.
Oh, epic.
Yeah.
What a little legend.
Yeah, proper legend.
Love seeing these guys mix it up, and what a treat for Coda. He's in the water just at the beginning of his surfing life against some of the biggest names ever. Well, the biggest right now, Kelly Slater on the replay.
You'd hope Mum's down there with the handy cam, right? Just filming it so you can, yeah.
Because no one's going to believe you in years to come.
Oh, well, at least it's live.
Yeah, at least we live in the age of the internet and the broadcast. The crew will be saving this clip and handing it over to Coda. Kelly obviously coming here and actually spending a lot of time living on the northern beaches up in Avalon. At the beginning of his career, surfed through the Pro Junior Series at North Narrabeen. And so I think the local Aussies got pretty used to having him around. Sometimes he'd even stay for 6 months at a time. So he's on tour, and he was coming back to the northern beaches in between events back in the early 90s.
Which is crazy because it's really far away from everywhere Australia. So he must mean he really loves it because he's adding some time, some flight time there.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of people fall in love with the place. Donald Brink from South Africa, living in Southern California these days, is one of those amazing creative minds when it goes to the shaping room. Saxon, have you ridden an asymmetrical surfboard yet?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. I made a couple in my garage, and they just look like the wonkiest old dogs. And they actually is probably one of my best boards I've got.
No way, really?
And I said this to Donnie the other day. I said, if I can do one in the dark and it goes good, imagine if you that can proper craft one makes one, how good it's going to go.
What was the feel about asymmetrical, and did you like it going right or left? Was there a preference?
I made him, so I'm natural. I made him to go right. Because and I took them up to the Goldie and Surf Kingy and stuff on them, and we have a little right point at home that's really fun. And it to me it kind of feels it's a real rhythm board. Like you have a lot of speed, but it pivots off the bottom really quickly. So I found that I could kind of get to tighter sections that I might not be able to get to on a thruster. And once he started swinging the rhythm, it just kept. I don't know. It's a weird feeling.
That sounds really cool.
You have to try one.
Almost like a pendulum.
Yeah.
You felt that real good.
Yeah.
Turning point. We've got Kelly now just kicking out of the inside. Also, Toby Mossop's out there. He probably got the barrel of the season already up the coast. There he is right now.
Yeah, Tobes. He's a legend, Tobes. Good mates with Toby, and that thing was probably, well, everyone's probably seen it, right? If you haven't seen it, go onto his Instagram and have a look, because the thing goes from pretty much the cove all the way to the surf club somehow.
Unbelievable. It doesn't even make sense when you watch it. You don't go, okay, you know that's real life, but it just takes you to another place. And when you don't really get that feeling a lot, because we see so many video clips, so much exposure now with the media, and that one was just a wave of the decade at least. He said he got a call from James Billy Watson just early in the morning, and he was like, hey, I've got a ski. You want to come out? And next thing you know, his whole day and his whole career basically changed. Sometimes there's one wave that puts you on the map globally. I think Toby's kind of feeding off that momentum now.
Well, I kind of heard that he had like four waves, and he broke a board or something like that and got pounded, and that was like his fifth wave, and that was the wave.
Unbelievable. What a cool expression session. Andrew Johns, the famous footy player who helped the Newcastle Knights win a couple of premierships, a current commentator out there absolutely ripping. I know Bradley Bricknell's enjoying the action.
Yeah, it's so good down here, Joe. It's standing room only. We're all kind of packed in here like sardines. And if you had any doubt about the star pulling power of Kelly Slater, well, you just got to have a look around and see how relevant he still is. Of course, Joey John's out there as well. I heard before that he was so nervous, he went to the toilet 3 times before this heat started. So there we go. He's hopefully.
We love that, Brickers, and all that energy and excitement. Obviously, he's one of the best legends of rugby, of the NRL, and for him to get nervous before a heat like this, you know he takes his surfing very seriously. He's had some fun rides as well. As we got Coda now looking.
Yes, Coda. A couple of nice little backhand snaps there. Great little grom.
Coda Kilhorn just kicking out of that little inside section, having a blast, surfing with a couple of legends of not just surfing but all sport. Andrew Johns getting a couple of fun waves. Tommy Carroll looking like he's riding a cool cruisy craft out there, and Kelly's still looking strong through this backwash here. Saxon?
Well, we haven't seen a little ramp yet, have we? So hopefully one of the boys can find one, but they're pretty expressive at the moment anyway. I guess expression session doesn't always mean airs. It means expressing yourself. And we saw TVC with the groovy little kind of stylish legs together thing before, and Joey's just chucked the arms up there.
Oh, it's incredible. He's having so much fun. Amazing to see him out there in the lineup. He's such a passionate surfer and good friends with some of the best surfers in the world. Paddling back out with still plenty of time on the clock. Kelly's got to be feeling a lot of appreciation this week being in Manly. And it's pretty cool that he's putting himself in this kind of crowd, in this kind of setting with a lot of talk in the media and asking him questions about what is kind of alluding to maybe his final year. I don't know if he's gone out to say that yet. But I kind of like that it's starting now, before the Gold Coast. His head's in the right place to come out swinging as Tommy Carroll. It's looking extra smooth today.
Yeah, he's cruising. Yeah, as you said for Kelly there, it's almost like it's great to surf a couple of heats before as well, but what you were saying about being in the crowds and being in the media, it's almost like a warm-up for that as well, because it must take its toll, really.
For sure. And I think before there's some seasons where maybe he'd rock up like the day before, Snapper would start. Now it just feels like he's putting all this energy into it. He's exposing himself to the media. He's comfortable answering those questions. So this year feels like it's got a whole lot of meaning for the 11-time world champ. How's the backhand cutty?
Stop it. How was that? He was so low to the wave then. That's just perfect technique.
It's cool seeing the backhand cut back too. And I think some surfers in more recent history have kind of said they feel awkward with where their body positioning is going on that backhand wrap, but done properly like Tommy Carroll can do. And I know Bruce Irons always had an insane one where he was on his backhand, and that rebound section was just like a big forehand hook.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. It's probably one of the hardest things you can do as a surfer is a proper backside roundhouse. Like to hold the speed all the way through and get up vertical on the forehand to a rebound and then like blast the fins on the rebound back. That is probably arguably harder than most air reverses, I would say, or any aerial maneuver.
And to make them just look cool like that, you know, thinking of Tommy Carroll being a goofy footer, you think of the Hobgoods as well, how low they would get on those backhand wraps.
I always think of AI. His backhand roundhouses were insane.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So cool. So many great stories with these guys in the lineup. What a great crew for this expression session. Cam Richards out in the lineup has been surfing insanely well throughout some big events. Talked about that crazy pipe wave that he had last season and actually rode a board his dad shaped for him. And he had so much emotion when he got out of the about 20 pits on that wave that he just said, "Thank you, Dad. This board is incredible." And I think he felt such a crazy connection with his family, getting basically what's called like a wave of a lifetime.
Yeah, well, he was in here before saying, talking a little bit about that pipe wave and on his dad's board, and he was saying that earlier on in his career when he was riding a lot of his dad's board, and he felt so horrible if one didn't quite feel great, and he was just thinking, oh, how can, like, Dad must see that I don't like this board, but I don't want to let Dad down. And he was hard working, like the relationship of a father-son relationship and then a shaper-surfer relationship as well, and trying to meld them into one.
Oh, it's such an interesting point, because we see that a lot with next generation surfers that surf really well, and their dad's a shaper, and sometimes you see them on a different board and you're going, oh, what's going on there? But it's so smart when you're surfing at that level to try a little bit of everything, work it out, and you know, usually Dad is going to be understanding, hopefully, when you've got a big career ahead of you.
Well, I think it seemed like he was, and then what about the karma and the cosmos that came through, and then Cam just gets the best wave of his life on one of his dad's boards. So everything happens for a reason, right? And here's Tobes. Come on, Toby, let's see it. Oh, just getting a little bit stuck. He's, I think he's been maybe enjoying the festivities, hey, Joey, around the Vissla.
He looks so smooth out there. He's so easy to watch. I just keep thinking about his session up at Burleigh in the Gold Coast, getting absolutely barreled all season. And driving down the coast, he camped along the way, got a couple of good waves at some little secret spots he has on the way down to Manly.
Have you done the road trip up?
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah. How good is it,
It's
right?
one of my favorite drives in the world, really.
What about Pacific Palms? Have you been in there?
Not too much, no.
Wow, you got to go in there.
Oh gosh, there's so much. The coolest part about coming to Australia and Manly, and hanging out with guys like you, it's like when you go on a trip like that, people are so giving on like where to go, where you should look out for, where you can find waves, and I've noticed that on every time I've done the drive, I can find somewhere new, which is insane. And I can tell why a guy like Kelly would fall in love with this region. As we see Andrew Johns.
Come on, Joey, get up there. I wonder if he's going to the footy tonight, or maybe the Knights are playing tonight, so he might have to do that. But yeah, of course, as we keep talking about, Joey Johns, one of the greatest players ever of NRL, greatest halves, played for the country. Represented Australia as a halfback. Oh, Cam Richards, look at this, Joey.
So smooth. Ends up losing it on that last backhand hack. Cam Richards won the Open Men's NSSA title just like you're supposed to do before you graduate for the tour. And a lot of times we saw him in a 1 to 2 foot surf, and he could do just about anything he wanted. And that's usually, all that background on the East Coast of the United States. You're surfing small waves quite a bit. However, where he's positioned is also near a place called the Outer Banks. And when that fires, it's probably better than any wave in California. So he's getting barreled all the time.
I really appreciate that you guys over in the States have the NSSAs and there's so much weight on it, because I feel like it's kind of diminishing in Australia here. Most kids just get off the junior series, or even not even finish the junior series and get on the QS, and there's even though there's an Australian championships, it's not that many of the QS competitors would go and do it. So I really appreciate that there's a big weight put on that.
Like a sort of a build-up to a key event. Yeah, there's I think with the history too, like Cam Richards has his name on the same list that the Irons brothers are on, that Freddie P's on.
That's great.
Even Greg Long, the big wave champ.
Wow, really?
He won that small wave event at Lowers. He's such an insane surfer. And it's cool to see Cam representing the East Coast. That's what he did before he graduated and turned pro, as we see Kelly.
Just got the shot there off the bottom turn. How good's that water angle going to look there?
Just always interested, too, what he's riding. You can see why Kelly would be so inspired to be at this event as well, because, well, there's a shaping room here, and that's usually where he likes to hang out.
I think he's supposed to be in there getting his hands dirty today.
That's
that
right?
right?
Yeah. He's going to be in there with Daniel Thompson, Tomo, in just a little bit.
All right, Joey bouncing his way through the inside. Let's see if he can get a little lip line turn. He can't quite get that one there, but you can see everyone out there at home that Joey, he can rip. And of course, building up your body over the years to play football is probably not the ideal body shape for surfing as well. So maybe if you didn't do some football, because you can see the underlying style and technique there.
It's pretty cool. You can tell he loves the surf. And I think it's also surfing on this kind of stage. There's so many different feelings of getting in the water when you're surfing with your good friends on a boat trip. You're free, you're having a ball, you're screaming each other into good waves. He's been on a series of boat trips. And now coming to kind of do an exhibition heat, he's getting that cool feeling of now performing in front of a cool crowd. It's fun to see him mixing it up with guys like Kelly here, Saxon.
Come on, Kelly. What has he got? Oh, he had a little wobble on the backwash, but gosh, he just handles things, doesn't he? Look how smooth he is. Cuts the high line, wraps back around, and he looks a bit disinterested, but I'm in here just fangirling, just freaking out.
It's a really special time. I think people are not asking him when he's going to retire anymore because everyone's scared he might do it. As we see the pop shove it from Toby Mossop. Andrew Johns.
It's like when you pull your phone out of your pocket at the pub and it says 2 o'clock and you know there's the end of the party's almost there and you just don't want to look anymore.
You're like, no.
I don't want to look. The lights are about to come on.
Well, it would seem to be a common theme for Kelly in post-heat interviews. Kind of like from 2007, 8, they're kind of going, okay, what are your intentions? Yeah. Some of it was fair because he kind of alluded to he wasn't sure what he was going to do yet, so he also wasn't quite committing. Took those 3 years off full-time when we saw Aki take out the title in 99, 2000, Sonny Garcia, CJ Hopgood the year after that, and then he got inspired by Andy Irons to push him in one of the best rivalries the sport has ever seen.
Yeah, that was tops, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
That was amazing. My new favourite one right now is Julian and Gabby.
How good is it?
That one's probably going to go close to being,
But I can't fathom how many times they're going to match up in finals throughout their career because they just kept meeting each other in finals. Like Julian, every time he's in a final, it's with Gabriel Medina. Yeah. It's pretty rare that you'd have anybody else next to you. And they're going head-to-head. They got the fight for the title race at Pipe last year. And I'm hoping it kicks off just like it started off at Snapper coming up next week.
And I know everyone on tour is good mates, and you travel around the world all year with them and do surfing, and you're seeing them all year. But I reckon there's some underlying tension there, Joey.
You know what? It's really coming
that's
back.
A fiery one.
I've noticed it's coming back in such an amazing way. I think since the Kelly Andy thing, that was like the last true just cutthroat rivalry.
Yeah.
And I think the tour kind of came together after that, kind of as a family for such a beautiful way. When you lose someone so special, it was the tour just banded together like brothers.
Yeah.
And they still wanted to win and beat each other, but it seemed like the rivalries just weren't as clear to see. You didn't hear the barking that you used to hear back in the day, and all of a sudden now it's back. There's rookies that paddle out at lineups that aren't waiting for their turn. They're taking off in front of veterans, and that never used to happen when Aki, AI was on tour. They would govern the lineup, and then you sort of would get into line.
Yeah.
And I think you're sort of starting to see that start to come back on tour, which is really exciting. Donnie Brink.
Donnie, look at him cruising down the line here. Let's get up in the lip, Donnie, and just gets a little cruisy little top turn and flowing through there. But yeah, it is great to have a bit of the mongrel back on tour, right?
Oh, it's insane. And you think about Tommy Carroll out in the water now. I mean, he kind of invented that sort of animal instinct that would just, you're going to win at all costs. I love, talking to Potts about the sparring partner of Tommy Carroll, like when they lived together up here on the northern beaches or lived close to each other, and they would just battle every day in training, in warm-ups, and prepare for the big events on tour. Speaking of preparing for big years on tour, Soli Bailey is taking on Stu Kennedy. Saxon, where are you going to see Soli really excel this year on the Dream Tour?
I think Bells. I like him at Bells. And I've heard a lot of reports from down there at the Australian Indigenous comp they have down there at Bells, which Soli goes and does all the time and wins a lot, that he is really something special at Bells. And of course, it was released the other day that he's going to be wearing the Indigenous flag on one side and the Australian flag on the other. So I think that's awesome, mate. I think that's really special.
Extra special. Soli Bailey coming up next against Stu Kennedy as we get back into the main event. Coda Kilhorn getting down the line, one of the youngest members of the Vissla surf team, absolutely ripping and enjoying his time here with some legendary athletes. Toby Mossop. He's got that cool style, Saxon.
I'll tell you what, Coda's kind of taking it to the boys right now, isn't he?
He sure is.
He's out there. He's got a few crew on the ropes, I reckon, if we were having a dead set heat here.
Oh, that's really special to see the youth out there. Coda having a blast and probably pinching himself that Tommy Carroll and Kelly Slater in the same heat with him, along with Andrew Johns, who's an absolute sporting hero.
Coda might have been a little bit before Andrew Johns, but I'm sure he knows about.
Yeah.
I'm sure he knows about Andrew Johns, though.
That's so it might be our responsibility to keep telling him about who he's surfing right now.
Well, he's Joey and his brother Matt. They're all over the NRL coverage on Fox and all that kind of stuff. So he definitely know who he was, but he probably wouldn't have been around to see him play football. He probably might not remember it.
So cool. Here's Tommy Carroll. Look at the glide.
Oh.
Beautiful work off the top.
Wow.
He's flying on this surfboard.
How was the little crease in that one? The Rip Bowl just ran through it so nice. He picked a doozy there, didn't he? It was just like a full trip down the line.
He's just so zen when he gets up. It's so
Zen.
smooth. You feel some sort of magic when Tommy's gliding down the line.
Yeah.
Unbelievable athlete that just absolutely changed the game of barrel riding. And I think what was so cool about Tom Carroll was when he went to Pipeline, it was just a lot of the early stories were the local Hawaiians and Jerry Lopez, and all those early stories of guys ripping out there. And it was cool to see an Australian show up and then just learn it and then gain so many fans over there at Pipeline because his approach was radical, it was reckless, and he won 3 titles out there. Small wave surfing, incredible as well.
Oh, yeah, look at him go, that little pink little nugget. It's going great. I definitely think he learnt there from Jerry. He has a very Jerry approach at pipe, right? Bit longer board, deeper, in behind, do the bottom turn up rather than slip in.
Oh.
And you can kind of, when you do the bottom turn up, I love a under the lip takeoff, don't get me wrong, like that's amazing, but when you can get in deep and do the bottom turn up, you have the speed to drive and get up and over that foam ball, and it looks like he can come from so far back and just drive up and through.
That's one of those second reef classics
Yeah.
when you just see someone do the big roll in and you're anticipating one of the biggest caverns to set up. Carroll famous for that in that cool generation. that was just changing the game over there, surfing with guys like the late Ronnie Burns back in the day, and still showing up and ripping. Two-time world champ Tommy Carroll enjoying the lineup with young Coda out the back, who's been ripping. Cam Richards had a couple of fun lefts and rights as he's mixing it up. I'm waiting for Cam to show us something pretty big above the lip soon.
Yeah, he had that other really good right, didn't he, Joey? He tagged that first one, and the second one was a big blast, and he had to go down to full-on boogie board style. Remember, he nearly got himself back up, but he couldn't quite get there. Here goes Stewie. The carve guys have been going nuts for Stewie. The VIP area goes bonkers when they're all in there and backing their boy.
And I think Stu is definitely feeling it, because remember the buzzer beater yesterday? He just looked right at them and just gave them the fist pump.
Yeah.
And that energy is like really, really supporting Stu Kennedy well.
That's cool, right?
What an advantage with the high performance centers. Like, just driving down to support the Aussies in this event.
Yeah.
Gave them instant feedback after that heat, and it was basically all positive, making it into Saturday's competition.
Yeah, most of these guys, well, definitely Solly and Stu, they had the scholarships to the HPC for a while there, so they got all the use of the gym and the use of the trams and the coaches at their services and all that kind of stuff. So it's really great what they're doing up there at the HPC.
It's so cool to check it out. I did a walkthrough of it the other day, the other year, and it had a big skate ramp with a foam pit. There was different rooms to dissect video, and you could tell, okay, these everyone's preparing for the Olympics in such a serious way, which is going to be fun to keep up with. As you're watching the expression session here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro, having Kelly here at the event was massive. Surfed in the main event. He's been hanging out talking to fans this entire week. Everyone was anticipating fireworks with the heat with Tommy Carroll. Those two have been lifelong friends. Tommy, a huge inspiration when Kelly was growing up. Also Andrew Joey Johns, famous for being a part of the Newcastle Knights, winning a couple of premierships for them before he retired, as we see
look at that.
youngster out there ripping.
That was sick. He got that thing proper Nooner. Big old Nooner from Coda there.
He might be winning. I think I'm with you there,
I reckon
Saxon.
he's winning, mate.
For sure.
He's probably having the most fun.
Oh, what a little legend at Vissla. Always finding great talent like young Coda here and giving him this really special opportunity to be out there to surf against some of his heroes like Tommy Carroll.
Oh, he would have just checked Tommy then off the bottom, off the top, and just gone, wow, am I dreaming? Somebody pinch me.
It just never gets old seeing the legend of the sport doing what they love. It just shows how much time they're still putting in the water.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what was that? That was like an almost little backwashing chop-up thing there. I think that was young Coda. Okay, Joey. What's he got? Johnsy. Let's see him smack the lip. Oh, there you go.
I love that little connection there. That was epic. You know he's going to have power.
Yeah.
Just getting up to the lip, he crushed it. Andrew Joey Johns.
He used to be one of the masters kicking the football in the halfback position. Just the way he could place it and put it into the corner with the right touch and weight, and he learned how to curve the ball on a grubber kick onto the inside, so he could kind of set like an arc and make it like a C shape, and people learning about kicking towards the post and kind of bouncing them off the post, so the fullback in goal's chasing the ball, but the ball actually hits the post and bounces back to your team. Just like crazy trickery like that. He was a master of the kicking game.
Oh, that's amazing. Watching Masup getting a couple of turns on that one.
Yeah, it's not 8 foot burly though, is it out there?
He's still dreaming of those big caves.
Yeah, I think he's still in the pit. I think he surfed all his way down here in the pit.
Gosh, he was definitely a standout during that crazy cyclone swell and probably got the best wave of that session. Jack Freestone had a pretty cool one that he paddled into that I saw that looked incredible.
He got some really good waves.
And it's cool how like a big swell like that can just bring the whole world together to watch. All eyes were on the Gold Coast doing that, to see the updates and to see who was getting the best ones. And pretty cool for a kid like Toby Mossop to get the wave that you'd always dream of. Oh, Coda's got another one.
What's he got here? Oh, he's gone the switch takeoff. Couldn't quite pull it. Oh my! This is what I wanted to see. Remember when they used to do the sharing the waves expression session with your countrymen on the tour?
That's right.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah. We should bring that back. And it was the expressions like 2 countrymen. You get double points if you share waves and do crossovers and stuff.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Andrew Johns taking it off in front of Kelly. Kelly there on the tackle. But look at this power hook from Andrew Johns out front.
Go, Johnsy. Look at him building up his speed. Woof. Hooks it around.
And then there's the tackle right there. I love it. That was amazing. You can see that skill set there. Once he got a little room out front, just laid down that rail. And Kelly's going to share away with Toby Mossop. Pop shove it for Toby. Big hack from Kelly.
Wow. That was spicy, wasn't it?
Oh, so incredible. 55 championship tour wins for Kelly in his career. That 55th came more recently in Tahiti just a couple of years ago. And then the injury came soon after at Jeffreys Bay. Wasn't able to defend his title in Tahiti the next year as he was still recovering. It looks like he'll be ramped up and ready to go for 2019. Crazy accomplishments going back to winning a world title at 20. Basically, it was a rival to every surfing region, but more commonly the Australians were always trying to take him down. There were so many great stories of rivals from, you know, Shane Powell, Shane Herring in those early days.
Herring, how good's Herring? He's my favourite surfer.
Unbelievable. And it was like...
Powley. Oh, Richie and I were going through a list of our top 5 the other day, and I forgot to put Powley in there.
We can still add it. There's still time.
Yeah,
yeah, that's right.
I just had a brain melt.
Central Coaster.
Yes, he was, yeah. Powley did an air over my head at a vocal point when I was about 11 years old. I freaked out.
Still remember it.
Still remember
Changed your life.
Yeah.
That's what's so cool about events like this as well, getting everyone's heroes in one spot to compete. Kelly had those early Aussie rivals that were really special to break down, and it was basically the whole tour just trying to figure out a way to beat him, no matter where they came from, because he was on such a hot streak in the 90s. His more recent world title was when he was 38. That was the 11th title that he accomplished in San Francisco. And now, chasing number 12 at 47 years of age. One of the best ever in all sports, still hanging out here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. And it looks like the expression sessions come down to the wire here. Coda might still be out there, but I love Coda's creativity.
Yeah, they're going to have to go. The jet ski is going to have to come and drag him in by his feet, mate, because he won't want to get out of the water.
He's got it to himself now. As they prepare for Soli Bailey and Stu Kennedy, that means the QS 6000 is going to get back underway, setting up some quarterfinal heats that will be set for tomorrow. After Soli and Stu, we'll have Jordan Lawler, Ian Gentile, followed by Tiago Camero and Nicholas Squires, also known as
Squizzer.
Best nickname in the drop, for sure.
The heat number 2, the Jordy Lawler, Ian Gentile heat, that's great. That's probably those guys' 2 best results. Well, it's probably Jordy's best result so far. I know Ian used to do quite well in Hawaii, but in a while, this is probably his best result.
For sure. I just feel like this is the year for Ian Gentile. He kind of went quiet for a little bit, kind of did his own type of surfing, which a lot of people from Maui do. They can disappear and still surf great waves. And I loved how he made a statement early that he's going to come out blazing. As we see the expression session, hanging out in front of everybody there on the beach. Donald Brink was a big part of that, big part of the Vissla Shaper team. Toby Mossop got in the mix, some world champs from Tommy Carroll, Kelly Slater, and great to see Andrew Johns representing his surfing and also the Newcastle Knights. Already getting started here, Saxon. Stu Kennedy.
Yep, Stewie. We'll just refresh our little computer here, Joey, so we can see the scores drop in. But how's that for a lineup? Wow, look at that. Oh, Johnsy was riding a Warner.
Oh, was he really?
Brett Warner,
no
local
wonder that
shaper.
carve looks so good.
Yeah, local shaper.
That's epic. I love that roundhouse he did in front of Kelly. Just laid that rail down, punched the lip a couple of times. Absolutely legendary to have him here in Manly, surfing in front of the big crowd. Stu Kennedy already with a 3.0 as we get right into round 5, heat number 1. And Soli Bailey will sit out the back with priority. If you look at these conditions, Saxon, just off your first glance with these names in the water, is one of these athletes going to have an edge in these conditions?
Well, at first glance, I'd have to say Stewie. But that being said, it looks very similar to like a little kind of east wind summery day at Tallows up in Byron, which Soli surfs a lot. And definitely by no means is he not a groveler and could not surf these waves. But at first glance, normally if people on the QS draw Stewie in 1 to 2 foot rights with a little wind, they are kind of going, oh man.
He's so quick. And the boards that he's developed with Tomo over the years make a lot of sense in waves like this.
Remember the chop nose things?
Yeah, and that was amazing to see him bring that out kind of before people were really trying to experiment too much.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of thought back then. Okay, is the chop nose, does that not look good for the judges
That's
back then?
kinda,
And
yeah.
I remember calling a heat with Aki at lowers one year, and Stu was ripping, and it did look very different. But his surfing was out of control. And so then Daniel Thompson, who will be shaping with Kelly in a moment, just decided, okay, well, we'll do the same thing, but we'll just disguise it. So people are a little bit more comfortable with that standard kind of pointy nose you always get.
Well, basically the whole theory behind the chopped nose, from what I understand, is that if you think about where the rails keep going, it's basically like a 6'4" board worth of rail drive, but you don't have 6'4" worth of board. It's only 5'8", so it's got the tweak but the drive.
There we go.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think the thing is about.
I love that surfboard evolution. Well, that was a special heat to watch. Kelly Slater is now downstairs with Bradley Bicknell.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Kelly, it's so fantastic to have you back down in Manly. I know on the first day you said you were quite surprised by the crowd coming out. It's been an amazing scene to see all the support you're still getting.
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, the crowd's been really great. It's even bigger today. But perfect day. We've got a little wave out there. The bump's kind of funny. I thought we were going to get some good waves, but because the tide's in a good spot, but there's a little bit of chop on the face. It was a little tough, but fun to get out there in the water with this guy.
Yeah, well, Joey Johns, rugby league legend. Joey, you've been put into some pretty high-pressure situations in your rugby league career. How about, and in the surf, how about standing here at a crowded Manly Beach on a Saturday surfing against 11 times world champion? How's that rate?
Well, on the fair income department, I think I was more nervous coming here than playing grand finals because you're out of your comfort zone. And obviously, surfing against someone here, what he's done in the sport, so I'm really nervous, and I'm so glad I did it. It was a great experience.
Well, I saw right at the end there, Kelly, you gave Joey a little shove at the end there. Now that he's come surfing with you, what about you getting Kelly to come play some rugby league?
Well, I spoke to him about the Origin footy. He follows New South Wales, so they're looking for a halfback. You get out there in the number 7. You wouldn't have a target on your back at all.
Not at all.
No.
Now, I saw Kelly obviously riding one of your boards. Joey was on the competitors board. What's up with that? We've got to get him on one of your crafts, surely.
I think he was doing that so I'd give him a board. It was like he had a plan there.
All right, so we are starting the championship tour very soon. The rugby league season's got underway. Kelly, why don't you give us a quick wrap about 2019, how things are shaping up for you, and then Joey will talk to you about the rugby league season.
Yeah, just been kind of taking a little time, relaxing, getting in the surf, and just trying to come into the year, excited. I've been out of the contest for so long now. I mean, I did surf pipe. I surfed a couple of events last year, but as far as touring, I've been off for a year and a half, almost 2 years now, and kind of recharged the batteries. I'm pretty excited to get out there, and I think I've got a fresh look at how to approach it. There's times when you got to be serious, but the whole time at my point in my career, I got to enjoy it, and if I'm not enjoying it, it's not really worth the time. But there's going to be some battles I want to get into. There's a few guys I want to, those top 5, 6 guys. I really want to get some heats with those guys this year and enjoy this time.
Yeah, well, so do we. We're really excited to see what happens this year. And Joey, of course, you love your surfing, and of course you're very involved in rugby league. What about this year? How's it shaping up for your beloved Newcastle Knights?
Yeah, they'll be thereabouts. I don't know. I think the next couple of years they can compete for the title. I was in Brisbane last night. I think Brisbane are going to be incredibly hard to beat. They've got such a young forward pack. So my tip would be Brisbane.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Packed day. We're going back to live action out there with the men's. Thanks for joining us down here on the stand, guys.
Thank you so much, Bradley Bricknell. Great to have Kelly Slater right there against Andrew Joey Johns as we get right into the heat of it with Soli Bailey getting a few good backhand turns on a small left-hander, still providing some open face to attack, and Soli will get another number on the board, a 2:01. We'll get him the lead off Stu Kennedy with 17:40 to go. Saxon, how are the waves looking this afternoon for this matchup?
Well, I reckon what Kelly was saying there about the tide, he was onto it, but that little northeast ruffles kind of just come up a little bit. But as we've been seeing the tide suck back out and the rip running through the right, it might smooth the wave face out, but you still have that little crumble from the northeast on top. So I'm kind of thinking within the next 2 or 3 heats, some of those rights can be really good, like really rippable, and we'll be seeing a lot of fin flare and all that stuff. And just kind of as I was talking about the right, Soli Bailey's on the replays banging that left. But I definitely reckon when the rip starts running through that right and smooths it out a little bit, it'll be really fun.
What about rivalries on the coast of Australia with Stu and Soli so close to each other on the map?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, well, let's get back to this. We got snap to a wrap combination for Kennedy. Is he going to make this section, Saxon?
Oh, yeah, with ease, because he's on that little epoxy, just kind of bouncing his way through. And look how fast and whippy that thing is, and even the inside, and we can hear the whistles in here, so the Carve boys must be about again.
Yeah. Every time Stu's finishing, you're hearing the crowd erupt, and that's a great way to promote yourself to the judges, to get your energy up, and that's kind of what we saw up at Snapper when he made the semifinal. It wasn't that far from Snapper to Lennox. All of a sudden, Go Stu signs were everywhere. Every time he stood up, the beach would erupt, and he sort of felt like the working man's hero, because he was a guy that did do some hard work, laboring, landscaping jobs just to pay the bills, and the next thing you know, he was back up and running, getting some support and on tour, with now Stu up again.
Oh, wow, he just blitzed that first lip. My goodness. If he gets another little section on the inside, he's onto a number. That's the best wave of the heat, I reckon.
That first turn was ridiculous. And sometimes that's a big part of surfing. When you see a turn, all you can do is just react with a big, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It just gives you a feeling inside of your heart. Like Kennedy right there. First coil up, vertical, blows the fins out.
And the judges are the same too. That's what it is. If you're making them go, whoa, which is hard to do because they're pretty straight-faced, some of those boys. They've seen a lot.
They sure have. Soli's going to kick out right in front of Stu Kennedy to regain priority out the back. So that was a decision to kick out to control the lineup. Here's the previous to Stu Kennedy.
Yeah, this was the wave before that one that we were really vibing on. But this is it's an okay little setup from out the back here. Not too much going on the inside, but he's just kind of trying to put some numbers up underneath priority. Maybe get a couple of 4s and 5s. But this is the turn. Thwack. That was a thwack. That was a proper big hit off the lip, and then making his way through the inside there. And that finish isn't too bad either. And then we had Soli on the last wave of that little flurry, and thought about it, but wasn't that happy with that connection there, so went, I'd rather have priority.
Smart move for Soli Bailey. Well, you were spot on with your pick for Carmichael last year in the Rookie of the Year race.
Yep.
Let's dive into this season. Soli Bailey. We're going to be comparing him for the rest of his career with Seth Moniz, Pedersen Crisanto, and David Silva, who won this event last year.
Okay.
What are your instincts
so
telling you there?
They're our 4 rookies, right? I'd obviously love to see Soli win it. Just growing up surfing together from a young age, and I'd love to see Soli get it, and one for the Aussies, but I feel like it'd be really hard to go past Pedersen Crisanto. I feel like he's really gnarly, and Snapper, Rio, if it's small little Rincon, all that kind of stuff, he could be like the Michael Rodriguez of last year.
And that's exactly how you want to break down a Rookie of the Year race. You want it to be a battle to the finish. Some big names in that discussion early here in 2019. Soli still chasing Stu Kennedy as we wait for the numbers to come through. Kelly's still hanging out with the fans. Back for a lot more action here at Manly right after this.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Vissla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can lead us to our destination. Join Vissla on their mission to protect and serve.
Stu Kennedy's bringing the house down here at Manly Beach. He's got everybody cheering through every single maneuver that he's locking in. He just got another wave during the break. Kennedy with a 5.57 and a 4.4. Bailey leading a 6.3 at the moment as we stand by for those numbers to come through. Let's see what happened during the break, Saxon.
Yep, Stewie checking out another little one, the fast little epoxy. Look how zippy this thing is, up into the lip for the first time. Much better second turn, good connection with a bit of spray and then the foam climb. And I believe he gets a nice little tag on the inside here. Boom, straight in the little honey jar. And he's on here, he's looking sharp.
Love that performance from Stu Kennedy. A lot of positive energy, trying to improve on a 4.4 with now 11:30 remaining. Soli does have priority out the back. You think about there's so many Australian rippers that maybe go unknown globally. Saxon, if you could give an Australian a wild card, could be a free surfer, he could go as deep as Rostovich, or maybe someone younger that might not be into the tour. Is there someone that comes to mind that you see all the time, you're going, wait, you could go all the way?
Onto the championship tour.
You're playing commissioner right now, and you could put someone on the top 34. Is someone coming to mind, or is there too many to mention?
There's way too many to mention, I reckon. But currently, I was kind of thinking Australian. I was kind of thinking Australian leg there, but I've got to go the whole year, don't I?
Yeah, it's got to be someone that's going to be requalifying, maybe top 10.
Someone that's got to go really good at chopes or something like that, right? What about if we put Noah on the tour? I know he doesn't want to, but what about if we chuck him on and just give him a go? Because remember how well he did at Pike?
Oh, for sure.
That event?
Yeah.
Noah Dean?
He would be insane.
Well, snap at home court,
which is perfect.
If it's at the box, if the contest is at the box, he'll probably win the thing.
I think that's a great answer.
He'd do some airs in Rio. What else would he do? He'd get tubed at Karamas.
And I think some people that know him now didn't realize he had a junior career. He would go to World Junior Champs, just like all the superstars from all around the world, and compete at Karamas and fight for those titles. So I think with his background of contest experience, great pick, Saxon.
And he used to be, he was the same age as Matty Banting, and when Matty Banting went on that roll of like 45 straight wins or something in junior, under 12s all the way through to about under 18s, he was
untouchable.
Yeah, Noah was right in that age group there too, and he was normally the second. The guy that got second.
Unbelievable.
So yeah. But I would give Matty the wild card, but I reckon he's going to qualify, so I'll give it to Noah.
I like that. Matt Banting has been really fun to watch this week, just like he always is here at Manly Beach. Soli Bailey holding priority for a bit, needs an 8.13. Clean carve to start on the open face, punching the fins out. He'll regain control.
Well, I think this one here, Joe, is going to get him back in it right now. That first big swoop was nice. The rip was kind of running through that one a little bit more than the last few, and it got that little bit more cupped out face to it and smoothed it out. He really laid into that middle turn and got the finish, but Stewie, he's going to answer back here. He's got a bit of a commanding lead at this stage and trying to put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, with 8 minutes to go. It's a little bit flat through the inside, so let's see if it stands up for him. Just keeping the board, working it over. A lot of very similar turns here though, so I'm not too sure what they're going to do with it. I think maybe advantage Soli on that exchange. That's first thought.
It felt like Kennedy, he has that carve to tail whip out of it where he can ditch the fins on that open face hook. And it felt like he kept waiting for this section to just give him a little bit more power to blow the tail out. Clean carve for Soli on his wave.
Yeah, big open face wrap. You got to appreciate how long he holds the rail for. That turn was pretty mental in the splice. Here we go. We're going to get it in slow-mo. Look at the drive through that. And then handles that little backwash wobble perfectly too, so he did well. All right, we'll check this again, hey Joe, because that was a really nice turn, but I feel like it's kind of just cutbacks from here, isn't it? A little bit?
Yeah, just that shoulder section. He just kept trying to force it on that soft shoulder. The lip just disappeared on him. But still surfing with a ton of clean energy. Stu Kennedy, 6.23, 5.57. Bailey trying to hunt down an 8.13 to take the lead. As we know, sometimes it's just impossible to win an event on the QS or the CT with so much talent and so many hungry surfers out there. But how cool is it if it's your first QS win of your career and it's at Pipeline for Soli Bailey?
Oh, yeah.
What a great way to pick up your first major win of your career.
Isn't it what? That's probably just about the best place you can do it, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You see your name next to John, Jamie O'Brien, Kelly Slater,
and you
Josh
wax 'em.
Moniz. Oh, and you're just all of a sudden on the podium right there at Pipe.
Just going, what's up?
I feel like that win
Yeah.
has more meaning to where Soli is sitting today than anything. The confidence you get from winning at Pipe, that probably just flooded him through the QS just to prove that to himself that he belongs on the top 34.
Well, you probably hear from a lot of people that they trade a lot of their wins for a pipe win. And people that finish up their careers sometimes maybe like the top dogs, if they didn't win the pipe event, they think, oh, I wish I just won one pipe. Yeah.
Oh, so true.
Yeah.
I remember CJ, that was one thing he said when he was doing his swan song. He called his retirement early, and the only thing that kept coming up was, I just want to win pipe. I just want to win pipe. And it was, you can see how prestigious that is. Soli Bailey winning that one at the qualifying series level. He'll get to compete at the Pipe Masters level later on this season in December.
Really good backdoor surfer, Soli. Really good backdoor.
Something going on in Byron Bay.
Yeah.
Kieran Perot, what a legend
Yes.
in the tube.
Yes.
And Kelly still enjoying the fans down there. 6 minutes to go on the clock before we see Jordy Lawler and Ian Gentile. Does Jordy have any other nicknames? Because, I mean, Nick Squires is kind of winning that one in this.
Yeah. No, I kind of just call Jordy. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Some of the Narrabeen boys, some of the Narrabeen boys would probably have a good one for him. We could get some text messages sent in and find out. But yeah, the Narrabeen guys will probably have some good ones, but I'm not too sure. You love Squizzer, right?
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah.
Like, it's the coolest nickname for sure.
That's the thing. Well, you've spent a lot of time in Australia, so you know is you kind of take a name and you end it in A, E, or O.
Oh yeah, and quickly from Turpel it became Turpy.
Turpy.
Yeah, it was easy. 5:20 to go on the clock. Kennedy leading this one, 6:20 or 6.23557. Bailey needs a 7:07 for a spot in the quarterfinals. Kennedy looking to re-qualify for the championship tour. Had a couple of years that seemed to go by very quickly. The stand-up performance of Snapper was his highlight for sure. He struggled to repeat that result at the rest of the venues on tour. It was always the balance of doing both tours, the CT, and then he gets down to the wire towards Europe, and you're thinking you got to really focus on the QS 10,000. You can really be spread thin.
It must be hard.
Right on the cutoff.
Yeah, and as much as surfing is a great job, what people who don't travel around so much don't realise is that if you're doing upwards of 20 to 30 events a year, you're spending a lot of plane time, you're changing a lot of time zones, you're not in your own bed a lot and living out of a suitcase. And as cool as it is getting tubed and doing all that kind of stuff as a job, it really does wear thin. And some people at home, I feel like they don't really realise how much pressure and living out of a suitcase kind of takes its toll on people.
It's kind of a good point, too, when you think of strategy to prepare. You're always preparing your boards, you're making sure you're fit, all of that stuff, but also strategically picking the events you're not going to do.
Yes.
You know, also, with the QS and the CT doing double duty for a lot of these warriors that are right on that cutoff mark. 3:55 to go. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet. Soli Bailey needs a 7:07 to take this one off of Stu Kennedy.
It's a pretty big score, but he's got the tools to do it, right? He's got priority. There's a little light nor'easter blowing into these rights. He can lift the fins quite easily. Sol, he does some really big straight airs too, so I'd kind of like to see that. That'd be cool. And 7:07. Well, it's got to be best wave of the heat, but it's not out of the question.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see Soli make a decision in the next few minutes. Will he show the judges something just a little bit different to force a pretty big score? I mean, a 7:07 would be the best wave of this matchup so far. And Kennedy is sitting right next to him. I was thinking about this earlier, though, Saxon, with these guys being relatively close from Lennox to Byron.
Yeah, crosstown rivals.
And we know there's a huge rivalry right here on this beach from Queenscliff to the Stain. What about up where they live? Do you kind of notice a rivalry between the Lennox and the Byron Bay crew?
There's always rivalries between your local board riders clubs, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. I reckon there would be. I don't know too much about the Byron Bay board riders, but I know Solly is in them, and Danny Wills and stuff like that. I think Joel Paxton, who's another Grom from Oz that's surfing really well, but the Lee Bar board riders in the teams events have definitely had more success than the Byron Bay guys, so I guess the Byron guys would probably want to knock them off.
So it sort of just naturally happens.
It just happens.
Kind of courtesy of the board riders. It's like us versus you, our wave versus your wave, and especially if you're hosting, you want to make sure you're winning on your home court. Soli Bailey, layback draw off the top. He'll get hung up for a moment, but he'll look to recover in the foam climb. Held priority for a while, and that was not what he was looking for.
I reckon that wave had the score on it too there, though, and he's just made a tiny mistake. He went hard at it, which is what you want to do, but the fin skipped on him there. He didn't expect it, and then it hung him up. And look at the little bowl on the edge there that's just running off, and I reckon there was a couple of big forehand arcs coming after that turn, but unfortunately just that little skip of the fins and lost a bit of composure, and yeah, he knows it there. You see a little splash of the water, so might be tough for Solly to dig himself out of this hole here with 1:40 to go and no priority, but he's got snapper in a week or two, mate.
He sure does, and he's had a couple of great heats this week here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. So he got his warm-up done, got to try a couple of different boards this week, and then he'll be up at Snapper Rocks to just get involved with the best surfers in the world. Gabriel Medina, two-time reigning world champ. Also Kelly getting involved. John Florence is still up on the Gold Coast working out some boards. And we'll see how this season ends up going. We're into the final minute. Looks like Soli's got another opportunity.
All right, well, Stu's let him have it, so he must think there isn't too much going on the inside here. Soli's standing on his tail in the rip bowl. He was looking for a little ramp there, but not quite enough wall making its way in there to bend in. And we see Geordie Lawler, the last local left in the draw, I believe, or Northern Beaches surfer from Narrabeen, having his best result. So I'm psyched to go to the VIP after this one and watch his heat, mate.
He's been so impressive through the last couple of days. There's been something about this air rotation that I saw him land that I can't really get my head around just yet, where it felt like he launched and then with his back foot made the spin go quicker out of it, where he's putting a new twist on that full rotation. Lawler was incredible yesterday going to turns, and he's got Ian Gentile from Maui coming up in the next heat with 15 seconds now to go. Stu Kennedy with priority paddling right next to Soli. Two Aussies will shake this one off, and Kennedy looks like he's going to be rolling into finals day.
Yep, Stewie on the way, and we hear the whistles coming from the crowd. That's mostly the Carve crew, no doubt about it. So, yep, Stewie Kennedy, 6.23 and a 5.57. He gets a job done. Solly Bailey, he had the chance at the end there, Joey, but just a little slip up, and he's on to snapper.
So a special time here in Manly for pro surfing with some big heats to come. We've got a great heat with Geordie Lawler taking on Ian Gentile in heat number 2 of round 5. Waves are looking rippable. Stu Kennedy's going to get this victory lap just into the beach. As we will take a quick break, we'll bring in Brickas, Richie Love for the call right after this.
Welcome back to Super Saturday. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon here at Manly Beach. You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. It's a QS 6000 event. We're down to the second last day, and it's going to be Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett, former Championship Tour competitor, for the call. Mate, it's been an exciting morning, but now we're back into some incredible men's action. It's going to be Geordie Lawler up against Ian Gentile.
Yeah, Stoke Brickers to be, calling the action for the first time with you over the week. It's taken until Saturday, Super Saturday, for us to get paired up. And hopefully you will enjoy our commentary as we take you through these next two heats. And of course, I'm really excited about this one because the Northern Beaches local, Geordie Lawler, is up against Ian Gentile, and it's going to be a really, really good matchup. Geordie's finding some form in 2019. He surfs these type of waves every day of the week, and he'll be the local favourite.
Yeah, of course, having to deal with a bit of injury over the last couple of years on the qualifying series from North Narrabeen. We saw some electrifying aerial performances from him earlier in the weekend, and similarly for Ian Gentile. So just talk to us about the conditions right now, Rich, in terms of that sandbank, the tide and the wind. There's been a few changes from this morning.
Yeah, definitely. We had just crystal clear blue water, just perfectly groomed conditions with this light offshore wind out of the northwest. It was a little cooler this morning too. And as what typically happens when we get a nor'wester, it gradually goes round to the northeast and then a straight east. And an easterly direction wind is basically blowing directly onshore as we see Ian Gentile up and riding, just driving around that foamy section, up and over the lip. So starting to get a bit of work done towards the end section of this wave and just grinds that little layback snap, drifts the fins but regains composure, up and over the foam section, and another little hit to finish things off. So this onshore wind's going to set in, Brickers, for the rest of the afternoon. But as you can see, it's still creating plenty of opportunities. Maybe just bumping up the surface texture a little bit. The lip line's a little bit broken up now too, but still plenty of smooth face for these guys to open up.
Here we go, Geordie Lawler with priority at the back. This is that backhand attack we've seen throughout the week. Nice and vertical, and this is such a strong start from the North Narrabeen surfer. He is winding up like a clock on the inside, and you can hear the local crowd really getting behind him, Rich.
Well, he's taking a look out at the legendary Damien Hardman's backhand attack because, Geordie has just tagged that thing. And as we bring up the replay, we'll dissect exactly what happened there, but it's about 4 or 5 strong backhand turns there for Geordie. Let's check this out. So gets to work really early, throwing a ton of spray, deep bottom turn, and just drifts off the lip again. A little 2-stage bottom turn, but perfect timing. And Geordie just looks so crisp and so on point, no glitches, and basically there wasn't much more he could do on that wave.
It looks like it's going to be Ian Gentile's second wave, so waiting on some scores to come through, Rich. He's a tall surfer, nice and lanky, and he uses that frame well.
Yeah, he sure does, and he used it well on that last turn, just getting the spin. So goofy foot versus natural foot. We're going to see the contrast of approach here. Geordie, he's going to be able to get tighter in the pocket, get that figure 8 motion going. Generally on your backhand, you can come off tighter off the bottom. You can really pivot around your spine, get that rotation in the hips. On your forehand, you tend to want to go out on the face, get the cutbacks going. And at the moment, it's this tight pocket work that is really separating these goofy footers.
25 minutes all day long today. These guys are looking to book themselves a place in the quarterfinals. Of course, that will take place tomorrow. We have finished off earlier on today with the Women's Sydney Pro presented by Sister Revolution. Talk us through this nice little air reverse on the inside.
Yeah, so we got a lot of foam work done, just lip gliding floaters, pumps all the way down the line, and then just saw this fluffy little section. So really that air rev, the only real manoeuvre of consequence on this wave. The beginning stages were just mostly setup work, so I don't think this one's going to go too far north in the score. And I think we're still going to see that great start from Jordan. He's going to, I'm going to tip that it's an excellent wave.
We're looking for those scores to drop in from the judging panel. Of course, 5 judges on the panel at any given time. The highest and lowest scores have dropped out. The middle 3 are averaged, and that splits out your heat score. So Geordie Lawler is waiting, and while we're waiting for that score to drop in, Shannon Hughes is down there with the winner of that last heat. Take it away with Stu Kennedy.
And Stu, into the finals day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty happy with that. It's been a while since I've made a quarters and onwards, so it feels good to do it here at home and in Australia. And it's good working with Michael Chris, the TARP team manager, and HPC, the High Performance Centre. That's his main job. So pretty lucky to have him in my corner, and also my shaper Dan Thompson from Firewire. He's about to get in the booth up there, and then we've been working on the new little model, so hopefully we can bring that out eventually.
Yeah, well, you seem really happy, like you've got the right energy going forward. What will the rest of your day look like preparing for finals tomorrow?
Probably just go to the hotel. I'll go get in the bay with Tomo and Kelly probably, and then I won't do much. I'll probably just watch them. But yeah, just relax and get ready for tomorrow. Like, it's been a pretty long week and lots of people around and lots of conversations. So yeah, to tomorrow, and then hopefully it all pans out well and go home to the family.
Well, stoked, so excited. And would you like to say anything to the family?
Yeah, love you guys. Can't wait to see ya.
Keep up the good work. Cheering you on the finals day, and we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Stuart Kennedy getting on a roll into the quarterfinals here. He'll be back here on Sunday. It's going to be the finals day kicking off tomorrow. 18 minutes remaining in this one. We heard the crowd erupted when Geordie Lauder's first score got read out. My co-commentator Richie Lover got on the nose, 8.50. An excellent score there. And then two-wave combination for Ian Gentile, a 5.33 and a 4.67. Sees Gentile taking the early lead, but only a 1.5 required. And Geordie Lauder will just let Gentile roll into this one. He has got priority. So opens up with a snap on the outside. And big bubble there. You can see that tire going out. A few ribs being sucked through that line-up bridge. And we're going to see more of that. Are we going to see these guys move up to that northern bank again today, you think?
We will. I think it'll eventually shift up there. But at the moment, this rib bowl seems to be producing these right-handers that are lots of opportunity still there. There's enough water on the bank as we see Geordie Lawler. This is, I think this is a replay of his second wave. So perhaps a backup score about to drop in for Geordie. Gets a first little hit and a second one. So see on your backhand, staying tight the pocket, just always going back to that energy source. That little foamy section, the bowl right next to that foamy section, that is where the most amount of energy is on the wave, and that's where our surfers want to be. And well, look at that, Geordie just dropping a little high three, and this was Ian Gentile. So just grinding along this one, up and over that foamy section, and just catches that inside edge. And he knows that, well, after that little slip up, he was only ever going to get a mid-range score. So best to just get back out and get in the lineup and get set for the next opportunity that comes through.
Just under 16 minutes remaining now. Lawler out in front. 6.85 gets Gentile back into the lead. And you can see the effect of that light easterly wind just roughing the face of it all. But Geordie Lawler on that first one, I just want to go back to that 8.5 for a second, which he kicked up a lot of spray on those turns, and I was almost caught by surprise how much power he had on those backside rotations.
Yeah, Geordie has been doing a lot of work in the off season. He's getting coached by Matt Cattle, former pro surfer, and another North Narrabeen local. So they've got a good little thing going on here. And well, Geordie's working with Matty every single day. He's also training hard. As you said, he's been hit with some ailments and injuries over the years. He seems to be, his body seems to be operating at 100% capacity right now. His boards are on point. We obviously work closely with Geordie with the FCS brand to make sure he's got all the fins and all the hardware he needs. So Geordie, he's just feeling it now. You can sense that 2019 things are happening, things are working, the results are coming, and what a great opportunity he has here. He's laid the foundations in this heat, an 8.5, and well, he's got 14 and a half minutes to hang on to it. And to make final day in a 6-star, that's a huge achievement.
Well, it is a big achievement. It'll be getting down towards those points that are going to be counting towards the qualifying series rankings come the end of the year. Top 10 qualify for the big championship tour. And Richie, just talking about your experience as a former pro surfer on the tour, you know, it goes without saying that you need confidence to be a high-achieving elite athlete. But what does events like this do when you've had a bit of a setback over injury and that sort of stuff? You're coming back, you're building heat by heat by heat. What's that going to do for him now as he looks towards the rest of the year?
Every heat he gets through, the confidence grows, and confidence can be a crippling thing, you know, if you don't have enough of it. And we saw in some of the post-heat interviews early in the week as Geordie moved through, he was like, you could see he was almost a bit surprised with himself that he keeps moving through. And I want to see that switch to the point where, you know, Geordie starts expecting to make final stays instead of just being, you know, stoked. And he really needs to get used to getting big results. And that's all a part of building confidence, not only in what you can do on a wave, because I mean, he does this all day long, all day, every day. He's doing this sort of stuff, and he's an amazing surfer. But to transition that into a competition situation, that's a different thing altogether.
Putting a nice punctuation on that last turn was the man from North Narrabeen, just up the road here from Manly. Of course, is the home of the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro QS 6000 event. Brad Britton here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. It is Saturday. The crowds have come out en masse this afternoon. Of course, we did see Kelly Slater and Joey Johns along with Tommy Carroll and a bunch of incredible other surfers having the exhibition expression session earlier. And this is Geordie's third wave. I think it's going to be the 367, Rich.
Well, let's take a look. So Geordie just waiting patiently, cutting back, and now things start to open up for Geordie. These little bowly sections, but a little bit of foam work here, and nothing really on the open face. The last turn, that was the money turn of the wave, and if it is going to be better than his 3.67, it's not going to be by much. So with 12.5 minutes on the clock, he still has time to really put this out of reach for Ian Gentile, who's at the moment only needing a 6.85, very attainable score. Ian Gentile has been ripping all event, and a lot of his heats, as you said, because he's been down on that northern bank. So this is semi-new territory for him, being on this little rip bowl. And let's see if he can, it'll basically come down to wave choice for him on his forehand. He's going to need to pick that bigger wave where he can really open up and get that rail game.
Surfed a lot of those lower tide heats on the really shallow bank up north, as Richie said. And we saw Ian Gentile going to the air a lot throughout the earlier rounds. Today a bit softer. There are a few seconds, and we saw that little rotation on the inside from Gentile. Tall surfer, got to generate a lot of speed in some of these smaller inside sections. So going to use priority, and sometimes we talk about priority being a little bit of a curse. We'll just have a look on the inside here. Quick in and out there from Joy Lawler. When the surf's a little bit inconsistent, which you can hold on to priority for too long sometimes. It can be a bit of a curse. It puts a bit of pressure back on you if you've stood there for 10 minutes and you haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Absolutely. You can end up just waiting for something that will not come. And interesting to note, this is the first time in the whole week that we've been dealing with northeast wind. So it's a little unfamiliar territory for Ian Gentile, whereas this man here, we've just come out of summer, and this is typical summer
all day long.
Typical summer winds in for Sydney in summer. And Geordie just throwing the big backside air reverse. So he's very comfortable here. He knows about reading conditions with these funky little lip lines on them. But let's see what Ian Gentile can do on this one. Yeah, it'll square up off the bottom there. A little softer first turn. You can see just maybe a bit out of rhythm there. Those bumps and lumps just causing a few issues for Gentile. And let's talk about Lawler for that last turn. He seemed to be able to manufacture speed out of nowhere. He really turned a nothing little wave into something fairly special. It might not be a massive score, but certainly in the context of the size of the wave and the opportunities that were there, he really maximised it. Well, talk about being comfortable in the conditions. This little rip bowl here is not too dissimilar to Ali Wright's at Northie at Narrabeen there. So, Geordie would just feel right at home here and reading the conditions perfectly. And on that last one, just gets the big rotation here. So let's follow Geordie here. So it comes around, gets the first little bash, a nice little clean slash, and then just kicks that fin, kicks the tail of his board all the way out, and just watch it, almost just grabs his hands into the wave face, rotates around them, and perfect execution on that rotation. Incredible stuff, just making something out of nothing on that inside section. And it looks like it's going to be Ian Gentile on live pictures now, making his way through the shore break. It's time for him to start moving and use that priority on the outside. He's going to work on the inside. Nice flow and rhythm through here, and executes that one nicely as he steps up onto the sand. 9 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Well, did you see that sneaky little look at the end of that wave? Just cast an eye up to the judges to say, well, guess what? I'm in this heat now, and we can tell you that prior to the vision that you saw, well, this is what we saw on our cheat screen. So drives up over the foam, and have a look at this, driving a huge roundhouse cutback, and again just throws the hammer down on that one, brings the board around, does some amazing rail work all the way through the inside, and finishes strong here, slams it again, and then driving down the line, and one more to finish off, and with perfect composure steps off on the sand. So all of a sudden, Ian Gentile, he's in this heat with 9 minutes to go. Yeah, plenty of time really when you think about it now, 9 minutes to go, but wait for those scores to drop in, and while the judges deliberate, we'll throw to a short break. When you come back, it's going to be more action from the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro.
Welcome back to a beautiful afternoon here at Manly Beach. It's around 1:15 here in the afternoon local time. We're into round 5 action for the men's, the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call, and waiting for some scores to drop in from the last exchange. A 7-1-7 from Ian Gentile's last wave, and 2 scores to come here for Geordie Lawler.
Yeah, so George's just continuing to get work done on this right rip bowl section, and just got caught a little behind that whole way there, and Geordie identifies that and realises that that is not going to go into his top 2 scores. He needs to replace the 5.73 now. That's what he's working towards to make the requirement a little more difficult for Ian Gentile, who needs a 7.07. And, well, that was a great wave. We knew that that long stretched out right-hander where he did those multiple turns, it was going to be a good score. It doesn't quite get into the excellent range, but 7.17 is an amazing score nonetheless, and Bricker's right in this heat now.
Yeah, you called it. You said he's in the heat. He's definitely within striking distance. The differentiator right now is the 8.50, and that only comes. Surfers can only ride the waves that they've got, right? So it's about waiting and looking for something that's going to get him something up there. And what do you do, Rich? Sometimes there is nothing coming through.
Well, the ocean's the ocean, and you can only ride what is delivered in front of you. So the priority situation right now, Ian Gentile, he's got it. That little P next to his name means that he has first choice of the next little swell line that comes to the takeoff zone, and he's going to have to choose wisely because he needs to pick a wave that's going to allow him to get a 7.07. So he basically needs a carbon copy of the last wave that he just rode. So anything under that is not going to do it for him, and with 5 minutes on the clock, he's really going to have to use priority quite wisely now. And as Geordie is going to, he'll look to keep building on this and perhaps having a look at this one. And George making a motion here, he's committed. So striving down the line here, up and over the foam section, and it starts to open up now. George hits it once, and again, well, it's starting to build in size, and driving through this section and pounds that last hit right on the sand. So, well, perhaps he will extend his lead even further. What do you reckon, Brad?
Yeah, I think he's going to. In the beginning of that wave, I wasn't quite sure, but after that first sort of transitional floater, he came out of that turn with more speed than he went in, and that really set up that second half of the wave where he was able to do a couple of great little combinations on his backhand. We'll break that down a little bit further. You can see here, Rich, on the outside. You can pick it up from the end, but this is where he just goes over the end, and this is the turn here I feel like he gained a bit of speed out of.
Yeah, got the momentum there.
That one there.
Yeah, just really riding on the roof. Came around, didn't rush it, just really composed himself for that last turn, and the last one being the money shot on that wave. And, well, Geordie, he's feeling good. You can feel that, or you can sense that Geordie's just on at the moment. He's feeling the good vibes. He's obviously got a ton of support down here. All the Northie locals have arrived down to Manly Beach, and also a good contingent of the Northern Beaches spectators. I believe he is the last man standing from the Northern Beaches, and well, we'd love nothing more than to see Geordie progress. But there is a man in the lineup who has other thoughts. Ian Gentile. He's been a standout through the event so far, and no stranger to competition. So with 3.5 minutes on the clock, he needs to hunt down, well, have a look at this.
Now it's an 8.11.
Now it is an 8.11. So Geordie, well, perfect surfing there really to take that wave and to put a little bit of pressure on. That's all you can really ask for. So 0 mistakes so far from Geordie.
Yeah, great surfing there from the young man from North Narrabeen. He's locked in a 6.77 on his last wave. Pushes that requirement out for Gentile. And he may be the last Northern Beaches man standing. We'll hold that thought quick in and out. But there are a few other Aussies still in the mix. We've got Nick Squires coming up in the next one. Jacob Wilcox is still in the mix. Matty Banting still in the mix. And, of course, young Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Head's been one of the standouts from one of this event so far.
Yeah, he has been. And another name that's coming on strong. So, well, in the past, we've seen the internationals and the Brazilians really take control of this event. And maybe a little shift back to the Aussie crew. So I know that there's going to be a lot of fans on the beach that are stoked about that, and also a lot of fans online. Obviously, all our internationals spectators tuning in, and we thank you for joining us on the webcast. And we'll be here for the remainder of this the round of round 5 for the men's. We're only in heat 2.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
And then we'll be back for finals day tomorrow.
Into the quarterfinals, looking ahead at the other countries represented. Of course, Thiago Camararo is in the next one. He's from Brazil, and of course a former winner here, Jesse Mendes, coming up in heat number 4. Then we have Ian Gavea, another Brazilian, Marco Giorgia from Uruguay, Alonso Correa from Peru, and then Jadson Andrade from Brazil. So plenty Brazilians still left in the draw as well. So tomorrow is the day where it all sort of comes down to the wire. 7 heats to go tomorrow. And, well, that's all going to happen around 8 a.m. tomorrow local time for that start. All going well. A minute 45 left in this one. It is Ian Gentile chasing an excellent score, an 8.11. Geordie Lawler opened with an absolute bang, 8.50, and 90 seconds on the clock now. Lawler with second priority. Does he just wait this out, Rich?
Yeah, I think so. He might as well just sit tight. I mean, it's a pretty decent score that Ian Gentile needs to track down here. And with only 1 minute 20 on the clock, force the issue. Maybe try and push Ian into a wave where he may not be able to get the score, and then this priority will switch, and then Geordie can just play the sitting game.
Well, we're coming down to a minute on the clock. You see Geordie just having a look at his watch. Of course, the beach announcers do call out those times, but most of these guys wear a watch. They time their own heats, and they'll know exactly what the requirements are and the time are, because it can be a game of seconds, not even minutes. We have seen leads changed with small mistakes made right at the end. So 45 in this one. Geordie Lawler will stick to Ian Gentile and maybe even try to pressure him into making a wave choice that won't even get him near the score. So 35 seconds on the clock.
Well, he's pulled the trigger on this one, and a last-ditch effort, and he's just grinding over that foamy section, streaking down the line, and just a little frustration starting to creep in there. With 30 seconds to go, Brickers, you get the feeling that he's going to put the surrender flag up, and it looks like Geordie Lawler, he's going to come in and just shadow Ian Gentile now, and with 10 seconds to go, it looks like the Northern Beaches local, Geordie Lawler, has done enough to move into the quarterfinals, and what a result.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. He's going to meet up with Stu Kennedy in that next round as this heat is called quits by the beach announcer. That is it. Geordie Lawler from Australia, North Narrabeen to be more precise, has booked himself a place in the quarters of the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. And unfortunately there it's going to be the end of the road for Ian Gentile. A great little display. You can see Geordie just a bit of emotion there, smile on his face. He's starting to feel it, and we'll let him come in and soak it all up. And while we do, we'll take a short break here from Manly Beach. When we come back, it's going to be more round 5 action. You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Thanks for watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. You've joined us just in time for the start of men's round 5, heat number 3. Tiago Camaraya and Nicholas Squires going to battle. Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. We just saw an amazing win there from local boy. We're going to claim him as a local. He's from around the corner at North Narrabeen. Geordie Lawler taking out the win and advancing into the quarterfinals. And now we've got another great matchup. Tiago against Nick Squires. What can you tell us about Nick?
Well, Squizzer, he's been the powerhouse all week long and just showing really how to wet a rail. And, well, this man's following in his footsteps. This is Tiago and just going to town on this one all the way through into this inside section. Gets a beautiful wrap as he brings it all the way through. And the last little hit with the dismount. And looked like Squizzer was just about to take off on that one as well. So, well, Nick Squires, mate, he's been a real workhorse, 36 years old, and just a real Aussie bloke from down the south coast, riding DP surfboards, I believe, and had a really successful sort of junior career, and then won a scholarship through the whole Jim Beam program, and has just been a real stalwart in Australian surfing. On more of a domestic level over the last couple of years. And, well, Nick's told us in post-hit interviews that he really does want to have a crack at making the tour. So if you can get off to a good start here in Australia, then perhaps they'll give him the confidence and some of the financial support that he needs to really take it and have a really decent crack at it this year.
Well, speaking about having a crack at it this year, there's a man downstairs with Shannon who is well on his way. He's in the quarterfinals. Shannon Hughes is down there now with Geordie Lawler.
Thanks, guys. Jordy, you got a bit of local support here. What's going on?
Just all my family and friends come down to the beach and, to come support me. And it's like, actually the best feeling in the world. Like, seriously, I'm so stoked.
And talk us through that 8.5 opening ride. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, I never really know what scores I'm going to get. So when I finished off, I was like, oh, that was a pretty good wave. And then they're like, 8.5. I was like, yeah, I'll take it. But yeah, I'm so stoked. I just got really lucky with the waves I picked off and caught some good little double up ones, and it really suits me out there. So yeah, feeling confident.
Feeling really confident moving into finals day as well.
Yeah, definitely. I wanna take this thing out. That's the plan. But heat by heat anyway.
All right. Well, the man with the plan, taking it out. We'll go back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I always do like it when surfers and athletes lay down the intentions and make it clear, wearing his heart on his sleeve. You can see the emotion there, Rich. He's really just living off this, or feeding off this buzz, and looking for a win here potentially tomorrow. Here's some more replays of Nick Squires' last wave.
Yeah, so Nick Squires just opening up on the inside, and just a little slip up there. But look, see the power in this man, just grinding those turns all the way around, just really using the rail to displace the water. And, well, Nick, he's been finding some real rhythm in all his heats. And this is going to be a bit of a test for him because the conditions, they're a little bit more stop-start than they have been through the week. And he's going to really have to hunt down those little pockety sections where he's going to be able to really put his rail game on show.
We'll catch you up on those early exchanges of 5.0 from Camaraya, and Nick Squires at 2.50 on his opening wave. So early days, first exchanges have been dealt out. And the thing I like about Nick Squires, Richie, is that regardless of the competitors, regardless of the waves, he hasn't changed his approach. He knows what his strong points are, and he's gone out there and he's just shown us what he can do on the rail.
Yeah, exactly. And well, why wouldn't you play to your strengths? I mean, he's probably more powerful than 90% of the surfers in the field. So just highlight that, put it on show. And we know that history tells us that good power surfing is going to get great scores if you pick the right waves and you execute your manoeuvres
doesn't go out of
in
fashion.
the right way. It
Yep.
does not ever go out of fashion. And well, there's some pretty interesting stuff going on down in our shaping bay, and have a go at
Wow.
that. Darren Hanley has created a monster.
He's he created a monster for the guy who's got a glass that's for sure.
That is a
Those
glasses
guys'
nightmare and a Sanders nightmare right then. So some pretty interesting things going on there in terms of sort of channel bottom.
Well, you design board, Richie. What's that going to do?
Well, that's going to create all sorts of water disturbance in and around that the fin area. And I guess channels, it's all about sort of straightening the water flow and directing the water across different parts of the board. at different speeds, but there's well, it seems to be there's some multiple directions going on there to that channel bottom, so that'll be an interesting one, and I'd love to get DH's theory on that, and I'm sure we'll get a little bit of a breakdown on that design at some stage. But wow, interesting stuff.
So interesting. Of course, Darren was here last year as part of the Vissla Shaper and Creators and Innovators program. Shapes boards for Steph Gilmore and Mick Fanning. There are a whole bunch of world titles between those two guys, and well, he's really carved out an amazing niche as far as the history of shaping in Australia is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. DHD is obviously shaper to the stars. Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, so many other team riders on his books. Jacob Wilcox, Ethan Ewing, Matty Wilco, the list goes on and on. Here we see big Nick Squire, so going left this time, Brickers, and starting to get a bit of work done here.
Yeah.
2 good open face turns, and then bringing this one all the way through. So it looks like he's going to connect up with that right rip bowl. So as you mentioned, our surfer's starting to look maybe a little further north now.
Yeah, looks like Tiago, he stayed on this bank. It is Nick who's moved a bit further north. Here we go, live action. This is Tiago Camarai, and he's well, he's going to get out of that one. It's not going to offer up what he's looking for out there. 5.0 for that first one. Still waiting on those scores to come in, and this left-hander here that Nick Squires picked up shows he's got as equal amount of power on his backside as he does on his front side.
Bang, just slams that foamy section there, brings it all the way around, and then navigates through this little trough through here, bounces through, and actually connects up with the other part of the bank that's working to the south, and just gets one more little hit there. So as we've seen throughout the whole week, the tide gets to a point where it starts to draw out so much, the water starts to go back out towards the horizon, and it comes off, it basically makes the bank too shallow for that right-hand rip bowl to work. So everyone's shifting up to that northern bank where there's some more opportunity.
Great stuff there. 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Nick Squires waiting for his last score, and well, it looks like Nick has got a few fans down on the beach, and none other than his son. Shannon's down with him right now.
Well, here we go. I hear that you're Nick Squires' coach. What do you think he's doing in the water right now, and how would you tell him to improve things?
Well, he's doing good because he's like keeping his space up the north, and yeah, he's been getting a few good ones. Bit of a slow start though.
And how does that dynamic work between you being his son but also coaching him so much?
Well,
is it just more that you're actually his son?
Yeah.
Is he a pretty good coach to you?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And is it pretty awesome to have your dad being a professional surfer doing as well as he has?
Yeah, it's really awesome, like traveling around to the comps and that, and yeah.
And who's this friend with you?
This is Cash Smith. He lives down in Shahab with me.
All right, so you guys up here today supporting your dad, and have you been in the water already?
Yeah, I went for a little surf before, yeah.
Nice. Well, any last words before we say goodbye?
No.
Cool. Well, there we go. Mannix, coach, son, all the picture pulling together. Back to you guys.
Awesome, thank you so much, Shannon. There's a little chip off the old block there, isn't he? And fantastic to hear the Groms. They always wear their hearts on the sleeves. They tell you what's going on in their heads all the time. That's amazing.
We could be out of a job here, Brickers.
Yeah, we could.
Broke down that first little positioning of the old boy out there on the northern bank. He just gave us the full rundown. So as you see, Nick Squires just looking for a bit of a situation here, and we can tell you that he has priority. So of course the arms waving around with our competitors. Once they do that, they're looking for an update from our beach announcers to know exactly where they are positioned in the heat, their highest, lowest scores, whether they have priority or not, and how much time is left on the clock. So Nick out in front, and well, just sitting on a 3.93 and a 2.5. So nothing of real consequence in his scoreline right now. And Tiago Camarao, well, he's got a mid-range 5. And this was his last ride. And so Tiago just gets the cut back and then just waits for this one to double up, what we call a low road. And that low road starts to just fire off, and so does Tiago, just whipping a few good turns. That was the money turn right there. Just grinds round on the fins. Got a little bit caught on that one, but finishes off strongly. Bang on the sand. And, well, I think we saw him make a motion to head up towards Nick. So maybe some more tactical play coming in to effect here.
A lot of speed and flow through that inside section, even though that wave was really small. So scores on the screen reflected now 5 and a 4.43. Nick Squires in second place. Now requires a 5.50 just a 2.5 back up to the 393. So we are now up to speed. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining down at Manly Beach here for the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro, a QS 6000. Here goes Tiago trying to just hop over that little step and down that bump. Unfortunately, no opportunity there for him. He's out in the front, and but you've got to think, though, looking at Geordie's last wave, although the conditions have changed, there have been some higher scoring potential waves out there, but are those going to become fewer and further in between now?
Yeah, we're still going to see these swell lines come in. It's just how they open up on that bank. And yesterday, at the top of the rip, that was the spot, and it's pretty much exactly where Tiago's sitting right now. Nick a little further up to the north, and there is going to be plenty of contestable waves as we go through the afternoon. It's just this little transition period where the tide just gets a little funky and in between sandbars. So these guys will negotiate it. They'll figure it out. Quick smart.
Yeah, well, that's still got 12 and a half minutes to go, and while we're waiting for that next set to roll through, we might take a short break here from Andy. When we come back, it's going to be more round 5 action. You're watching heat number 3 of the round. We'll be right back straight after this.
Now, there's never been such a significant leap in the quality and performance level of this modern garment. Vissla's new North Seas wetsuit is at the forefront of this wetsuit revolution. With all these upgrades, surfers entering colder waters are now able to retain their speed, agility, and strength in nearly freezing conditions.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny afternoon. That light northeasterly breeze is starting to pick up a little bit. We're seeing it come from the opposite direction of what we've seen the whole week long. Tiago Camarayo is in this heat up against Nick Squires, and it's Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. Richie, we've seen a lot of aerials on the left-handers over the last few days because the wind was blowing from the south right to left across the screen. Are we going to see the wind assist coming from the other area now on the right-handers?
That's exactly what's happening, Brickers. It's basically the opposite direction that we've had all week long. So our goofy footers have been just dining out on that northern bank and that wind, and chance for the natural footers to get their own back. And will we see it come into play towards the back half of the draw here? Well, Nick Squires up and riding. So just blasts that first turn, sends a ton of spray, and another one just manhandling those sections. And, he's done it for a third time. And whenever you see one of your riders or one of the surfers give the little fist claim, you know that they're happy with that ride. And they're signalling to the judges, give me that score.
5.50 is that score that he was chasing. I love that opening turn from Nick Squires. He found a little open-faced runner and certainly just threw the hammer down. Playing to his strengths on that opening turn and then finishing strongly as well. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Camarayo on the outside with priority, and that's that right-hander that's... our man Richie Lovett is talking about. There are a couple of ones that will open up there, and we saw that bank in pretty good shape over the last couple of days. Let's break down this one on the outside. This opening turn for him is all power.
So just slamming on the tail of his board there. Nick sending a ton of spray. And then the second one was more of a projection hit. And then the last one, all he had to do was stop that last one, and he knew he was going to be on his way to a good score. So just not over pushing it though. Just hitting it with enough power, the perfect amount of power that he could just keep continuing on down the line. And this turn here, Bricker's just a boom check turn, almost a little fakey, but throwing so much spray because he has that power base. Have a look at those legs. He's channeling Popeye here. He just hits this last section. throws the little pizza and rides out cleanly.
Yeah, I like it too. It wasn't just a stock standard that closed out Rio. He put a bit of spice on it, punched that back foot out, allowing the tail to drift a bit as well. So it looks like he is going to go into the lead now. A 6.50. He's just thrown down for that right-hander. 3-turn combination puts him out in front. Now the pressure back on Camarayo. A 5.4 required by him. He has priority, and he's got 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, so time ticking away, and this is a bit of a blow-for-blow match, this one, between Nick Squires and Tiago Camarao. And as you said, 8 minutes on the clock, so this one's going to unfold nicely. And, well, Nick's got the better of it so far with that 6.5. That's the high ride so far in this event, in this heat. And Tiago Camarao, his 5's basically a backup score. And he's looking really to drop something in the 7 and 8 point range to take the lead and put this one out of reach.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff here. Even though that wind's come up, we're seeing some big power turns, kicking up some big sprays, and it's going to be a fantastic afternoon as we're going to roll through all the way to the end of heat number 8 of this round, which sets up Super Sunday tomorrow. It's going to be finals day down here at Manly for the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Quarterfinals will kick underway for the men's and the women's, presented by Sister Revolution, of course. And of course, we also have the Shaping Bay going underway right now. It's going to be Tomo in the bay with Kelly Slater around 2 o'clock, 20 minutes time. Here goes live action. It's going to be Camarao pulling the trigger on priority. And this is an interesting situation. Richie, explain to us what just happened there.
So, Tiago Camarao had priority, and Nick took off on the wave, forced the issue, made Tiago actually paddle for it, and the wave was basically a dud. So Nick perfectly executing that little situation there, and as you can see the P next to his name, that means he now has priority. So he basically just forced Tiago in a situation, stole priority off him, and that's allowing him to take off on this wave right now.
Sold him a lemon, but here he goes on the one just after. Lots of speed down the line. Will he try to go to the air? He does.
Ooh, careful.
Not used to seeing Nick Squires do that too often. And I guess, well, that wave didn't offer up too much. He wanted to just put out something special to try and push that score up. A 3.93 is still his low. And here goes live action. Tiago on the outside. Little whitewater float to get him across the transition. Ditches the fins out there. Nice little air reverse for him. 5.44 required.
Yeah, well, this is where the advantage, Tiago needs to play on his advantage here because he has the air game. And little uncharacteristic for Nick there to go to the air, and I don't want him to do that. I actually want him to stick to his rail game. It's served him well through the whole event so far, so why change it?
Yeah,
we know
we were talking about that at the beginning, right?
Yeah, don't get out of your comfort zone, Nick. Just stick with your guns. Get those big power turns. There's still plenty of opportunity on offer, and he's going to blow him out of the water because if he does go into an air match with Tiago, he's going to come off second best.
Yeah, well, we're going to see this little replay of Tiago's last wave. Just a transitional turn to set up with, but this is what it's set up.
Well, exactly. Gets the little air rev and a beautiful spin there. So look how comfortable Tiago is, and great slow-mo vision here. So watch this. Sets up this perfect little section, times the lip, kicks the fins out, moves that front foot up towards the nose of his board. That allows him to bring those fins back into position without getting caught. And another quick in and out there for Tiago. So he's chipping away. What do you need, Brickers? A 5.44.
Yeah, looks like it's coming just below. Looks like the scores have been pushed in pretty quickly. A 4.33 for that wave, that little attempt. Maybe that wave size coming into play there, Rich?
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, and to be honest with you, there wasn't a whole lot of height on the air rev. It wasn't that dynamic, and we know that given the opportunity, he's going to be able to do something far more dynamic. And with Nick Squires with priority, 4.5 minutes to go. So needs to use the priority well here and make sure he just holds off Tiago. And as you said, Brickers, he's still sitting on a 3.93 as his backup. So a lot of room to move there. And if he gets one more decent ride, he's going to put this out of reach.
Looks like scores are being read out for last of Tiago. He puts his hand up in despair. I think he thought that score might have been, the one that he needed. And of course, for Nick Squires with priority, 4 minutes remaining, he's got two options here, which he can either attack or he can defend with that priority. He can either defend and just try and hold off Tiago getting a wave, or he can try and drop that 3.93 and slam the door shut.
Yeah, well, Nick Squires, I mean, he obviously knows what he's doing because he's in round 5 in this event, and he won't pick a silly wave, I don't think. He's a bit of a tactician. He knows his strengths, and he's going to let Tiago have this wave because he knew, well, it probably wasn't going to eventuate into anything too far above a 4. And as you can see, that wave in the bottom of the screen just going into deep water there, going into the channel, and really not allowing for any major turns. So Nick will just sit tight here. I think he's going to look for another one of these right-handers that stretches out. Well, he's 3 big turns away from getting through this heat. Currently out in the lead, but he'll want to put this one to bed.
Yeah, Tiago almost trying the same tactic back on him when the priority got switched around before, but Nick Squires not buying into it at all. 3 minutes remaining. Squires leads. Camarara's second. A 5.44 gets him into the lead. We're going all the way through to the heat number 8 of this round. Looks like Jacob Wilcox standing there with Timmy McDonald, coach to a bunch of the Aussie guys. And that's coming up next. It's going to be another great heat. He's up against Jesse Mendez, a former champion here.
Oh, what a matchup. The two lightning fast goofy footers. Jesse Mendez, obviously with a ton of experience and a former winner down here at Manly. And, well, Jacob Wilcox, the young WA, well, he's not a Grom anymore, but he's definitely making some serious inroads into making the tour for 2020 and has made the move from WA over to the East Coast to get a little bit more experience in waves like this. And Brickers, looks like Tiago is going to have a crack at this one.
Yeah, he's going to have an opportunity with 2 minutes on the clock. And again, it's just, well, just for the last 2 minutes remaining, we haven't really seen one of those open-faced runners come through just yet. So frustration will start setting in for Tiago. We can see he was already put a little bit out by hearing that score. He thought he got it. And now he's trying to make a beeline. He's trying to get away from Nick Squires. And Richard, do you think Nick Squires is going to let him just go quietly?
We'll have a look at Squizzer. He's put the outboard motor on, and you can see the legs kicking. And, well, we know he's one of the strongest competitors in the field, and he is just going to mow him down here. And basically what he's trying to do is get into a position where he can just cover Tiago, and he can make sure that if a decent wave comes through, he can steal it off him. He does have priority, and he'll bring it home. So some tactical moves here, basically playing defense in the final minutes.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't want to be meeting Nick Squires in the dark alley, and if especially he's chasing you down. He's going to use priority here, though, so opens up an opportunity for him to extend this lead. Frontside wrap to start off with, little whitewater transition. Now a big little jam in the pocket there with that back foot. The power man is on a roll for the inside. Can he find one more opportunity to shut the door on Tiago Camarara? Looks like he's going to finish on the inside, nice and strong at 3.93. He's looking to drop 45 seconds on the clock.
Love this. The little Aussie, well, the big Aussie battler. And Nick just asking for a time check there. There's 40 seconds to go. And, well, I think he's extended his lead. I think he's going to get rid of that 3.93 as we see Tiago just having a crack at that one. And, well, time is ticking down. And the requirement at the moment is 5.44, but I think we're going to see that go north up around the 7 range after this next score for Nick drops.
20 seconds remaining, or just under now, as Tiago prowls the lineup. He's looking for something, an opportunity to get the 5.44 or maybe even higher. We're still standing by that score to drop. 5 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Nick Squires coming in the shore break. Up behind him is Camarara. Just a soft, slopey wave. He's got to generate his own speed through the inside section. Now a back foot jam. Floats over that section. No real opportunity for him. I don't think that's a 5.44. He punches himself in the face. And the frustration is that, well, he's wearing his heart in his sleeve. Is it great scenes here, though. Great sportsmanship at the end of the heat.
Yeah, good to see the boys just getting the handshake there. What a battle that was. That was a back and forth affair. And that man there, Nick Squires, has done it. He's through to finals day, through to the quarterfinals, and flying the Aussie flag. On you, Nick.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Glad to see he started trying to do aerials halfway through that heat, and then came back to his strengths and nailed down a solid score there on his last exchange of 4.47. So that's a situation 3.0 for Tiago on his last wave. Not going to be enough for him, and like I said, quarterfinal time for our man Nick Squires.
Well, Super Caddy down there, got his son on the spare board, and you can see plenty of support down there for Nick, and what a feeling, mate. He's 2019 is off and running for Nick Squires, and let's hope he can bring it home tomorrow.
Great stuff there. We're going to take a short break here from Manly Beach. When we come back, it's going to be heat number 4, Jesse Mendez up against Jacob Wilcox. And we're going to bring in Joe Chappell and Saxton Lumsden for the call. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Thanks for being with us here at Manly Beach. Round 5 has been on fire for the QS 6000 series with the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro well underway. Finals day is tomorrow, so crucial heats getting set up in the quarterfinals. Saxon Joe right here for the call.
That's us, mate.
That's
yeah,
us.
This is us.
I'm just still digesting what happened in the last heat.
Yep. Go on, say it.
Squizza.
Yes.
How was that with my delivery there?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah,
Nicholas Squires.
Yeah.
Unbelievable performance. Thiago Camaro ended up going down. Nick ended up getting that 6-5, which was really crucial to get that jump into the quarterfinals. Squizza is with Shannon right now.
All right, well, here we go. Just informing Squizza that it's Joe Chappell's favorite nickname is Squizza.
Squizza.
Yeah, he loves it.
Awesome.
So talk us through that heat. I mean, maintaining a solid lead, once you kind of got the ball rolling.
Yeah, I kind of didn't know where to go out there just then. I knew that little ride on the rip bowl was going to get a little bit too low at some point. I had priority, and that first wave I thought was going to run, and it just backed off a little bit. And as I was going out, I just looked at that right and went, there's going to be something there. With second priority, I had nothing to lose. So, yeah, went over there, and it's funny, I had a bunch of closeout manoeuvres, and every time I went to hit it and do a little punt, the backwash hit and just took the lip away. So, yeah, stoked with the win, but.
Awesome, and you must be feeling amazing making it into finals day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pumped. It's equaled my best result in a 6,000 now. So I've come 5th twice. I haven't ever made it to the quarter. So yeah, pumped to go.
And I had a little chat with Mannix during your heat on air and just, talking through some coaching tips. He definitely seems to know how to break down a full heat already. How special is it for you to have him along your side here?
Yeah, really cool, really cool. He's going to come up again tomorrow and I think and hang out for the day. So yeah, it's always good when you come in on the beach and your son's sitting there with your hat ready to go. It's cool, and he's a good little surfer himself, and to be around here and be involved in it, hopefully it just fuels that drive to want a piece of it. So yeah.
Well, you're certainly a great example for him and for all the kids hanging out here. We're cheering you on for finals day, and we'll go back to you guys. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Squizza, a bit of a legend, just so fired up. That energy is so healthy. He's into the quarterfinals. He'll take on the winner of this seed, either Jacob Wilcox or this man, Jesse Mendez. Who just finished that one up nice and clean. Here comes Wilcox.
All right, here's Chipper. He had a nice little spin earlier on here, and he's just kind of working this one over. Ooh, but doesn't like the inside of that. We heard Squiz talking about his young bloke, Mini Squiz, Mannix. Yeah, Mannix, he surfs really good, mate.
Oh,
He's been out here in the morning, free surfs, ripping and going pretty burko, so... Yeah, Squiz has got a little mini Squiz on the way up too.
What a dream, just to pass it on to the next generation and have the same talent as you, or even better. That's what it's all about. As we watch the replay of Mendez, how was this start?
Yeah, it was a nice little wave. It had that good little cup to it, and that's 3 really strong turns back to back to back, and then Chip tried to follow him up out here, going for the back up, and then just Right, here he goes. Nah, had enough of that one. So definitely Jesse Mendez on that exchange there. Probably the best wave of the heat for sure.
I actually just recently learned about the Chippa nickname too for
Chippa.
For
Yeah,
Wilcox.
sorry. Yeah.
Do you know how that one came through, or has it just always been that way?
No, I've just known him as Chippa.
Yeah, pretty cool. Jacob Wilcox won a Pro Junior out here. It might have been one of the first events when the Oz Open was happening, and he had a final with Leo Fioravanti.
Oh, for real?
And it was all here at Manly. It was tiny conditions. Wilcox ended up getting the big win, and it was the year that Jacob was getting wild card call-ups on the big stage, like Bells Beach, and the year that he took out Kelly Slater in Portugal in the middle of a world title race.
He sure did. Oh, here we go. We've had some surfboard deliveries here. What's this, Lukey Daniels?
Lukey Daniels just walked into our
the bonds
booth
are in.
As
Whoa.
we stick with live action here. Wow, Wilcox over the back of that wave. The best part, Saxon, about being in this event, you've got the best shapers right here on hand. You can check out all the different crafts and really find what inspires you. And I've noticed a lot of these athletes, like Jesse Mendez, popping in over at the Shaping Bay and just kind of looking at boards that he's probably never thought of riding anytime soon because he's got to focus on high performance shortboards at the moment, but I can tell these guys are getting inspired for what they might want to ride in the off season.
Yeah, well, Rich and I had a few discussions earlier on in the week on the first couple of days about why we thought guys don't go to the ASIM and why we thought guys don't go to the 2+1s and stuff like that. And it's kind of because you spend so much time fine-tuning your thruster, but I think maybe all it would take will be for someone, as Stewie did with the little chop nose thing, all it would take would be for someone to have a good result on an asymmetrical or riding a 2+1 20 in a contest somewhere, and like Slater's done all his life changing boards, and then everyone thinks, hang on, this is the new thing. So surely it's becoming a lot more mainstream now, and surely someone's almost onto it, and it could just flip the switch.
And that would just open the floodgates, going, okay, you won on that, now we have to try it and see what's going on there. And it was interesting when you talk about Stu and maybe the criticism he got for trying things at that time, even though he was absolutely ripping in my point of view. Kelly, when he would experiment too, he would be ruined by the media or by critics going, okay, he lost because he was experimenting with a certain type of board, but then when he would win on it, like his Deep 6 model at the Pipe Masters, it completely changed what was going on in hollow conditions.
Well, I just think if a few of these guys got himself onto like an asymmetrical, especially if they're coming into snapper, but they just kind of so trusted in their thrusters, I reckon if someone jumps on and goes and has a couple of surfs before the event and sees how good that thing feels and how good those things go, I reckon we could. I really want to see it, basically. That's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to wink, nudge someone out there to do it.
I'm with you, Saxon. I like seeing someone try something, just separate themselves from the pack a bit. With now 17 on the clock, Mendez is opener of 5.83, Wilcox a 3.33 and a 2.5. Winner of this heat will get Nicholas Squires on finals day tomorrow. Priority at the moment is with Mendez, and he'll set this one up.
Here he goes, up and over the whitewash to start things off, building up his speed, and goes the big old nooner off the closeout. And that one was like a really tweaked up little upside down backside noonie here. So he goes up and over, drives around this whitewash with Tang, gets it up there. So there's the backup score. The first wave for Jesse, the 3-turner down the line, came in at a 5.83, so he's going to get a backup number. And Jacob Wilcox in the black Rashi, he's going to be chasing a bit more than what it says on the score there when it drops in. And Joey, I'm loving this black Rashi. I back it.
It's cool. It's definitely got a feel for the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro, especially here in Manly. And Jacob Wilcox, you could say, would be trying to take down one of the highest names, you know, in the draw, being a Triple Crown champ last year. Jesse Mendez was so humble on the podium when he accepted that trophy. He even started off with saying he didn't deserve it. Then he had Triple Crown champs comment on his feed saying, you deserve this, you earned this.
Why did he think he didn't deserve it?
I think he just was almost in awe of that moment of realizing that he was the best during the Hawaiian season with consistency, and which really put him back on the top 34 this year. Here he goes now.
Ooh, yeah, just going for the little frontside finner there, but that wind kind of puffing down the other way and not too much drive off the bottom. He kind of knew he didn't have it from when he started it there. So a little bit of a throwaway there for Jesse. But just trying some things underneath priority here. Still got ages to go in this one, and someone's going to find a good little peak on this bank here, Joe, because there's a couple of really fun, crumbly little rights, especially like that one Squiz got in the last heat. That was just a dream runner down the bank.
Oh, really cool to watch that one go down. Mendez now a second priority. Sometimes you just hear a surfer's name and you just imagine the wave that they excel in. Every time I see Wilcox and I think about his name, I just think of big double overhead left-hand point breaks that let him just weave through the barrel all day long. Something he'd find on the West Coast all day.
Yep.
And you just want to put him in a movie part where he's got a big hollow left and he can just travel in the barrel as long as possible. And so seeing him in small waves, I love that he's gone this far, because for me, that first impact reputation is big hollow pits for Jacob Wilcox.
And I think that's kind of all boils down to where he comes from. He's just growing up with it. Of course, over there, you're kind of waiting for no swell so you can go surf. It's like the totally opposite to most other destinations. You kind of want the storms to go away and get the good wind. So he's always been around big waves, but his small wave game's excellent. And just growing up as a junior, most of the events are on the East Coast, so you've got to come and do them. And this is where he's learned how to do this kind of stuff, Joe.
I love that first turn where he pushed the fins out, even had enough in him to whip it vertically on a half-a-foot section. So Wilcox weaving through a couple of good backside turns. The first was solid. The finish just looked like he was in total control. And that's when you see these bigger guys that are really nimble and they move quickly in small waves. Kind of like watching Owen Wright when he was a Grom, like in the early stages. His small wave game was insane. Now it's just all form, and he knows where to be at the right time as we go to that first turn again.
That was a cool little fin chuck to start things off, and then you see he moved up his board there after that fin chuck to kind of get the spin back around, and he shuffled back. Oh, well, this is going to be perfect. So he slides up forward to get the rotation, and then you see where he is now. He gets a little shuffle to get up and over this whitewash section here, and if we keep going, oh, we just missed it, but if we kept going there, he goes a tiny little shuffle back again and gets right back on the tail pad for that third turn, and then really cranked it in that nice little pocket that it provided for him.
It's really interesting when you talk to people about surfing and they talk about longboarding with footwork, because it's really obvious. They're always going up and down, just coming off the Anusa event for the longboard tour. But then you look at shortboarders and you could really notice how much footwork is demanded out of the most progressive surfers in the world, and how they can move their feet even above the lip when they're off the wave face to make sure they're pulling off all the most radical moves in the game.
Yep, I reckon a lot of the shortboarders out there should go and get a log and ride a log and learn how to cross step and learn how to walk the board and learn how to use the rails, because it improves your balance out of sight and it improves your wave reading out of sight, because there's certain sections that you might not see that when you're riding a log you find, and those tricky cool little 1 foot floaters, they become a cinch when you start riding a log and learn how to cross step, because that's pretty much all it is.
Oh, and then you get to do those disco floats like Mason Ho. Those are insane to watch. Watching this is Jacob Wilcox from Western Australia. It's a bit of a climb over the top. You can tell how the regions all stick together, like everyone here in Manly and New South Wales. Well, Wilcox being for WA, he's got Dave McCauley with a great spot down the beach, really focused on Wilcox and his performance here. And that's how it kind of works when you grow up around legends. They back you for life, especially if you're representing WA.
Yeah, when you come in from your local town and you've had local heroes from your town, and probably case in point is Avoca. That's probably just about the most people, I don't know. A lot of people move to Snapper, so people think Snapper rocks, but I think probably born and bred, you'd be thinking like maybe North Narrabeen, Merriweather, Avoca, places like that. And in Geordie Lawler's heat before, he had a full-on posse down there. Of course, like, we're right near his local spot, but the whole posse was down there, the North Narrabeen guys hanging out and backing Geordie in.
Oh, that's so cool to see. Geordie Lawler ripping the goofy foot from North Narrabeen. We've got some Aussie representation in the draw as well. Nick Squires just got through. This is former champion Jesse Mendez drilling the lip line on that backhand a few times, finishing off nice and solid. The 3.9 low score is long gone.
Yep, well, Chipper fought his way back into it there with a 5, but I think Jesse's going to, as you said, Joe, that 3.9, she's a goner. And Wilcox is going to be needing quite a bit more than that 4.74, I'm thinking, because Mendez has nearly got a point jump on him on that other exchange there, so he's going to have to be doing some fighting back.
Jesse Mendez really made this event count a couple of years back when he took out the victory over Julian Wilson. It was his best start in the first half of the QS season of his career, and he ended up sealing the deal with qualification. As we go into all those backside turns, could you separate the difference between them, or were they just basically the same hack over and over again?
I think that's one thing Jesse does really well on his backhand. He has way more variety than most on their backhand. A lot of guys tend to go the 12 o'clock, which is kind of been the trend over the last few years, but Jesse does a really good job of adding the arc in every now and then, whereas a lot of guys might just go nice and square. But again, it's kind of just reading the wave, but Jesse is one of those guys that definitely can mix his backhand up. It's just not straight up and down nooner every time. There's might be one would be with a flick, the next one might let the tail out a bit more, he might go around a section a bit more to open up the last one, so he does a good job in that.
I almost like seeing Jesse as well when he gets under pressure in a heat and see how he thinks his way through. I mean, you can't really go past the heat with John Florence at Karamas last year where he did that flip rotation. That maybe could have been one of the main reasons why John ended up hurting himself in frustration after, because it was a total Hail Mary. Jesse just flipped the thing, almost fell, recovered, and got the score for risking it all in the buzzer. For him, looking back at the end of the season, he wants more key heat wins like he had last year at Karamas. Just that one big memory. All of his other glory was on the QS, but specifically the Triple Crown. Now he's saying, okay, it's all the focus on getting a massive result on the championship tour level.
And those big cartwheely things that we're talking about, Jacob's got them in his back pocket too. So if he can find one of these sharp little runners on the north bank now into the wind and get a good click out of it, we're on here, Joey. We could see some fireworks.
Great goofy foot clash, still with some time on it. 8:45 remaining. Mendez, former champ out here in Manly, still out in front. We'll be back for more right after this.
We always end up in the same place. I keep on hurtling through the same space. No, I do. Getting a gutter, bumping up some conversation.
7 minutes to go in the lineup here in round 5 action here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Jesse Mendez will be kicking off his second year full time against the top 34. Kicking off at Snapper Rock for the Quicksilver Pro on April 3rd, and always loving his warm-ups here in the QS 6000 leg of the season. And entering here as a previous champion, and probably the best final I've seen here in Manly history, with perfect waves. Mendez on the buzzer turned the heat on Wilson, and ever since then he's looking to repeat that result. Big throw tail reverse for Wilcox.
Well, we nearly dialed it up, didn't we?
That's exactly what you were predicting before we went to break. And that is probably as radical as you could have got on that section.
It was almost hello operator right there. Just dial the thing in. Would have made us look like geniuses in here, wouldn't he, if he pulled it off? But you can see what he's going to maybe go to now.
It's cool when you see someone with that much flair in small surf when you're extremely tall, like Jacob Wilcox, to be that wiry and nimble. It has that Owen factor. It has that Jordy Smith factor of a bigger person in smaller waves being that flexible, powerful, and radical. And it's going to demand a huge score. For Wilcox, if he pulls one big maneuver like that, I mean, you could easily get a lead change on one maneuver if it's that nuts.
And he's really similar to another bloke who's back on tour this year, mate, in Ryan Callanan.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so excited he's back on tour.
I am amped about that. That'd be great.
His rookie year went by too quickly. He had some huge numbers, had a couple of great heats with guys like John Florence, pulled some of my favorite single maneuvers of the season. and just brought a different brand of surfing. It felt like he wasn't surfing inside of a textbook formula. He was surfing like Ryan Callanan.
What about the heater he got on in France last year?
What was happening there? Made the final with Julian, almost won the thing.
Oh, I kind of was. That was the hardest final I've ever watched because I wanted Ryan to win so bad, but I wanted Julian to win the title. So I was like, please, I don't know. We needed like the split points there. Like,
I just couldn't believe it was all happening with the fog rolling in, and then they put the final on hold, and Julian was ready to, hey, let's put the final on another day because Ryan already had a couple of sixes against him, and it was getting so fiery and heated. It was incredible to watch. Here comes Wilcox with some speed. There's that whip to reverse. Pulled that one around really quickly. Let's try to fit that one into the top two.
It's pretty to watch, but I don't think that's a 7.33 there, though. But he's only holding on to a 5, so it depends on how frothy the judges get on that little spin there because it was really fast and clean. But, hey, it could be pretty good now I'm thinking about it again.
It was really, really fast, and that was the cool part about it. I know your reaction, though, because he didn't have that big lip line projection. Yeah. The one he was attempting previous could have been the 7.33. That one was more on the open face, but technically, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better reverse on your backhand. Remember watching those things in Kelly Slater Black and White when he broke down the front side reverse and the backside reverse on the open face of a wave, and guys like Wilcox, the next generations to come, have taken that move and ran with it. That was probably as quick as you could have turned that thing around.
I saw Isabella Nichols do a 360 the other day, and it was so cool.
At the end of her ride down there.
At the end of her ride.
I haven't seen one of those versions in a while.
It was like a 2-turn combo, and the second turn was a lip line, and then the wave died out and turned into the whitewash, and she did the bottom turn like she was going to kick out, but went like the up and over in the whitewash one. And
you saw that in the 80s all the time. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Like, that is mental. I'm just going to pinch a heat draw, mate, because I want to see what heat Banting's in.
Yeah, check it out. Ian Govea, we just saw him running down. He's checking in next to take on Hiroto Ohara. Govea, we know him from a couple of years on the top 34, and Hiroto Ohara, champ of the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach at the 10,000 level. Absolutely devastating in small conditions because he's all rail, so smooth. Just gives me so many flashes of Tom Curran with his style, and he's really fun to watch in days like this. We'll see him in 250. Who's Banting have?
Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, so that'll be a good one. But yeah, this is turning into Hiroto conditions here. This is turning it. This could be. Well, he's going to meet up with Banting at some point, and I feel like those two are probably right now the two best guys in these tiny waves. So if they do keep going, one of them's going to bump each other out. But like we were talking about Ryan before with the massive heat totals, this guy in heat number 8, Ricardo Christie. Remember what happened to him that year?
Wow.
He's the unluckiest bugger on the tour that year, wasn't he?
Oh, and also I saw the lucky side of it because those heats he had big totals. He scored. Those waves were pumping to get 18-plus totals. Watching Jesse Mendez finish on the end section, protecting that lead out front with 2 minutes to go. Numbers came in for Jacob Wilcox. The 3.93 on the reverse, so not getting too much there. Watching the last of Mendez.
Well, I think he's going to improve on his total here because he's just reading the section so perfectly. He's not doing anything in too much of a rhythm, and that's another thing that comes into play with his variety. A lot of guys on their backhand get stuck in the rhythm of just up, down, and they can't break it, where sometimes I feel like that can crucify you, because if you can have the ability to break your rhythm off the top, off the bottom, sometimes you get rewarded with a better section. Just to hold or skip that bottom turn just a tiny bit, and Jesse did a great job of finding the little wind pockets on that wave there, so I think he's going to get rewarded here and make life difficult for Jacob.
That's right. Minute 15 to go. Mendez playing the game quite well, showing us a lot of great form and rhythm on that last wave, heading into the final minute. And Wilcox will just have to hope he gets another chance. That reverse didn't get him close to the 7.33, so he's probably thinking of what maneuver he might be able to achieve if he gets that shot. Judges taking their time putting that last number in. The high score is the 6.5, where he's been really utilizing the right-hander as well. It's fun when you see a Goofy Foot getting that kind of rhythm with her backhand through an event. And I wouldn't mind to see if Jesse could mix it up on finals day and give us a little bit of everything.
His lady friend's doing it very well as well, right?
Tatiana Weston Webb was just impossible to beat this afternoon. Flew into finals day in that heat with Bronte McCauley. Now 30 seconds. Wilcox feeling the heat. Former Pro Junior champ right here in Manly. Many years ago, after breaking his leg, he kind of disappeared for a while, but now he's come back in great form. A quarterfinal would treat his year beautifully if he could find a little bit of space in this seat. Looks like the number is in, Saxon, from Jesse's last. He did improve 6.10 to back up the 6.5.
Yep, and a 7.6 needed for Chipper here with 5 seconds to go, and I can't see him on screen, and we hear the hooter in the background, so I think that's all she wrote there, Joey. And Jesse just taking a little victory lap in. Save yourself, mate. Don't do anything too risky. You've got the quarters tomorrow.
And that was just a happy rotator right there for Mendez. Back to another finals day in Manly. The former champ looked solid. Couple of 6s to move on into finals Sunday, first thing in the morning. Another big heat to follow right after this. We're going to have Hiroto Ohara take to the water, and with Ian Gouveia, the goofy foot, representing Brazil. Exciting times here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Back for more action right after this.
And a great specialty event here featuring some of the world's top surfboard shapers and, of course, their team riders as well. 2 semi-finals over the last couple of days, and we're about to crown the champions here this afternoon. Going to call these guys up. We're going to get straight to it. Actually, we'll get Donnie Brink on stage. Donnie, you want to come up on stage? Donnie, an amazing shaper from San Clemente, California. He's going to be presenting the award. It's going to be one of the original skilled planers, a highly sought after prize here this afternoon. So here we go. We'll let Andrew get the heat started. Okay, in 5th place is going to be Andrew Mooney and Owen Mills. Well done, guys. We're going to keep going. Just over here next to us, so that'll be great. Thank you. In 4th place, Mike Salakis and Luca. Coming down to that top 3. Well done, guys. In 3rd place, Dylan Parisi and Nick Squires. Well done, you guys. Nick Squires through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. We're going to see him competing in this event. Going out for the big win here at the QS 6000. Nick Squires surfing tomorrow on that Dylan Parisi surfboard. Down to the top 2. In 2nd place, Luke Daniels and Tom Whitaker. And taking out the Specialty Cup, the Shapers Cup, Parrish Byrne and Luke Rice. Congratulations, you guys. Great specialty event here, part of the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. And we're going to throw it back up to the live. We've got to go call some live action. So back to Joe and back to Terry for the live.
So much, Bradley Bricknell doing a great job there. The Surfer Shaper heats are always some of our favorites to watch. Saxon, you got to call quite a few of them.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to see how talented they are on the water.
Yeah, it's amazing. I liked the strategy of Lukey Daniels and Tommy Witts there riding the same board. I reckon we should incorporate that into the next year. I reckon what we should do, you have to shape a board at the contest, and then both the shaper and the surfer have to ride that one board. I reckon that'd be the cherry on top, mate.
Gosh, you're in the commissioner's office. I love it. Making a little change. That sounds beautiful.
Just brainstorming on my breaks, trying to work out some good ideas.
What a great team too. Luke Daniels, Tommy Whitaker growing up together. Bronte. As we look at Ian Gouveia getting this one started. Saxon.
All right, Ian, in my opinion, he's got a tough heat ahead of him here, but he's making me look like a chook right now because he's just tagging that thing. Oh, just a little slip up on the inside. But really nice surfing there from Ian along the line. Down the line there, I feel like Hiroto right now, it's going to be so hard to beat. If he is on a couple of these little whippy right-handers, the way he surfs in these kind of waves, it looks exactly like his home beach. Pretty much, it's dead set sheeter out there.
It's impressive to see how amazingly fast and how pure his rail lines can be in small conditions. That's why it made a lot of sense when Hiroto ended up winning the U.S. Open in front of a huge crowd. He since then has been kind of like the great hope, I guess you could call, from Japan to make that next step, to join Kanoa Igarashi, waving the flag on tour full time. And so that comes with expectations, that comes with pressure on yourself. Talking to him earlier in this week, it feels like he's probably in the best place he's been in his career. He looks really comfortable, even just being around the locker room. I know he feels he belongs, and I know he probably feels that he's ready to take the next big step.
That's good, because I reckon he's been in his head the last couple of years. Just seeing him around at some of the events and doing the events, you can see on his face how stressed he is at some points in time, and that is just never going to come out good in your surfing. So that's great to hear. He's got a good little headspace going on, because I believe that's been his downfall in the last few years. So if he straightens himself out, oh, what's this going to be? Look at this big ramp.
Huge ramp.
Whoa!
Tail whip reverse into the flats for Hiroto Ohara, starting off blazing against Ian Gouveia. What a statement on his first wave.
That was gigantor. You could see that thing lining up from last week, mate. Let's get the replay on that, because he was soaring there. Couple of pumps right into that juicy little section, and it pitched him out so nice.
What a way to kick off this heat, just with authority, and have a huge score come through. We haven't seen a punt like that in a little bit of time. So I was even just thinking in my head of those smooth lines on the open face, a nice little reform. Why not do it in one big move?
I know, I was there with you. I thought he was going to be whipping down the line, but check that. Whoa, that was gnarly. Do you reckon the crowd plays a factor too? You see how up everyone just went? It's probably similar to Geordie Lawler's heat when he had the guys down on the beach clapping and cheering and going mad. Do you reckon that plays into the factor, like in sports in a stadium?
100%. They get so fueled up and fired up, and they've got the adrenaline pumping. Everyone on the beach wants them to go above the lip, because airs, fans love that. You know, people on the beach, they love to see guys go flying through the sky. The thing that made that air so interesting was, once again, like you're talking about footwork in the last heat, that left foot went straight to the nose. He stomped it backwards. It wasn't that full rotation where they're just landing forward, but how hard he landed made him just spin it around forward before he could even blink.
That's
so committed.
That quick spin, I feel like that quick spin, well, there's a number. It's an 877, so it was always going to be a gigantic score. Hiroto Ohara streaks ahead at the moment and on one wave. But I feel like that quick spin, I don't know if it's by design necessarily. Sometimes when guys just land in the flats and you're moving that fast from the projection, just when your fins catch, you know how it feels, everyone at home, when your fins are backwards and they catch and they spin around and people just go whoa and get whipped off. It's just the professional surfer that has the ability to know where it's going to, how fast it's going to whip, and to be prepared. But when it whips so fast like that, they're always the ones with the big scores, because it makes them look so much more dynamic. So we'll check it again, like look at this, and then whang, and see how dynamic it looks. It's like an extra little 180 at the end. But yeah, it's nuts.
That was one of my favorite maneuvers of the week so far. Definitely earned all of that. 8.77. Hiroto Ohara now pushing Ian Gouveia to match him above the lip. Ian at a 3.10 as his high mark, but has every move in the book as well. He'll have priority as he looks to answer back. Well, we know that Nick Squires is going to have a great battle tomorrow with Jesse Mendez. Jesse's with Shannon downstairs.
Well, Jesse, congratulations making it into finals day. How do you feel?
Feeling great. Stoked to get another heat win. And I like Manly. I've always had good results here. I think this is my 4th quarterfinals, and I've won here before, so it feels good to be here. And just thankfully to God that I had another opportunity to surf and do what I love, even in those very bad conditions. But I was able to find 3 waves that were average scores and kind of put me in a good situation. And I was just scared because he's very good in the air and those waves are good. So the airs right now with the wind, if you find the right ramp, the wave that kind of pushes you and don't close out too fast. So it was kind of tight until the end. He only needed a 7.6, so I was kind of, trying to stay by him.
And you got a great support crew behind you, Tatiana and the rest of the Brazilian crew. How does that keep you fueled up throughout the week?
Definitely. We try to support each other always, all the Brazilians. But I'm here with my girlfriend Tati and my brother, and my brother Vitor Mendes, and a friend of us that lives here in Manly that he's always stays with us every day pretty much. And yeah, it's a great support. You have other opinions, people kind of letting you know if there's sets coming or change positions. And actually my first round, they made me go all the way to the left, so if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So, and definitely got to send me the waves there. So it's always a tricky one here, mostly when the conditions are like this, but it's what it is, and I'm stoked to be here.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you. Thanks so much for that. And we'll go back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Jesse Mendez loving the vibe here at Manly. Always has, even before he won. He just enjoyed just coming to Australia to get a start on the tour. That year he won, though, he was finding success early in the season. He had that great heat with Yago Dora at the event before in Newcastle, saw him qualify. But he's just gaining more and more experiences. Hiroto's gaining more and more fans on the beach because he's surfing so quick. Already had the 877 and just drilled that 1-footer to bits on the inside.
Yeah, didn't he? What? That was kind of what I was expecting from him this heat. A couple of those, the 2 turns, the fast, sharp little whippy things on that JS sprayed by Adrian Turner. Shout out Adrian. I saw him down here earlier on. I tried to get him for a little interview when I was roaming and he ran off. He said, don't you dare.
That starts happening.
Yeah.
People start hiding from me with the microphone.
So if people don't know about Adrian, he does a lot of the sprays for just about, well, you see a lot of them on tour. All of Ryan's boards, all of Julian's boards, all Hiroto's boards, Frederico's, Parko's, all those iconic sprays you've seen on those guys' boards.
It's
that
so
spray
cool.
boy.
It feels like there's like these little movements with who's getting the best board sprays on their boards, and it feels like it's coming back even better this year. Where I saw Griffin Colapinto's quiver. This guy Drew Brophy, who's done a lot of artwork with Matt Biolis over the years, just got his whole quiver all dialed and ready to go, and it just kind of adds to their whole profile, their personality. When they go to compete, especially it pops off the whitewater. It looks good in photos.
What about Kaloe doing his own ones? He's probably one of the only guys who does that at the moment, right?
You know, he did all of his boards from, gosh, probably the time he was like maybe 9 or younger.
Are you serious?
I never saw him on a blank board until maybe he got to the high level where he just maybe didn't have time.
Yeah.
Because before, when he was a grommet, he'd have about 15 boards at his house, and he would just take the time to do all of them. I was just like, I've never seen him ride a blank board, and he got really, really good at it.
Yeah, he's good at it, mate. He does some sick ones, like the good tape job ones and the straight lines. Yeah,
they're incredible.
They're gnarly. How quick those guys can tape a board up is unbelievable. Have you ever seen them run through the process? I remember trying to do one, and my jagged lines were all just going like all over the place, and they just walk down and perfect little line every time.
I remember like Yaden Nickel had this breakdown on how to do it. He had like tape on his board, and then I think he even put soap on his board and then sprayed over it, so it had this cool like drippy thing going on. And, everyone was getting super good at it back in the day. It's all part of the whole show, you know. It's like it's part of your signature model. Some people stick to one design all year long. Right now we're looking at a heat that's given us a lot to talk about. Hiroto Ohara, what a legend from Japan, 877 and a 567, is giving us a little bit of everything so far. That huge air, quick spin from the flats to whip that thing around, then went to turns to put Ian Gauvain in an interesting situation. A big combination required. So I'm waiting to see Ian come back. All Hiroto at the moment.
All right, what's he got for us now? He's looking so fast and good, isn't he? Oh, well, there goes that 567, and you may as well just ride that wave in, I reckon, Hiroto, because your heat's done here, mate. I think you're on here.
He's done such a good job to establish himself early, going out blazing. Once you land that first big air, it's all confidence. He's probably feeling he can click anything he wants right now. Gauvain is now playing this patient game. He's looking for a certain type of wave. A closeout will work great for Gauvain because he's got some pretty radical moves as well.
I think he needs to go to that now. I don't think he can get the... Well, he's got the backhand for the point of difference, but I think the speed and the sharpness of Hiroto, Ian's going to have to do something really explosive to get above that, because it's just going to be... They're not going to be able to relate to it. So, wow, there we go. That's going to be a huge score again. This is that angle, right?
Yeah. So cool to see how low he gets off the bottom channel. It's a chunky section. And it just easy as he wanted, just climbed to float. Here's the ramp.
Oh, look at it. It's just sitting there going, have at me, Hiroto. Wow. Nice. And he gets the fast whip out again, so he's got those things dialed in.
That is just as cool as a combo can be.
Yeah.
You dream of combos like that in your head, and Hiroto's doing them in real life for us in front of a crowd. Ian Gauvain has to get involved now. He's going to start firing up. Backside hack, solid. Drills it with a big vertical. 1.0's gone. He's starting to get some of the rhythm in this heat. Hopefully he just keeps on swinging. 12:30 to go.
I mean, he probably wouldn't have heard Hiroto's 8.5 come out there. Terry would have had to hold off on that score until after Ian rode his wave, so I can understand why Ian just got the closeout turn there. But I reckon if he'd heard that he was needing 17.27 before he took off on that wave, we might have seen some fins on the last section, because it's going to have to do a bit more than that. Well, he needs a 7.27 just to get himself out of combo. So that's a huge score right now. No one in that last heat had anything close to it.
What an incredible scoreline for Hiroto Ohara, 8-5, 8-7-7. What's going to happen here with this two-turn combo for Gouveia?
Well, I'm thinking he's probably going to still be in combo, but this first turn was great. Like, great backhand snap, and he maintained the speed. I know this section, you see him hop over a little lump here, and it kind of goes a little bit flat, but I'm thinking you're needing 17 points. You got to try, and you see how flat it went on him there, but you got to try, yeah. Well, that's Hiroto's number. I nearly freaked out then, but I was looking at the black, not the red, on our screen in front of us, so I went, whoa, hang on a second, but it's a 5.2 for Ian, so again, it's just back to the drawing board now. He needs to do 2 points better than that and then get a 10.
That's right. Hiroto Ohara on fire, 8.77 and an 8.5 as his keepers, putting on a stellar show in round 5, heat number 5. Ian Gouveia has the experience on the big tour for a couple of years. Big semi-final performance at the Pipe Masters a couple of years back, but right now needs to break one of the most severe combos we've had this afternoon. As you mentioned, Terry McKenna on the beach announcing, giving out the scores, and that was about as formal as I've heard. You called him Terry, right? Tezza would be the best way to...
Oh, did I say Terry?
Yeah, you said Terry.
He hates that too. Sorry, Tez. Sorry, Tezza.
Terry McKenna and Dimmy doing a great job on the live beach announcing. It's their familiar voices for all the surfers each and every year when they come to Manly to compete. And they can ask for a situation anytime they want. That obviously came with the computer scoring that was developed in pro surfing a long time ago with guys like Mono Zool, who all of a sudden got these scores live so the surfers could understand what they just got and what they need. It changed everything in surfing. Before, they would come in and wait for the results. Now they can get a score and then plan the rest of their heat around it. Every surfer on tour now needs to hear that announcement to know how they're going to make their next move.
Pen to paper. The famous call at board riders when you think you're hardly done by is check the sheets.
Check the sheets.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that anymore. You can't go look at the sheets and see who wrote down or if someone did a bad job with the tallying, because the computers don't really make those mistakes.
Oh, it's all clear, especially at this level. It's really amazing to see where the sport has gone and where it continues to go. Feels like the commissioner's office is nonstop, always taking in suggestions from the surfers first and just realizing if it's a good enough rule to change or update to make things better. I mean, we've got a whole new format to digest when we come into Snapper Rocks.
What about the new format?
It's amazing.
I reckon that's great. I reckon that's a great idea.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I just love how surfing just as a sport is so ready to be like, let's make it better.
Yeah.
Let's make that move next year. It's on. And they go through, obviously it's not that quick. They'll go through meetings, make sure they test it in all the right ways. Talk to the surfers to make sure they're in on it as well. And then next thing you know, we're going to have even more exciting ways to crown champions this year.
Well, basically it shortens the event by a little bit, so you can pick the eyes out of it and you're less likely to have a bad day if you can say the CT guys have a bad day, because really, when is it ever that bad?
Yeah, it's always great, but you can get to the one-on-one heats quicker. And then they're going to want to do that overlapping format we see at Pipe probably more often than not to capitalize on the best day of a swell.
And then it's more cutthroat too. Once you there's no more three-man heats in the middle of the event with a easier window or a no lose around, even though that kind of got scrapped last year. But now it's man on man into round 3, man on man the rest of the way. If you're out, you're out. Deal with it, guys.
I love it. It's really cool. It's going to be very exciting. We're obviously going to explain that a lot as we get close to Snapper Rocks for the Quicksilver Pro and the Boost Mobile Pro. That's a place where we want to find Matt Banting in the future. He's been there in the past, kind of had to fight through injury, but he's got a great comeback story as he takes on Marco Giorgi, the guy from Uruguay, but also spent a lot of time across the border in Brazil and Santa Catarina. So it's kind of his sparring crew were a lot of the Brazilians from that region. Santa Catarina, that state down south, that's like the Tomas Hermes, the William Cardoso kind of crew, Alejo Muniz. There's a lot of insane talent down there. So Marco Giorgi would see those guys more often than not, and he's coming up next. I know everyone on the beach is going to be backing Banting, though, being the Aussie in this one.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a bit of a big crowd against him there, Marco Giorgi, especially with Matty Banting. Probably my pick for the event, I reckon. What about Marco Giorgi that a couple of years ago in that pipe contest?
That was insane.
Yeah.
He's such an amazing barrel rider, and he was sort of a guy before that event. He had never really had a stage to show that to the world. It just happened to be really good, piping back door, and all of a sudden he was the standout through all those early rounds, getting so barreled. I think still to this day that's one of his favorite events because he was in the pit the whole time.
What was it, a semi he got to?
I think he could be right. He definitely was on finals day. I think he did get to semifinals.
And it was like 8 to 10 foot to 12 foot pipe the whole event, and he was just getting spat out of biggest kegs ever for like 4 days straight.
Incredible. You can see how hungry athletes can be that come from places like Uruguay and Santa Catarina where they just dream of surfing pipeline. They get there and all of a sudden they fit right into the script.
Have you been? Do you reckon there's good waves down there?
Oh, there's great waves, yeah. There's a lot of fun places to surf in that state.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful part of the world, and the CT used to stop there so much back in the day. It's gone quite mobile, which is kind of fun in Brazil. It changes things up in a cool way. Well, it's been kind of in the state of Rio for a while, but Santa Catarina has beautiful waves, tons of beaches.
That new rock wall thing at Saquarema, if it keeps doing what it did last year, you're not going anywhere, right?
That thing was incredible.
That was arguably one of the best stops on tour.
It was so fun, so exciting, and Wade Carmichael loved it.
Yeah, Wadey loved it. He was just getting tubed the whole time. He was staying solo too. He did the full Han solo mission.
Did he
trip.
really?
Yeah. A lot of the boys tried to go to a different stop, each stop on tour, but no one could make it to Brazil, so he just went and soloed it.
Amazing.
He got second.
Two finals with Felipe.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay Bay won. I think that his loudest part of his cheering squad was Cooper Chapman in that one.
Yeah, Coops loved it. Yeah, another one of the boys from up my way a bit more, Lukey Bonfield. He went over and watched. He went on a little solo mission as well. Yeah,
it's good for you.
And I think Tyler Gare was there filming. He does a lot of filming for Wade and puts little pieces together for him.
So what's next for Carmichael this year?
Wadey.
I guess just get the win, right? I mean, a couple of big finals.
I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but I'm sure he's going to try and win as many heats as he wants, and he wants to go as far as he wants, but he just bought a house, so big step in his life.
All right, Wade. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well deserved. What a hard-working hero. Last year's Rookie of the Year. Ian Gouveia had some great battles surfing against those guys on the top 34, but he's in a tough situation against Hiroto Ohara, passing the 5-minute warning and needing one of the biggest totals of the event. Hiroto got that big section early for an 8.77. The 8.5 was a combo. Big float from behind. The windup was incredible, and saw him do that big tail-high reverse. Talented with his feet and his upper body. Doesn't need to really throw the grabs in. And Saxon, thinking about how much the grabs were really emphasized over the last couple of years, it almost feels like we're not talking about them as much.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to kind of get into another groove where people are going to really try to educate everyone on the stalefish reverses? Do you think competitors will bring them back, or do you feel like we're kind of in a good place right now?
I think it's important to be able to identify what the grab is, and I think that's important, but I'm not the biggest fan on taking what a skateboard trick and making it a surfing trick. Like, we don't call an air reverse a 180 revert, do we? So
no.
Yeah, so we've got our own little things. It's definitely important if you got to be able to pick the grabs, and for the judges to know what grabs harder, and for people to be able to appreciate that. But in terms of other things, it's just surfing, mate. The boys are ripping and they're doing airs. That's all it is.
You love it. Yeah. It's really cool to look back at the history of surfing and skating, and even snowboarding, because they're all related in certain ways. There's certain terms that are shared and borrowed, and obviously complementing each other. And there's some that are completely different, like kind of like a cutback.
Cutback,
that's surfing all day long. But you love how they push each other in both elements. There's a lot of surfer skaters that are really talented all around the world, from the John stories, the Kalani Davids out there.
Yeah, how good do those guys skate, right? Kalani's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
He's so fun to watch in anything he does, which is really cool. And then you talk to some people where they're not really into skating, like Felipe Toledo, how good he is above the lip. They're like, oh, did you practice on ramps? He's like, oh, not at all. I just do it in the water. That's his thing, where some people love the ramps to get the spins and rotations down. And so there's so many different ways these guys get to where they are as the best surfers in the world. 240 on this one. Hiroto's now finally taking a break after just blitzing the field with some big scores. 8.77 and 8.5. Gouveia knowing the more time he's sitting here, that just is going to ruin his chances of coming back because he needs 2 waves and 2 big scores.
Yeah, I don't know who's coaching Hiroto right now, but if I was, I would have been sitting there from 20 minutes ago with my hands in the air saying, stop, settle down, don't do anything. You don't want to do something silly now and break a board or twist an ankle or do something going into finals day. You've got 17.27 points on the board and you've had him in combo for 15 minutes. Just sit there, mate, and run the clock out.
And just save something in the tank. Let's see if Govea can really get back into this one.
Oh, look at this.
By the signs of it, he's waving the flag. He's just going to have some fun and say, okay, that's going to do it. I'm going to call this one a heat. So you could tell there by the body language from Govea that he just didn't get a chance to really open up in this matchup. Left with a 5.2, and he's going to be a little bit frustrated that he didn't get the role that Hiroto had in this one.
Oh, well, he kind of really didn't have a choice, did he? It got shut down on him quite early, and then it made chasing 17.27 out there, and it's just a tough ask, but this is one of the greatest styles I've seen in the Poo Man before. Look at that. That is just a squared up backside Poo Man. And that's 10 points for me.
Well, sometimes you just have to find the humor in it. And
Yeah.
for Govea, he's got to smile.
Oh,
he's
he
going,
knows.
okay, you know what? I didn't get the chance to fight back. Instead of shaking off the nerves with a big slap of the water, I'm just going to have a laugh on the way into the beach. And Hiroto Ohara is going to be surfing through to finals day. 8.77 and an 8.5. Govea is going to be leaving with that round 5 exit. Did some brilliant surfing in the early rounds, and we're going to get to watch Hiroto again here, Saxon.
Please don't. Just please. Oh, he's okay.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was so fun to see him go for it, landing that one. It was a different version of his air, but you can tell that Hiroto is feeling something very special in Manly today.
I think Ian, even though this isn't going to be a result in terms of qualification for him, I think he'll be stoked. The event in Avoca and the event in Newcastle really didn't have good heats. Bombed first round, wasn't happy with himself. This one, he's come here, he's got through a few heats, he's got a bit of a rhythm on, put some scores on the board. Even though, as I said, even though it's not going to be a qualification result, he's got out of that first round slump and he's moving onwards.
So a solid performance from Hiroto Ohara as we lose Ian Govea from the draw. Hiroto will be into the quarterfinals to compete as the heats are getting stacked up and ready to go. Already a great heat on paper with Stu Kennedy, Jordy Lawler, Nick Squires. We'll have Jesse Mendez, and we'll look to see who's going to be matching up with Hiroto Ohara as this event continues. Stand by for another big heat, heat number 6 with Marco Giorgi and Maddie Banting. We're bringing Richie Lovett and Bradley Bricknell for the call right after this.
Welcome back to a beautiful afternoon here at Manly Beach. You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro in men's round 5, heat number 6. It is Marco Giorgi from Uruguay up against the Australian Maddie Banting, former champion here, both in the juniors and the opens. 23 minutes remaining in this one, just a few short scores on the board. Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. Richie, we got the last three here to take it home this afternoon. It's been an exciting day.
Yeah, it has been, and we kicked things off with the women this morning. Had a little downtime through the midday session with the Shapers Cup and then the Expression session, and now we're getting deep into round number 5 of the men's. Heat number 6 to be exact, and we have Marco Giorgi and Matty Banting. And well, Matty Banting, he is no stranger to this event down in Manly, has won the junior section, has also won the open section, so former champ out here, and pretty decent conditions for Matty. You'd have to think that he's going to be the favourite in this heat, but Marco Giorgi, well, he's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this encounter unfold. Of course, these guys looking to book himself a place in the quarterfinals. Stewie Kennedy up against Geordie Lawler, quarterfinal number 1. Nicholas Squires up against Jesse Mendes, quarterfinal number 2. And the winner of this heat is going to come up against Hiroto Ohara, who had an incredible heat, taking out Ian Gavea in that last one. And we'll catch up with him in a few more minutes' time. Matt Banting, though, from Port Macquarie, like you said, rides boards by Luke Short Designs, LSD. You had a few of those boards under your feet back in the day?
Sure did. I did several years on the tour riding Luke's boards, and just one of the real precision shapers coming out of Australia. Luke's up around the Angourie area and was mentored by greats such as Greg Webber and Rod Dalberg. So Luke, a very accomplished shaper, and of course has a big staple of team riders, and well, his little competitive team rider is Matty Banting, and he's out here doing battle.
Yeah, too true. And Ellie Brooks as well in the girls had one of her best results in a while, just getting knocked out yesterday afternoon, I believe. So great result there for Ellie as well. On the LSDs, let's have a look now at Marco Giorgi opening up his account from Uruguay, living in Santa Catalina, Brazil. Nice little two-tone combination on his backhand. And well, we've seen some big airs thrown down in that last heat. Matty Banting, we're expecting him to go above the lip.
Yeah, we are, and we might see it happen sooner rather than later, Brickers, as Matty Banting's picked up a nice little right hand here. He'll be just frothing on this nor'east wind. Well, he's getting some rail work done on this one, and not taken to the air yet, but just a well-constructed wave, timing those little sections to perfection. And when we talk about sections, this northeast wind, well, that's affected things here, and it's really broken up the swell line now. So you have to take a different approach. You have to sort of bounce in between these little pockets. Make sure you just ride nice and light. Keep your momentum going from section to section. It's not as much stretch down the line, but this wind just very favourable for our natural footers that want to take to the air.
Yeah, definitely on those right-handers. We should see a bit of that Matty Banting. Nice and composed on this opening wave. The thing I like about Matty, Rich, is the amount of speed he generates almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, so Matty just streaking across that first foamy section. Set him up for the second two. So watch this. So Matty will just streak over this one. Keeps the speed, moving down the line. De-weights, and then engages that bottom turn. Hits this pocketed little section, and here's, see how there's a little foam section going on down the line. That's that wave, that broken up wave, section to section, and you've really just got to take those opportunities. But I guarantee you we'll see Matty go to the air before the end of this heat.
Great stuff there. These guys, of course, looking for a spot in the quarterfinals, and one man that has already got himself well and truly in there is Hiroto Ohara, and he's down now on the sideline with Shannon Hughes.
Well, talking about going to the air, Hiroto, I think you're just absolutely blowing up with that progressive game, that air game. How are you feeling in the water, and is that what you love bringing to the show?
Yeah, it's been the wind's coming to the left, so it was no more air for me, and then I just stick on my rails, and then today it's just wind coming on the right, and then I spoke with my coach Snake, and today's maybe could be your turn, like you can do airs and stuff, and then but I don't really looking for the airs on the first couple waves, but just I seen the section, and then I can't stop myself. I don't matter. Doesn't matter if I fail on this one. I just want to go in for it, and then I'm stoked to make it.
Stoked. Well, you definitely been landing them well. And how does it feel to make it into finals day of this QS 6000?
Yes, super stoked. Especially I lost this round in Melbourne against Matt Banting, and it was tough heat, but still I'm kind of bummed to lose. As really looking for the final day, so I'm really stoked to make it to the final day.
And coming out of the water, you had a few fans asking you for autographs. What's that feeling like?
I love it. I love it. I don't know. It's just, especially for me here in Australia, and I'm Japanese, and I don't think no one really looking for the Japanese guys, but yeah, you know, the people asking me the autograph and the photos and stuff, and then yeah, really cool.
And to your fans back in Japan, would you like to say anything?
Yes. まず応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず前回の試合もここで負けて、今回はファイナルデーまで残れてよかったです。次今やってるヒートでマットメンティングがやってて、これでまたクォーターファイナルで一緒にできたら、リベンジしたいなと思ってるんで、そこね楽しみに見ててください。応援お願いします。
Well, very stoked Hiroto advancing into the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
Hiroto Ohara using that win to great effect for a total heat score of 17.27, an 8.77 and an 8.50. His numbers for a convincing win in the last heat. And looking at these scores now, Rich, 6.0 for Matty Banting, 3.83. He got the edge on that opening exchange over Georgie.
Yeah, decent way for Matty Banting to start things off. And we'll see him progressively build throughout this affair. Well, this is Marco Giorgi. It looks like he's found a little corner here. And just taking off a little bit late on this one, and unfortunately that stretched out in front of him. So, well, that switches priority back over to Matty Banting, and looks like Matty Banting's heading up towards that northern part of the bank as well. And that windbreaker is still getting stronger as we go into the afternoon here.
Yeah, getting a bit stronger, and I think that's going to play right into Matty Banting's hands. I think he surfs these kind of conditions. They are synonymous with the East Coast summers. We've just come out of that summertime here now in Australia, and I think Matty Banting's going to be very dangerous in this heat. And you spoke about Luke Short being a precision shaper. I bumped into Luke the other morning, had a coffee with him in Angari, and I said, what's he like in terms of working with you as a shaper, the relationship? And he goes, well, he's super technical. He will order boards, and he'll make sure the numbers are dialed in to the nth degree, tweaking fractions of width and volume. So technical shaper working with a technical surfer.
Yeah, and then you, in contrast, you get those guys that are just like, oh yeah, just make me a board, and they have no idea the leaderage, the width, or anything like that, and that's how they operate best. But Matty Banting, he's operating really well so far in this event, streaking down the line. You know what's coming, and just throws the alley-oop and pretty much got full rotation.
Well, we haven't seen alley-oop all week long. It's been a whole festival of air reverses. Looks like Marco Giorgio even giving him a little heads up and saying that was incredible. The smaller inside wave too, Richie. We'll have a look at this one again. But the first alley-oop that I've seen, certainly on my commentary watch, let's see this one. Matty Banting using priority, a 6.0 on his opening wave, and he used the speed, he used the wall to great effect, and he used the wind at this one as well. So let's have a look at this one.
Yep, streaking down the line here, and once he started winding up, you knew it was going to be all about that little air there, and well, it wasn't really too little. So on the slow-mo, we're going to get a better view of it here. So I was actually thinking that he was going to go for the air rev, and then just saw this little pocket, and instead of pushing the back foot and going anti-clockwise, brings it round clockwise, brings it under him, and then gets the alley-oop rotation. And sometimes you can land almost 180 degrees. He pretty much went the full 360 on that thing, and the judges will take note of that, because there's way more technical difficulty when you bring it all the way round and land as if you're going to continue riding along on that right-hander.
Full rotation in the air from Matty Banting, really mixing up the aerial maneuvers this afternoon with the alley-oop. Love seeing Matty's innovation that he's bringing in. We speak about air reverses, Richie, like a few years ago they used to be progressive and innovative. These days an air reverse is almost a stock standard maneuver, and it's down to really the technical nuances of how different they are: grabs, height, tail towards the beach, tail high, etc., etc.
Yeah, it's all about how inverted you get and how difficult you make that air rev. And like you said, it was I remember when the cheese whiz, when the little spinner came into vogue, and now of course the spinning's happening way above the wave as we see Matty Banting just a quick in and out on the left. So well, we've really haven't seen too many big scores on the left all day, and basically through the week all the action has been on the right-handers. And well, this easterly swell is hanging in there, and it's going to hang around all tomorrow as well. Matty Banting picking up another one, and just so quick at getting the speed. And there's the air rev, and unfortunately just not able to ride out of that one.
Yeah, judges now looking at that score. Looks like it's dropped in at a 5.53. The alley-oop for Matty Banting, that last wave incomplete. That won't go into his top two. 12.5 minutes or thereabouts remaining. Georgie now under a bit of pressure. 7.7 required for him. And this one didn't quite connect on the landing. Got caught up in that whitewater ridge.
Well, he got some height, got some projection, and unfortunately just didn't quite get over his board to be able to regain his balance, but well, that's what he's capable of, and normally he's sticking those things, and his make rate is way up there.
Incredible stuff. Of course, we'll just have a look if Georgie paddles into this one. He does, and he may go for his own air reverse. He does, just clicks it, doesn't quite revert around, and here we go, some more live action. Matty Banting on the LSD surfboard, streaking down the line. Nice little tag on the outside or on the inside section, that close down section, 6 and a 5.53. And while we wait for those scores, we're talking about surfboards, and well, there is a very well-renowned surfboard. His name, surfboard shaper. His name is Daniel Thompson, and he's in the booth now with Shannon and Kelly Slater.
All right, so I'm in the booth with Kelly. Congratulations for making it off the beach and into the shaping bay. A little bit different. How's it feel to be in the bay with Toma?
That's good. We haven't actually been in the shaping bay for probably a year together. So yeah, it's good. We're just working on a board. We're nothing new here today. This is just kind of doing taking a raw blank, making a cymatic, one of our models from it, and I don't know who's going to end up with it, me or him. We'll arm wrestle.
And what's your guys' shaping relationship look like over the years? You know, when did you start working together, and how has that developed into your surfing?
Yeah, we've been working together we've been talking about these boards for 5 or 6 years, but we've been working together for 3 or 4 years. We've made 3 or 4 models together that we've put out through Firewire, and you know, he's always working on his own stuff at just his Tomo brand. But then we kind of come together, and we've done a couple Slater Designs boards as well. I don't know, we just come up with ideas. I'll throw something at him, he throws it back. He might be working on something and already riding something, and we've taken one or two of those and kind of morphed them into designs that we've put out. So, you know, most of it comes from his ideas, and I'm kind of doing like a branch off like an offshoot of something he's working on already.
Well, I might get a couple of questions in with Toma. So Kelly's kind of shared how, you know, your shaping's influenced his surfing, but how has his surfing helped to influence your shaping?
He's influenced me since I was a small kid, you know. Watching how he surfs and how he approaches a wave obviously inspired me as a surfer, but as I became a shaper, I was super inspired to keep evolving my shapes, not just kind of copy what was the norm and what, you know, Kelly was riding and whatever the other pro guys were riding. I really wanted to, you know, be inspired to come up with something new and, like, you know, maybe make a board better than what it already is, or at least create some new feelings. So yeah, I just set about playing with different shapes that gave me a certain feeling on a wave, you know, and allow me to surf faster or freer, or just give me a really cool, fun feeling on the wave, and then that translated into these weird shapes that are a bit unusual, but they're super functional, and they have a lot of engineering and thought going into them. It's not just kind of like weird for the sake of being weird. Yeah, so I mean, it's so much fun designing. You know, it's like you can design, be creative, and then go out in the water and test it. And obviously, having Kelly riding them is incredible and super inspiring for me.
Awesome. And what are you working on now with the crowds around, eyes on? What are we creating today?
We're doing a cymatic, which is our current model at retail. This design is the result of obviously the sci-fi model, which was a really successful board, and it went really good. So we went about reducing, making it more minimalist, and getting rid of that nose area, straightening up the rail line, making it lower drag properties and more compact, so you could throw it around like a skateboard, you know. So it's a super fun little shape. It's really user friendly, and yeah, people have been loving it.
Stoked. Well, I won't keep you guys any longer. You've obviously got a project on hand here. Thanks so much for the chat, and we'll go back to you guys in the booth.
See two masters of their craft getting together in the bay there. Of course, those guys have been working together on that particular model since 2017. And Kelly Slater, what a great guy to have as your test driver. And the thing I like about, as we see some replays over here, Dan Thompson takes a lot of inspiration outside of surfing. He looks at things like aeroplane design and things like that to incorporate into surfboards as we see some more live action.
Yeah, so Matty Banting, and he's just getting busy on this one and really going back to that old strategy of just building house, and started off with the 6, and now he's got the 5.53 kicker, and then he's got a few more scores to drop in, and potentially he's going to drop that 5.53 out of his scoreline. This is Marco Giorgi here, and he got to work on this little one as well, up and over that foam section. Tiny little catch on the nose, and I feel like that potentially just put him off a little bit for that final hit, and just overextending there. But what an experience to have Kelly and Tomo in the booth together. And if you're down at Manly or you're close to Manly, come on down here, because it looks like Tomo has actually done a full hand shape on this board that he's working on now. So he's got a little bit of time to go. And it looks like Kelly's sort of talking the crowd through what's actually going on in there.
So cool. Let's bring you up to speed now on the numbers in this heat. 7 minutes remaining. Matt Banting from Port Macquarie, Australia, out in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.0. And in second place, Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, living in Santa Catarina, Brazil, now requires a big score, a 9.67, courtesy of that 13.50 combination that Banting's now built up. A big score, that 7.5 just coming in.
Yeah, well, that last wave of Matty Banting, the best ride to date for him, and that's put him a fair distance out in front of Marco Giorgi, now needing a 9.67. So that would be the highest ride of the event so far if he wants to do it in one shot, and with conditions the way they are. He's going to be looking at going back to the drawing board here and needing 2 separate waves. And with only 6 minutes on the clock, he's going to be up against it here. Matty Banting in a commanding position and looking strong and potentially moving into the quarterfinals, but not quite over yet. Still a little bit more action going on here. And just back to your point, Brickers, about looking at other say sports and other areas of aerodynamics and hydrodynamics. Having been privileged to work with FCS for all these years, I know that fin design, really looks in those areas as well. But the application, when you actually put it on a surfboard, it's this really unique thing, because there are the angles of attack are just so different. The way surfers use their equipment, it's not like an aeroplane as we see Marco Giorgi. Well, he's starting to get to work on this one. That's a better ride. Tags it twice, but 2 big maneuvers there. So he is going to be right back in this heat after that one. So getting back an aeroplane, it sort of takes off, gets lift under the wings. All these elements sort of steering a plane to keep it in the air, basically. It's not making these really hard directional changes, and there's not a constant flow of water that sometimes is turbulent. So the dynamics of making a surfboard work with the bottom contours and then pairing it with fins and stuff like that, it really is a Pandora's box. And
it's great to see such a different cross-section of shapers here over this whole week. We're going to finish up in the Shaping Bay tomorrow with Michael Salakis and Stuart Campbell. So those will be the 2 shapers in the bay tomorrow. 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this one. Marco Giorgi in second place. Banting leads. Here we go, live action. Matt Banting out in front, looking to drop a 6.0. There he goes. Big rotation into the air. Fluid and dynamic, and rode out cleanly. Matty Banting is on a tear.
Yeah, Matty Banting, he looks on here and has featured heavily in the final series throughout the years, and it looks like he's going to be through to finals day again, unless Marco Giorgi, he's dropped a decent score here, a 6.43. So that's brought him right back into this heat, now only needing a 7.08 with priority and just under 4 minutes to go. But with that last big air rotation, anything's possible here. Matty Banting might actually extend and move a little further ahead if he can replace that 6.
Well set up now for the final 3.5 minutes in this heat. This is that replay. Quick rotation.
Yeah, so Matty, it was a really lightning fast rotation, and he got a fair amount of height. I wouldn't say it's some of the biggest airs that we've seen Matty do in this event so far, but watch that front foot. See how far it gets up on the nose there. and that helps spin that board around and get the redirect. Well, Marco Giorgi, he said, well, if you can do it, I can do it too. And, well, they were pretty similar. So whatever Matty drops for that score, it's going to be a good indication of what Marco's going to get too. So this one's heating up, Brickers, with 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, what a great finish we got coming up here. We love these tight finishes in these QS 6000 events. Of course, valuable prizes and, well, more like points and prize money up for grabs here. We see Marco Giorgi looking for the 7.37 before that last one. Not as cleanly executed as Banting's.
You know what, though? He got the little hit in first, whereas Matty just put his whole emphasis on driving down the line, sacrificed a few different sections until he got to that little air pocket that presented itself, whereas Marco Giorgi got that. It wasn't a big hit, but he got that maneuver in before he went to the air. And
all right, well,
I think it's going to be a decent score.
Scores coming for Banting's wave, a 6.23, so he does improve his low score marginally and pushes out the requirement to a 7.31 now for Giorgi. So looking at those two waves now, the 6.23, how do you compare Giorgi's?
I think it's going to get close to the 7.3, but for mine just under. I don't think it's going to quite get there, just because, as you said, there wasn't as much control in the exit. And, well, you can see the hands going up there because it's dropped in at a 5.93. So the judges obviously being very critical on that landing. And Marco Giorgi just looking a little frustrated now, thinking, you know, what have I got to do? Because that wave would have felt good. He would have thought, you know, man, I've killed this thing. And I'm going to get a solid score. But obviously the judges not seeing it that way. And I think they got it right. 90
seconds remaining. Giorgi still chasing a 7.31. You know, you look at Marco Giorgi, he's aggressive, he's raw. Banting is smooth and surgical as Banting utilizes priority and a great defensive move there, just blocking Giorgi. He will have an opportunity now, will Marco, with a minute and 10 seconds on the clock, looking for that 7.31. Giorgi's best result last year, 9th at the Vulcan Pipe Pro in some pretty consequential waves.
Yeah, well, he's already through to Super Saturday here in men's round number 5. So he'll be taking away some decent points for this result, nonetheless, no matter what happens here. And those points, valuable points in trying to qualify for the championship tour. But he's up against it with 50 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to pick a pretty special wave. And, well, he's going to have to get his highest score of the heat so far, 7.31, with only 40 seconds on the clock. The good news for Marco is that he does have priority, so he's going to have the choice. And Matty Banting, with just a few seconds to go, he's going to try and make things even harder.
Yeah, just off the bank, a little bit away from where Giorgi was situated. Just a quick little fin throw, air reverse there. Don't think that's going to go anywhere near his top 2 scores. 19 seconds rather, remaining in this one. A tough ask. He will have one more opportunity here. The man living in Santa Catarina in Brazil, born in Uruguay. He's looking like, well, no opportunity going to show its face there for him as the clock winds down. It's going to be Matt Banting, another Australian, through to the quarterfinals of the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Super Saturday will turn into Super Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, Matty Banting, well, he constructed a well thought out heat then. Just built houses, we've been saying all week long, and a deserving winner of the heat, and he's through to the quarterfinals.
All right, we'll take a short break from live action down here at Manly Beach. When we come back, it's going to be Liam O'Brien up against Alonzo Correa. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. Thanks for watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. We're coming at you live from Manly Beach, looking south in this great shot towards the South Stain area. Of course, we're located halfway up the beach for this QS 6000 event on the World Surf League's qualifying series. Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. Richie, we're into heat number 7 of the round before the quarterfinals. A great matchup between Liam O'Brien and Alonzo Correa.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien, the young Aussie from Burleigh Heads up in Queensland, and he has been one of the standouts. And well, we're going to hear a lot about this kid in the coming years because he is on track to be one of the great hopes for Australian surfing in the next couple of decades. And a very mature young man. He's got a fantastic style, and he's just marching through the rounds here at the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. He's going to be up against it here against Alonzo Correa, who has been on fire. And well, we've yet to see both these surfers in a heat yet with these type of conditions, this nor'east wind, and it's been a unique day because all our competitors have been dished up something that they haven't had previously all week.
Yeah, true that, and it's how these guys are going to adapt on the fly is how it's all going to work out for them. Of course, Liam O'Brien, coached by J. Bottle Thompson, another Burleigh local legend. To see Alonzo, well, he's found a little rare left-hander. We haven't seen too many left-handers in the last hour and a half, and Alonzo now just tracking along this dead section, looking to shut it down on the inside, and does so nicely. So a nice little change up there for Alonzo, going left.
Wow, well, he got to work on that left-hander, obviously favouring the front side. One goofy, one natural footer in this matchup, and found a rare little left, and actually bounced through that little dead zone and connected up with the right-hand rip bowl that was featured prominently in all the women's heats, and then the start of the men's round. There's an aerial view of where we are here at North Stain in Manly, and that's the main VIP tent, which is Brickers, it's heaving now.
Oh, it's heaving now. It's Saturday afternoon.
It warmed up Friday afternoon, and now Saturday afternoon it's jam-packed, and plenty to see and do down here as we see. Well, Liam O'Brien up and riding here. The youngster from Burleigh Heads streaking down the line, and just look at that style, all the power in the lower half there, just grinding through, gets the last hit, and I reckon Botsy told him, just get going, start catching waves, don't sit around, don't get too picky, because in these type of conditions you just never know. You know, some of these waves, they just hold up a little bit longer, those little pockets of opportunity just present themselves. And this is Alonzo's wave where he just connected up with that little right-hand reform.
Yeah, look at that nice little opening turn. They got a little bit stuck on the second, and then almost surprised when he came around the corner and there was a bit of open fascia. Smaller wave though for Liam. Surfed it well, but not as dynamic. Yeah,
I think Alonzo is definitely going to get the nod from the opening exchange. A tiny little slip up there, and as we get into the final series, I mean, even those little tiny hiccups, those tiny little catches here and there, they start becoming the difference. And judges really starting to highlight those mistakes, and in contrast, the really special moments on these waves.
We'll wait and see how the judges dissect that first exchange. Having a chat to J. Bottle Thompson this morning, I was saying how impressed I was with Liam, and he said, yep, we were just taking it slow. I feel like he's still got a few more gears to go up, and he hasn't really showcased everything he's got yet. And he's just said to Liam, when the time comes, you're going to have to unleash. To your point, getting down towards that final series, mistakes are also are going to cost you, but you're going to have to start flaring certainly as you come up against some of these top seeds.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've seen it in the last couple of days. The score tallies have been just going up and up and up. You know, we were hanging around the 10s and 11s all through the start of the week. And now we're into the 14 and 15 mark, and well, Hiroto Ohara, he put a giant score on a few heats ago.
He sure did, and so did Matty Banting, a 7.5 and a 6.23, his top two waves. He's on the sidelines right now with Shannon Hughes.
Well, Matt, you got a few fans down here giving some autographs before the interview. How does it feel to be competing at home and have that support?
Yeah, it feels good. Even though Marco, I heard a lot of cheers for him too, come from Uruguay. He had a good support crew on the beach, but even, just running up the beach after the heat win, there's a lot of just people I don't know, and a lot of the crowd clapping and support me, which is unreal. It's good to have an event. Good to have a few events in Oz to start the year and kick off my campaign. It's been good.
Going back to the start of that heat, there was a bit of confusion, maybe some priority stuff that went down. What was that?
No, it's just nobody had priority at the start of the heat, and he was trying to paddle me super deep, and then he ended up going the wave, and I think he must have took off or his hands left the rail and fell, so priority went to me. So I don't want to get into too much paddle battling before the heat. I just want to let me surf and do the talking, but if it has to be done, it has to be done.
Cool, and talk us through that alley-oop. We've seen a lot of air reverses this week. It was nice to have something different for a change.
Yeah, I was trying to chase that air section down the wave, the whole wave, and then it kind of wasn't coming, and then I could just see that little angle coming towards me, so that's all that was kind of offering, but would have been good if I could have got a couple turns in. I might have missed one section, so yeah, always room to improve.
Stoked. We're looking forward to seeing more variety from you coming into finals day, and let you get back to your dad and the crew that's supporting you on the beach.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Matt Banting always looking to improve. He's got 3 heats to surf tomorrow. If he wants to get into the final quarters, we'll kick off tomorrow morning. 17 minutes 45 left in this one. He'll go up against Hiroto Ahara in quarterfinal number 3. And in this heat now, looking at the opening exchange, it was Korea who got the nod over Liam O'Brien, a 4.5, playing a 3.5.
Yeah, still a relatively low-scoring affair, Brickers, in heat number 7, second last heat of the day. And I like what you touched on then. He's got 6 more waves to go.
That's it.
6 more waves.
Break
if you're going to make it into the final and get the trophy, they better be 6 pretty damn good waves if you want to win, because there is going to be a flurry of surfers that are going to want to take that first place trophy, the 6,000 points, and a whole lot of cash. 20 grand, is it, for numero uno?
Yep, that's $20,000, correct. 6,000 points, $8,000 for second, and 4,500 points. So looking at Richie at the cutoff around the 18 to 20,000 mark. Generally speaking, for the top 10 qualifiers, a win here is certainly one of those you can keep coming towards the end of the year. Looking at people like Jesse Mendez and David Silva, who won here and qualified the following year.
Yeah, well, it's a quarter of your results needed in one event, which is pretty amazing. And there's not a whole lot of 10,000s and 6,000s. They're quite rare, so you've really got to make them count. Of course, there's a number of sort of 3,000 events and little 1,000 events, but really, unless you're winning those ones, they're not. The tallies aren't going to drop into your final scoreline at the end of the year. Well, making the final day, that's when you know you're into some points, and certainly some valuable points towards qualifying.
Very true. If you just joined us from around the world, welcome down to Manly Beach. It's around 3:15 here, local time. Brad Bricknell alongside Richie Lovett for the call. One more heat remaining after this one, heat number 8 of round number 5. It's going to be a huge one. Ricardo Christie up against Jadson Andre. Both surfers have been surfing extremely well over the last couple of days. Jadson going to the air, and even saw Ricardo going to the air to get through a few heats yesterday. So looking forward to that one coming up next. Here goes Alonso Correa on his backhand this time. Just stabbing that rail in there, Richie, and maybe just trying to force the issue.
Yeah, that's the second time that Alonso's come unstuck, and perhaps just pushing a little bit too far, a little bit too hard, maybe thinking that he needs to do more than what he actually needs to do. If he just settles into this one and falls back on the surfing that he's been doing all week long, he'll have a better crack at it. And, 15 minutes to go, and Liam O'Brien is going to pull the trigger. Another smaller little wave, just a foam climb to start things off, streaking down the line, gets the spin, rides backwards for a little while, and brings it back around for the final hit, and throws a little plume of spray skyward. So another small little wave, and I've got to think that it's, again, going to be around that 4-point zone.
Well, I think what we're seeing in contrast to the last heat, which is not as many opportunities in the first 10 minutes. So, you would know better than most. Sometimes you have to adjust your strategy on the fly. They were seeing plenty of opportunities. Haven't been this many come through so far. A few smaller waves from Liam, probably the right move.
Yeah, I think so. And just covering yourself, making sure you do have those 2 scores. And now he can start to build, be a little bit more selective. And I do like where they're positioning themselves well. Here's Alonso again, just finds another little bowly one. That's a better wave there. 2 big, strong turns. And I think we're going to see Alonso's tally go northward when this one drops in.
Yeah, maybe I've made the wrong call there, saying that Liam should get busy, because I think waiting for that wave. It just gave, even though it was only 2 turns, it was a lot more dynamic. This was a nice little flick turn, but a smaller wave, and Liam had to generate a lot of his own speed.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that no matter what Liam did on this wave, it was only ever going to be a mid-range score. And damn, he surfed it well, no doubt about that. He showed progression, showed some good turns, but this man here, just look at how dynamic those 2 combos were. And he is going to drop the healthiest score of the heat so far. He's already sitting on a 4-5, so he's already ahead in terms of the scoreline here. And Alonso, well, he's going to go a little bit further ahead, and pressure starting to build on Liam now.
Yeah, there we go. A 2-turn combination for a 6.17. You can see the judges rewarding the speed, the flow, and the power. And the transition was incredibly smooth between those 2 turns, and a bigger wave with bigger sections. Let's see if Liam O'Brien can answer back now. Beautiful snap. That's a good turn from Liam, but just overpowered that rail, and maybe looking too far ahead for that second turn. Liam, uncharacteristic fall there for him.
Well, that was the wave that he needed. That thing was a little jam. It had a perfect little bowly section on it, and I thought Liam was just going to open up and just gaff that little bowl, and unfortunately just pushing a little bit too hard. And well, perhaps an opportunity gone begging there for Liam O'Brien, and he'll be looking to right the mistakes, but just wait, because Alonso's found another gem of a wave, up and over again, and a 3rd hit. Will he get a 4th in? So bang, and not quite riding out of the 4th one, but you'd have to think that the damage has been done. Those first 3 turns were amazing.
This is going to put an incredible amount of pressure on Liam O'Brien. He's going to be tested here for everything he's got. A 6.84 required before that last wave, and a very, very powerful combination of 3 big maneuvers. Did fall on the last one, Richie, but like you said, the points were ready over here. Let's take a look at this. Square off the bottom turn and straight into the top for 3 turns in a row.
Wow, just pounds that first turn. The first and the 3rd turn for me were just on the money. Have a look how crispy and precise on his backhand, and driving hard off the bottom, up and over this foamy section. A risky move. It looks simple, but a really risky move with all that turbulent water. And as we go to live action, Liam O'Brien takes to the air, gets the spin. So I like that he's mixing it up. I like that he's not holding back, because in round 5, holding back is only going to send your bags packing.
Jay Bottle Thompson, his coach, said there will be a time where he's got to step it up even further. And I'd say with 11 minutes to go in this round 5 here, it is absolutely time for him now to take us to another level. Liam O'Brien, I like that approach. He's got to go to the air. For me, that's the point of difference he's got. He's got an air game on him, and it's time to bring it out with just under 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, this one's far from over, and we love that it's starting to turn in to a bit of a battle here, because Alonso Correa, he's going to drop. Still waiting for that last wave. And we can tell you that Tomo is still in the bay, and I think we're going to get some vision of him shortly, and you will see this board is starting to take shape. That trademark, well, stubby sort of a nose.
Yep, the bat tail.
Yeah, and Dan's of the theory that last sort of 6 to 8 inches of the nose, if you can eliminate that pendulum weight, you really don't need it. And a lot of his designs have that trademark nose on them. And, well, what a treat for the spectators to be getting not only Tomo on the mic explaining what he's doing, but also the man himself, Kelly Slater.
Kelly's asking the questions.
Yeah, Kelly's asking the questions. So a Q&A, that doesn't happen every day. And a real treat to have this happening down here at Manly.
Yeah, big thank you to John Schmoker, John Mossop from Vissla, putting down this amazing week of surfing, the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. It's been a vision of theirs to open up the event site, to make it more inclusive for the fans, and you can see the Shaping Bay, one of the great initiatives that they've brought into this event, along with our little fishbowl over here. The commentary box, there's windows wide open, and of course the athlete area just sit a little bit back on the promenade, so a lot of access to the pro surfers here up and down all week.
Well, here's something. I'm going to put a little suggestion out there. I hope that the conversation is being recorded, because I think that the banter between Tomo and Kelly and the spectators would make for a really cool little podcast. So, well, I'm going to hand that over to John Schmidt and make that happen.
Johnny taking a break, well-deserved break in the air-conditioned room over here. Let's look at some scores. Let's get you up to date. 9 minutes remaining on this clock. Liam O'Brien looking for a 7.57 now. His last two scores was a 4.47 and a 3.83. Here he goes on the left-hander, looking for that two-turn combination of his own, and executes pretty well on that one. And right behind him, here we go, Alonso with priority. He's got a really square bottom turn, which that sets up this top turn combination. And talk about fundamentals of surfing. That bottom turn, even in junky 2-foot waves, is critical to good surfing.
Well, Alonso has stepped up to the occasion here. And at this point, Brickers, I think that he's finding the better waves in this heat. And, well, he's just delivering on them as well. He's just getting these bollier sections that are allowing him to really attack the lip and come square off the bottom. A great wave here for Liam O'Brien, the two-turn combo. But have a look at this. And bang, just hits it square, keeps the momentum going, waits for this final section and just tags it. So a bigger, bollier wave in comparison to Liam. So every time Liam punches, we see Alonso with the counter punch. And the counter punch has been a bit harder.
It's been a lot harder, and of course the thing about Alonso's wave is the quality of waves, allowing him to do those bigger turns. And again, he's got this bottom turn wind up that really sets up this top turn combination. Here he goes again. This one a bit more lateral. There's that bottom turn, just whips it off the top with a bit of spray, gets out of that one. Of course, 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining. It's not all lost for Liam. A 7.57. If you were his coach right now, if you were Jay Bottle Thompson, you could talk to him in an earpiece. What would you be telling him?
I don't exactly know where he's sitting right now, but I feel like he should be down towards the south. Excuse me, just right on top of the rip. Get onto these waves that Alonso's picking up on. You saw that little right running down the bottom of your screen there. So they're coming from deeper on the bank, and that's where Alonso's sitting. And each afternoon, that's where those waves have been popping up, and that's where the scores have been going down. So I think we're going to see a little aerial view here. So watch this pockety section. Bang! He just hits it so crispy right there. And again, just waits for that second and just drives it down. Gets it really vertical, brings the board down with a lot of control. You can see Jaddy Andre warming up for his next battle. He will wrap up competition for the day in heat number 8.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Jaddy as one of the most passionate and still super excited surfers. You'd swear he's still 16 years of age. He's been around the block a few times, and he's coming up against Ricardo Christie from New Zealand, who has re-qualified for the championship tour this year. Looking forward to seeing Rick back where he belongs on that main tour, and of course using this event as a great warm-up, and even as a bit of a backstop, which these guys use this event as if they're on the cusp of re-qualification. Always good to have some points in the bag before the season even starts in the CT.
Yeah, and Jack, a good result here. Takes a little bit of pressure off. You start to feel out your good boards and get really primed for when the real big events come around. Well, Liam O'Brien, now he's starting to get really progressive. He's found a little runner here and just tags a couple little turns to finish that one off, but I don't even know what to call that, Ebrick, because he did a little, what is that called? Do you know what it is when you grab the tail of the board when you're doing an air?
Little stalefish.
Little stalefish, that's
stalefish
it.
grab, 5.5 minutes remaining. We did see a big one come in from Alonso, 7.4. That was 3 waves ago now, and that's put a bit of pressure back on Liam. He now requires a 9.10 with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So a great pick up there, Rich. Just getting a bit more technical with that grab. Didn't quite go all the way around for the reverse. Let's break this one down and have another look again.
Yeah, so once we key up the replay here, so it's streaking down the line, had a ton of speed, and just gets the little stalefish in there, but doesn't ride it all the way around, doesn't get the full rotation. And look, here's a beautiful slow-mo. So, wow, that is just, well, technically really, really hard to do. And I know if any of us did that turn, we'd be freaking out on that and reliving it in our minds over and over again. But for Liam O'Brien, it really is just water off a duck's back. But he's going to need more. He's going to need these deeper, committed moves, a little bit better face work. And unfortunately, well, he's got one here, so he's going to take to the air again, and that's a bigger air. But unable to ride out of that one. Alonso's just picking the best waves and just doing some amazing rail work, and that is the difference right now.
We just need a big combination for Liam O'Brien, maybe one big hit and an air to finish it off. That'll get him up in that excellent range. He needs somewhere right up there, 9.10. But of course, you can't take anything away from the approach here from Alonso Correa. 7.4 and a 6.17 two-wave combination to make up that 13.57 heat total. A 9.10 from Liam O'Brien. He doesn't have priority, but you can see a fair bit of separation between the two surfers on your screen. Alonso on the right-hand side now starting to make his move back towards Liam O'Brien. 3:45 on the clock.
Yeah, this one's starting to get away from Liam O'Brien here. And with only a 4.47 as his top scoring ride, he really is up against it. Needing that 9.10. I don't know whether I'd be thinking it's going to happen in two waves now. I do like that he's starting to drift down to this southern part of the contest area though, because that's where Alonso's been picking up all his good rides. I'd like to actually see him, Brickers, go a little bit further, even down to right on the side of our screen there. I feel like that's where those nice little running rights, you can see one going through there now. Now he's starting to itch closer where he needs to be. He's going to pull the trigger here. Streaking down the line, yep, and well, he's just getting the one big air rev, and that one was pretty inverted.
Yeah, or using his second priority there, he didn't. He had enough separation between himself and Korea. Nice big air reverse, tail high, smooth transition, and rode out incredibly smoothly. So 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining, 9.10 required. Stewie Kennedy, Jordan Lawler, the first quarter final tomorrow. Nicholas Squires up against Jesse Mendez. Hirota O'Hara up against Matt Banting. And then this heat, the winner will go up the winner of the next heat, Ricardo Christie and Jadson Andre. 2 minutes and 29 on the clock, waiting on scores.
Well, the draw's shaping up. I love it when we get to the quarterfinals and we really get a picture of how this thing's going to play out and potential winners. And well, this guy here, Liam O'Brien, he has been on fire all week long and he's in a bit of a pressure situation here. And what an amazing time to pull this out. The fluffiest little ramp,
wow.
And gets those fins just pointing directly at the sand. The tail's super high, which means the inversion was right there.
All right, here we go, Rich. A 6.33 is the score he's nailed down. The requirement has come right down to a 7.25. 1 minute and 45 on the clock. Korea's got priority, and they're sitting side by side, Rich. He's got to move away, surely.
Yeah, if I was Botsy, I'd be getting him to go way down. Get away from Alonso right now, because Alonso's just going to stick to him. He's just going to block him, getting anything that's semi-decent. And we do have a bit of a wave here. So Liam will actually try and force Alonso onto this. But Alonso, he's on a good-looking wave here and just ropes that first snap, and another one pushes too hard, Brickers. So the door's just opened for Liam O'Brien. Are we going to see a little snatch, a full seesaw in the last couple of minutes of this heat?
It's opened ever so slightly, and I only say that because there's only a minute remaining on the clock. Priority goes back to Liam O'Brien at 7.25. If he can just get one more click in before he goes for those air reverses, the score is his. But under a minute remaining, and the pressure will be well and truly on the man from Burleigh Heads, fighting for a place in the quarterfinal QS 6000 event. Let's take a look at this one. He already forced him into this wave, and well, a nice big turn on the outside, but just forced the issue over here, and unfortunately for him, no completion.
Yeah, he just pushed a little bit too hard on that wave, and he did have an opportunity to actually extend on that 617, so potentially an opportunity goes begging to really put the nail in the coffin here. 30 seconds to go, 25 seconds to go actually, and Liam O'Brien, he desperately needs a wave, and the requirement, well, it's a healthy one, 7.25. He's stroking down towards the south. Brickers, is he seen something? Well, there's only a matter of seconds left, so I don't think it's going to get here in time.
There is a lump coming. I can see it out our window over here, but the time has now run out for Liam O'Brien. Unfortunately for him, a little bit too little, too late, but you can't take away anything from the performance of Alonso Correa, and this is the wave that came through. It's not a 7.25. Great little spin, and Liam O'Brien he'll bow out of the event at this stage.
Well, he should hold his head high because he's represented Australia extremely well, and well, really starting to stamp his name into the books, and is going to be one of the surfers to watch coming out of Australia in the next few years. And don't be surprised if we see that kid there, Liam O'Brien, on the World Championship Tour in the next few years.
Yeah, I'd support that statement 100%. What a great young talent coming out of Australia, and of course, unfortunately, out of the event at this stage. But the Peruvian, Alonso Correa, booking himself a place in the quarterfinal. He's going to come up against the winner of this next heat, the final heat of the day between Ricardo Christie and Jadson Andre. We're going to bring you that final 25 minutes. Right after this, we'll take a short break from the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. We'll see you soon. Thanks for watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. You live here from Manly Beach for the final heat of the day. Men's round 5 action. 22 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. It is Ricardo Christie up against Jadson Andre, who has had an incredible start to the year. First at the Oi Hang Loose Pro contest in Brazil, and second at the Burton Automotive QS 6000. He's number 1 on the QS rankings. Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. Richie, he's up against Ricardo Christie in this heat.
Rick Christie has been on an absolute tear and holding the hopes of New Zealand squarely on his shoulders here. And well, he's up against probably the crowd favourite and the man who has just been in total form throughout 2019, Jadson Andre.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. 21 minutes remaining in this encounter. We're going to throw it down now to Shannon Hughes. He has the winner of the last heat, Alonso Correa.
Well, Alonso, getting your best win of the year, your best result so far of the year, making it into the quarterfinals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling good. I was stoked that I could get a couple waves, a couple rides, and do a couple turns and get some scores. And yeah, I'm really happy. Quarterfinals, final day, and yeah.
And you've got a great support crew down here. All the guys up in the athletes area have been cheering you on. What will you do tonight to kind of celebrate making it into finals, but also take it easy moving into finals day?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it easy. Get something to eat, sleep early, get ready for tomorrow. It could be a great day. I have to be ready. And yeah, I'm really stoked. I'm really happy. All my friends are here. Miguel, Tomas, Lele, Manu. They've been supporting me and helping me a lot. I'm representing the Inca team in Peru. So yeah, I'm doing this for me and all the Peruvian people that support us and make this happen.
Would you like to say something back in Spanish?
Yeah, sure. Gracias a todos los que están viendo, apoyando ahí al Inca team acá, compitiendo en Australia. Seguimos muy motivados para mañana. Y nada, gracias a mi familia que seguro está viendo ahí, siguen despiertos, y a todos los que me apoyan.
Well done. Keep up the good work tomorrow, and we'll go back to you guys. Take it away for last heat of the day.
Thank you, Shannon. 20 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. No scores to speak of on the board just yet. We did start talking about Ricardo Christie. Finished 8th on the qualifying series last year. A massive 18,750 points. Got him right up there. And looking forward to him take his rightful place back on the World Tour again. Here we go. This is Jadson Andre, the number 1 on the QS rankings for 2019. Opening up with his second wave, 1.0 for his first. And a quick in and out behind there for Ricardo Christie as Jadson Andre, he's like a good bottle of wine. We use that cliche often, but he just seems to be getting better and better.
He does. He absolutely does, Brickers. The last few years on the tour, we've touched on it numerous times now. It's actually been a struggle for Jaddy. He's struggled to be in that real confident qualifying position come the end of the year. He's had to scrap around and do the work. And this year's just a total opposite. He's just killing the results. And you can just see the confidence building in him. And man, he is surfing just so good, spending so much time in the water, training, practicing, getting everything dialed, getting his equipment just totally on point, ready for these moments. And 25 minutes, you got to perform.
I had a conversation with him in one of the post-hit interviews a couple of days ago. I asked him where this continued motivation comes from, and he said, "Oh, that's so easy. I just love what I do. As simple as that, and I just want to keep doing this as long as I can." And you can't put a price on that.
No, and I can talk from a little bit of experience there. And when you're actually living your dream, it doesn't even seem like work. Well, you can't really whinge about being a pro surfer. There's nothing about it that...
you can, but no one's going to listen to you.
Yeah, no one's going to listen to it. I used to kind of whinge and whine a little bit when I came home and talked about the travel, and my buddies would go, "I've just done 8 hours on the tools." I don't even just tell your story to someone else, man.
Here goes Christie. Snaps out the gate. Sorry to cut you off there, Rich. Second snap there from the big Kiwi. And looking nice and alive on his feet here. And looks like he's dialed in. I think that's DHD that he rides as well, Darren Hanley Designs.
Yeah, I think so. And that is exactly what Rick Christie is going to have to do to beat Jaddy. Because even though the wind's gone round to the north, that's not going to put Jaddy's air game off whatsoever. He's going to go to the backhand. He's going to put those big vertical hits on. And then he's possibly going to go for that big backside rotator. And Rick Christie's just going to have to outpower him. Well, that's exactly what he did on that wave.
Looking forward to seeing how that all pans out. Rick Christie and Liam O'Brien were together in a 3-man hit the other day, and Liam went to the air, and Ricardo started going to the air too. I said, "What's going on there?" He said, "I'm just trying to keep up with these guys. We're in the 6,000s, and it's all about the QS spins, and he's just trying to keep up." So he has a pretty tidy air reverse, a pretty stock standard one, and he might have to pull that out if Jadson starts doing what Jadson does.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rick Christie just stick to his guns for at least the first part of this heat, because Alonso did it in the last heat. Just got through, doing really good fundamental rail work, some nice tight snaps, and the contrast here of the goofy and natural, we've got it again. And well, I think Rick Christie, he's going to drop a pretty decent score. Well, gets a 6.67 to start things off. And well, Jaddy, as we expected, there's that lightning fast rotation on the backhand, and no one does it quicker than Jadson Andre.
Yeah, 4.0 his opener, then a 1.0 backup score. This will be much better as far as the numbers are concerned for Andre. A 6.67 for Ricardo Christie. Wow, that's exactly what you wanted to do. Let's break down why this was so good.
Yeah, so Ricardo Christie streaking down the line here, sets up a beautiful turn. And that one there stabs it again. So 2 really good snaps, and then I just love that carve where he really just unweighted toward the end of the turn, let the fins get free, and that was Jaddy's wave, just pounding 2 backhand hangers. And I was talking to Saxon about it yesterday. Jaddy just gets he gets everything set and then does a full lower body rotation, and he does it so quickly. There's no one else in the game that has the speed, the backhand speed of Jadson Andre.
So Richie, what happens when you get a bit older? The torque on the body, the twisting of the body, you've got to surely be doing a little bit of work out of the water in the gym to keep yourself intact.
Yeah, well, the core strength is extremely important in this case because it's protecting the hips and the spine. And well, yeah, that's... I can talk from experience again. I've had lower back issues because I'm obviously a little bit taller, and that rotation I used to try and surf really loose, and I'm paying the price now. But yeah, that core strength is incredibly important, and also the leg strength in the quads, just being able to sort of muscle the board around and dominate the board. But really, I mean, all over fitness, you've got to be just so in tune, and your body has got to be in peak physical condition. if you want to cut it on the World Tour these days.
15 minutes remaining in this last heat of the day and last heat of round 5. These guys looking to book themselves a place in those quarterfinals. It will be the winner of this heat going up against Alonso Correa. We're going to take a short break from the action. When we come back, it's going to be the last 14 minutes of the second last day of the event. You're watching the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the final 13 minutes of the second last day of the Vissla Sydney Surf Pro. We're coming at you live from Manly Beach on the northern beaches of Sydney. It's Brad Bricknell here alongside Richie Lovett for the call. Richie, down to the final under 12 minutes. We just saw Ricardo Christie do a tidy little air reverse on his last wave. It is Jadson Undro, however, out in front, courtesy of a 6.2 and a 4.0. A 3.53 is the requirement from the New Zealander.
Yeah, this one's matching up quite well, Brickers. Just a mid-range 6 for both our surfers in the water, and it's going to come down to the battle of the second wave here. And here's Rick Christie taking to the air again. You talked about that air reverse that he felt like he needed to tap into, and well, he's tapping into a couple of nice ones so far. But again, I really want to see him concentrate on finding that wave where he's going to be able to really showcase his power and his flow, the rail game. But, on this one, showing that he has the tricks as well.
Yeah, a couple of the spins there from Christie. Nice, powerful surfer from Gisborne on the bottom end of the North Island of New Zealand. And, of course, our thoughts and prayers continue to go out to that wonderful country and its people. Suffered some incredible loss over the last couple of weeks. And great to see the community rallying together behind all the Kiwis.
Yeah, absolutely. A truly tragic event in the history of our world, basically, and it's just so sad. And we are thinking of everyone over there in New Zealand as we see Jaddy Andre. Well, have we seen a crack starting to form in the armour of Jadson Andre in 2019? And it's happening on a Saturday afternoon, last heat in Manly. And a little hiccup there from Jaddy. We haven't seen him fall too much this year even, and as scores start to filter in, Ricardo Christie, and he's just made the requirement a little bit harder for Jadson here, dropping that 5.50. That was the second air reverse, which was the better of the two. So now he started to build the framework here. 12-point total, and Jaddy Andre, second priority. And here's a wave for Ricardo Christie.
Yeah, quick in and out there for Ricardo. A 6.67, his best wave, power surfing, what we have come to know and love from Ricardo. And Jadson Andre, 4.0, 6.2, 5.98 required. 10.5 minutes to go. It is the Brazilian Jadson Andre with priority. He qualified in 10th place last year, just squeaking in with a space to spare, actually, because Solly Bailey and Jack Freestone snuck in just behind him too there after there's last few events of the year. Finished up in Hawaii, and nothing like leaving it till the last event to qualify, Rich.
Yeah. And, well, I've done that once before too, and I can tell you it's a nerve-wracking thing just leaving it all come down to the last event in Hawaii. And you basically want to be going into Hawaii qualified. And Judson,
take that pressure off.
Well, Jaddy, he's done it a number of years, and he's changed things around in 2019. But this one's under 10 minutes to go, so a 9:50 on the clock, and Jadson Andre needing a 5.98, so basically a 6. And he's in priority now, and looking at a wave coming towards the lineup now. He's not going to pull the trigger on this one. And well, just a little sleepy time in the ocean right now, as we winding down. And Rick Christie from New Zealand looking the goods, and conditions. Well, they've sort of bottomed out towards the afternoon here. This nor'east wind has set in and made it a little bumpier on the face, but still plenty of little pockets, little opportunities for our surfers to flare up. And I think, well, no, Rick Christie having a little look at that one. And, well, Brickers will wait for another set to come in. And Jadson Andre, well, what do you reckon? Is he going to get the 5.98?
Well, look, there's still 8.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time for Jadson with priority. We have seen, a few opportunities here. We saw Alonso get a couple of waves back-to-back in that last heat. All it takes is 2 sections, and for Jadson Andre, really, he only needs 1 section to get a 5.98. We know he can be very innovative above the lip, and he's got a little power backhand jab as well, so I won't be surprised if he has a stab here, and I would like to see this lead go back and forth in the last 8 minutes.
I agree. I think we're going to see a scintillating 8 minutes as this one wraps down. And, well, Rick Christie, he's going to look to put a little bit more pressure on Jadson, streaking down the line on this one. He's going to go to the air again. No, quick in and out.
Well.
And looking like, is Jaddy going to get this set behind him? He's up and riding.
Wow.
Whoa, just puts the hammer on the last turn.
Wow.
Stands tall. So, well, we're yet to see the work that he did in the lead up to that last turn, but if it was anything like the finish, there's going to be the score.
I think there was a 2-turn combination, and we said all Jaddy needed was literally 2 sections to do it. A 5.98, well, he's got a 6.2 already in his bag. Ricardo Christie didn't extend his lead there with that last wave, so it's all about Jadson Andre and this wave right here. So here we go on the outside, Rich. Squared up and over, and I love this turn. Talk us through that one.
Oh, man. Well, he put that one to, well, it was about 130 in the scheme of things. So drives up and over the foam, and then watch this from the bird's eye view, just past vertical, and somehow just wraps it back around and rides out cleanly for the finish. And he's up again. Jaddy, well, he's staying busy now. And another little pocket up and over. It's not done yet. A third wrap. And now you can feel Jaddy starting to build momentum. This is how he likes to operate.
Yeah.
Catching a lot of waves, putting the pressure on, keeping the crowd entertained. That's what Jaddy loves to do.
And I reckon Jaddy strives under pressure too. I think he thrives under it, rather. We've seen him with his back against his wall on so many occasions. And here he is just laying the hammer down and some vertical stabs on his backhand. So we're looking on 2 scores to drop for him, and a score just looks like Ricardo Christie just in view here has done something special through that break.
Well, let's see what happened with Ricardo here. So takes to the air again, gets the rail grab, so mixing it up a little bit.
You see his face?
And I think, did he surprise himself?
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, wow. Well, we got these bird's eye view from the drone, and just watching Ricardo Christie just driving down the line, a little bit narrower in stance compared to Jadson. And, well, gets the front arm grab. So
gets the slob grab in.
Slob grab. I'm glad you've got all the technical terms, because I'm not entirely up to speed on, I know the names, but don't exactly know how to pair them.
Those are the only 2 other ones I know, Richie. I made sure
there's a mute grab, and then there's a
couple.
There's an indie grab, and then, yeah. So
well, Ricardo Christie there just... he's not going to stick around and wait for score to drop and find out how Jaddy went on his last 2. Took the law into his own hands on that section, and certainly did probably one of the best air reverses I've seen him do in competition, certainly this year. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We're getting the finish we wanted. Jadson Andre still requires a 5.98. We've got 2 scores to come from him and 1 to come from Ricardo Christie.
Yeah, we're getting down to the final minutes of this heat and of Super Saturday. And 2 scores to drop in for Jaddy and a single score to come in for Ricardo. So are we going to see a lead change? This one has been a bit of a battle. A little bit of mongrel coming out in Ricardo Christie, and he knew it was always going to be a tough heat coming up against Jadson. And, well, he's out in front at the moment. All he's got to do is hang on for the next few minutes, and he'll be making his way into the quarterfinals. And of course, as you mentioned, the winner will be coming up against Alonso Correa. And if it is Ricardo Christie to go through, it'll be a goofy foot, natural foot matchup.
Yeah, we love those two different approaches to riding waves. Of course, so looking at those scores now, those last 2 scores not going into the top 2, or not quite enough for Jadson Andre. The 5.10 goes into his top 2. His last wave of 4.53, so still requires 5.98, and that may change because we still are waiting on one more score to drop in from Christie. We'll stand by and see what the judges thought of that. He's looking to drop a 5.5 from his top 2. And judging from what we're seeing, he might have done that. Here we go, live action. This is Jadson Andre on his backhand. He's got to try and push something a bit harder here on this wave. Gets up and over nice and vertical. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite ride out of that one cleanly. And under 4 minutes remaining now, it feels like the pressure's starting to tell.
Yeah, I haven't seen this from Jadson, where he's just looking a tiny bit out of sorts. And as you mentioned, pushing maybe just a little bit too hard. Starting to feel a little uncomfortable in most of his heats. Jaddy's been the one that's commanded the lead and has taken control of the heat. And the tides have been switched here. Rick Christie's got him on the ropes, and he has priority now with 3.5 minutes to go. So it's all going to come down to tactics here. He's going to have to use priority wisely, and it's not a huge score. I mean, if you're Ricardo Christie right now, you're thinking, Jaddy's going to be able to bag a 6 basically on anything he takes off on.
Guaranteed.
So do I wait for a set and try and block him? Do I try and extend on my lead that I have? But we are still waiting on a score. We're waiting for that air rev that Ricardo Christie did, the last score. So he may even go further into the lead. And well, he has, Brickers. He's dropped to 6.63.
Wow.
Wow. So this thing's heating up even further because Jadson Andre now needs a 7.1.
All right, this means one thing really, Rich. A 7.1. Jadson's got to do something special. He hasn't really gone to the air as we thought he has. He's done a lot of good backhand stab surfing, for the want of a better phrase. And with 2.5 minutes remaining, he's got to go to the air.
Yeah, well, I feel like he's going to need 1 or 2 hits, and then he's going to have to go to the air if he wants to rack up that 7.0. The way the judges are keeping the scale at the moment, unless that air is just something super special, they're keeping it in the mid-range score. So I think Jaddy's going to have to pluck a really nice wave here that allows him to just jam some of those big backhand 12 o'clock hangers and then take to the air. Of course, Jaddy's, he's known for his front side air game. The backside air game, not as strong. And Rick Christie, well, he's in a commanding position right now with just under 2 minutes and priority.
Yeah, well, great two-wave combination there from Christie, a 6.67 and a 6.63. He's done that in 2 different ways. He's done that by doing the classic Ricardo Christie surfing, and he's also gone to the air and show us that variation in his approach. He's going to use priority here. He's pulled the trigger. Another right-hander for the big Kiwi, and there he goes, a big huck, and spins around, doesn't quite make that connection. Now the door open slightly for Jadson Andre. Again, Rich, though the time now puts pressure on him. There's really maybe only one more opportunity for him to get the 7.10 he needs.
Yeah, Jaddy's just going to have to pray for a wave here and hope that it opens up and allows him to really get busy. And Ricardo Christie, well, he's steaming back out the back because he knows that he's going to have to put pressure on Jaddy. And have a look at this. This is one of the biggest waves of the afternoon. Jadson takes off, gets the first hit. It's a massive one. He needs to finish it up and over again. Good night, Irene, because Jadson Andre is just surfing this wave to perfection. And, well, that is it. That is going to drop in a huge score. And look at the man from Brazil. He is just elated with that little gift. And, well, there was one thing to catch the wave. It's another thing to be able to perform under pressure in the final minute, and Jadson Andre has delivered.
Well, we said he was going to get one more chance because of the time. He had priority. We hadn't seen the set of that size come through, at least in the last hour. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Here's the replay. Needed a 7.17. Squares up and jabs at one straight out the gates.
Yeah, and then up and over the foam section here. Drives around. This thing just waited for him and just kept on giving all the way through. Well, we haven't seen a wave like that in about 3 hours. So this really was a gift, and Jadson Andre has just kept perfect composure. Watch this in this perfect pockety little section. He just drives so square off the bottom, pivots off the top, and just multiple turns all the way down the line.
Well, incredible stuff, yeah, from Jadson Andre, showing his class. We were questioning how he was going to go when the pressure was on the other way, but he certainly showed what he's made of, utilising and drawing on all that Championship Tour experience, all that time he spent on the qualifying series as well. And he's looking, well, we have to wait for that score to come in. It's not a given just yet, but he certainly has done all he could on one of the best looking waves of the afternoon. A 7.1 requirement. We are now waiting for judges' scores to come in. They want to make sure they get it right. It's not a foregone conclusion, although Jadson Andre, you'd say by the looks of things, he's pretty confident right now.
Well, he is confident, and you've got to feel for Riccardo Christie because he controlled that heat perfectly the whole way through. In hindsight, should he have stopped going to the air? And well, look at the elation there, and no better feeling in pro surfing than dropping a massive score to take the win. And Jaddy, a 7.77 on the final ride. And that man there, the roll continues in 2019.
Well, I just love seeing the passion and the emotion. You can see how much it means to Jadson. This is just a quarterfinal that he's made. He's now into the finals day of the event. He's on a roll right now, the #1 ranked surfer on the qualifying series for the WSL. And you can see how much this win has meant for him. He now will go into the quarterfinals, and he will match up against Alonso Correa on finals day. That is an incredible heat, and of course, unfortunately there for Riccardo Christie, heartbreak at the end. To win, to lose the heat, you almost, you snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, unfortunately, when you look at it that way. But incredible performance there from Jadson Andre.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't deny it. Under pressure, Jaddy came high with the performance and just delivered turn after turn. And unfortunately for Riccardo Christie, just too good.
Let's have a quick look at tomorrow's quarterfinals in the men's. Stewie Kennedy up against Geordie Lawler. That's going to be a cracker. Nicholas Squires up against Jesse Mendez. Hiroto O'Hara against Matt Banting. And then Alonso Correa up now against Jadson Andre. Your views on those quarterfinals, Rich?
Well, mate, every single one of those quarterfinals is just stacked. And I know one thing for sure, out of that quarterfinals, we're going to get a winner.
That's right, probably going to be a brand new winner because David Silva is out of the event. Of course, we're also going to get underway with the women's quarterfinals tomorrow, presented by Sister Revolution. It is going to be finals day. We're going to turn Super Saturday into Super Sunday. So make sure you join us here live from Manly Beach on the webcast. We'll be getting underway from around 8 a.m. from Brad Brickland and myself, Richie Lovett. It's good afternoon from Manly Beach.